for health institutions due to low enrollment concerns. Minister of Education Dr. Tunji Alausa approved the suspension, which takes immediate effect according to a statement by the Executive Secretary of the National Board for Technical Education, Professor Idris Bugaje. Bugaje explained that institutions currently undergoing assessment must pay specific fees to continue their registration. Polytechnics awaiting ministerial approval must pay a 4 million naira application fee and 2 million naira per program, while monothechnics will pay 2 million naira and 1 million naira per program. Failure to complete payment within 30 days will result in termination of the registration process. The moratorium aims to ensure proper population management in technical and vocational education training institutions, aligning with their approved carrying capacities. Health institutions which are exempt from the freeze will pay the same registration fees as monotechnics. Well, we'll see how that goes. Well, that's it for our top trending stories. We'll go on a short break. We'll look at the weather. When we return, we'll be reviewing the papers. Please stay with us.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. It's time to look at the global stories that have made it to the front pages of our national dailies this morning. And joining us to review the papers is Jide Johnson. He's a public affairs analyst. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning to you, women. Good morning to all our viewers all over the world.
Happy Valentine's Day to you.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Yes. All right, so let's look at the stories that we have this morning on our papers, and we'll begin with the Punch. The Punch leads with 54.99 trillion naira budget, and it says experts list funding hurdles as debt servicing takes 14 trillion naira. The writer here says lawmakers approve 344.85 billion for themselves. Salaries, overheads go up huge share of the budget. So this is a budget, right, that you would expect to, should have a chunk for security, health, infrastructure, the works. But we're seeing here that debt servicing, because something that we've always spoken about is the fact that we have to take loans, and in taking these loans, of course, you have to service your debt. You have to pay it back, because nobody's going to give you free money, because there's nothing free in Freetown. So with this, knowing that out of 54.99 trillion, 14 of that goes just to debt servicing alone, and then a huge chunk of it is going for, you know, the lawmakers, their own personal expenses, so their salaries, overhead. How do you think that we need to start to take things seriously in Nigeria, especially when it comes to our budget, if we're saying that we want a developed nation?
Well, we also need the Department of Government Efficiency. We need an outside-in approach for people to come and help us manage our finances. If you look at what is happening in the United States of America, I guess governments around the world will probably leave from what Elon Musk is helping to do with respect to cleaning the organs table of the American government and public finances. We need that particular approach in addressing what we see when it comes to budgeting is just people allocating money to the line items that are already existing in the budget. Some of even allocating money to projects that have been completed or projects that are non-functional, or even agencies that are no longer functional. And until we have an outside-in perspective to it, I can tell you, we will still be having this particular problem. Which year have we talked about the budget that we didn't talk about the salaries, wages, allowances, and the rest of it of the National Assembly member? Which year? There's no year since I was young. Now, every time under democratic governance, we have already been talking about salaries, wages, and taking a large chunk of the budget. And then the other one, which is debt servicing, which has already taken close to about 22% of the entire budget that we have budgeted for this fiscal year will go to debt servicing. And it's just a matter of time. Within the next 3 months, you see the government at the federal level and state level running to foreign institutions looking for one loan or the other, where they've not even finished paying the loan that they've collected in the past, the one they are still servicing. And then you ask yourself this question: these loans that were secured, what did they use it for? What did they use this debt that they are servicing? What did they use it for? Which are the projects that they use it to carry out?
Well, it would interest you. It would interest you to, because you're just saying what projects are they using it for. It would interest you to know that on the Nigerian Tribune, it says National Assembly passes 54.9 trillion naira 2025 budget, adds 700 billion to Tinubu's 54.2 trillion naira, which was proposed earlier. South, Southeast, Southwest to benefit from anticipated supplementary budget for rail transportation. I know that now there is a coastal highway that is being constructed from Lagos to Calabar, and something that we've always spoken about is, why we're not thinking of other means of transportation? Why does it always have to be roads? Why are we not thinking of railway? So here now we can see that, you know, we might just be getting that because you asked the question.
By this time next year, we're getting into the third leg. The third leg, we are approaching approaching the third leg of Tinubu's administration. And I can assure you, when we get to this time next year, the project will not be about infrastructural development. It will not be about growing the economy. It will be about seeking re-election. That's the cycle of Nigerian political process. So, as far as I'm concerned, I take everything with a pinch of salt. What they've just done is just to show themselves love. On Valentine's Day, they've shown, the National Assembly members have shown themselves love. And those that are executing the budget, I hope they will show love to Nigerians too by ensuring that there is strict compliance with the budgetary allocations they've made. The problem with us is not the budget, it's not the budgetary allocation, it's not the appropriation. The problem with us is the execution.
Yeah.
Is the execution of the budget. What is the percentage of the execution of 2023 budget? What is the percentage of the execution? I don't think we have ever had a budget that we have 45% compliance with the provisions and execution of the budget. So until we have a radical change, I can assure you that it will still be business as usual.
So what's the way forward now?
If you are saying that the National Assembly members, if we are saying that the National Assembly members allocated money to themselves in terms of the implements, allowances, and the rest of it, why would you blame them when even the executive is already overbloated? It's already overbloated. How many ministers do we have? How many agencies have we created? I read somewhere that we have 524 MDs about 25 years ago. Today they are more than 1,000. They are close to about 1,600. So if you just look at the heads of the MD and you situate with the members of the National Assembly, the heads of the MDs are much more than members of the National Assembly. And what you need to do is to look at what they do with public funds and the access they have and the patronage they can dispense.
So what's the way forward on this now?
What we just need is
how do we move? Yeah, what's the way forward? Whose table does this fall on to ensure that the execution is being done? Because you're saying that we've never had up to 45%. That's quite sad, because why are we budgeting all of this monies, saying we're going to do these things, and it never gets done? So what's the way forward? What should Nigerians do right now to ensure that infrastructure, health, education, everything is a priority to our government officials?
Well, I think that the Nigerian government could not run its own refinery. Then you have, for many, many years, we couldn't establish one. And then you have a private individual coming up and setting up his own. That was a rude awakening for Nigeria to start putting into effect its various refineries. So for me, we just needed somebody who had been successful in the business world to come and help us run our economy, given the kind of leverage that was given to Elon Musk, and we have a complete overhaul of the system, and we get rid of the bureaucratic state. You see, the problem with budget implementation has nothing to do with the political class. It has to do with the civil service. The civil service is the engine room of public governance, and then all you need to do is to see how the civil service has been entrenched in the system and how they can make it practically impossible for you to achieve some, except you have a president that has the wherewithal, that has the desire, the will to do what he wants to do. That's when you can get that done. A lot of civil servants need to go. We need to do some measure of rationalization when it comes to right sizing of some agencies, ministries, and department of government, and building technology that you can track whatever government is making payment for and what government is not making payment for. If the kind of corruption we are seeing is happening in a sophisticated economy and a sophisticated democratic governance in the United States is happening, how much more you just throw? We don't need a satellite, we just need a torchlight or phone light. You all just need to do is to throw a phone light into our public finances, and then you see the rot in it. So we need an outside in, and we need to bring in technology into it, and then we need to consolidate the payments. Everything should be consolidated, that there's a dashboard with which every money that is going to ministries, agencies, and departments, there's a department of government that tracks and follow everything.
Fantastic. So let's look at the Nigerian Tribune. This leads with a story that says Southwest governors set up joint team to combat ISWAP's threat. The writer here says, to establish food inflation joint monitoring team, Southwest Development Commission HQ to be at Cocoa House, Ibadan. And this is also the leading story of the nation as well, that says Southwest governors join forces to ward off ISWAPs and bandits. What's your take on this? Because security is a major thing in Nigeria. That's something that has been a problem or a challenge for the longest time. And we know that even with the budget, because we're just speaking about the budget takes, security takes a huge chunk out of the budget. But seeing now that these southwestern governors are already trying to join forces together, of course, we've spoken about local police, we've spoken about, the likes of Amotekun, who has started something. How do you think they need to really consolidate themselves to ensure that banditry will be a thing of the past in Nigeria?
It's better late than to be late. I think they don't need any encouragement for them to have done this before now. And now that they are coming together, we encourage them to give it the necessary push and not allow political divide to come in them. Usually you have seen various attempts in the past by the Southwest governors of trying to come together. You recall how Leta Keredolu, the former governor of Ondo State, was instrumental to the establishment of
Amotekun.
To the establishment Amotekun and the rest of it, and trying to provide security network but somehow they allowed the divide between the two major political parties to cause a division between them. And they should understand that governance is beyond partisan politics, and they need to move above both partisan politics, and they need to come together in the interest of their region. You see, there is a need for all these regional sub-regionals to come together and collaborate. They say two is better than one. When we collaborate, there's power of synergy. There's power of synergy, and then we complement each other, and then we achieve better results. It's just very, very simple. Pareto principles establish that, and then once we do that, I think that the issue, we shouldn't even be talking about high cost of food in the Southwest. Even though the Southwest governors can come together, they collaborate. There are a lot of arable land, they farm, and then they have means of transportation with which they can move these things within their states and the rest of it. And then they improve their own local economy. The GDP of all the states will be affected. And then it will improve. The cost of living will drop, the standard of living will improve, and then the economy of the lives and the economy of the people in the Southwest will be better. So I hope they give it. It's not just a talk shop. It is a work. It is a workshop, and they walk the talk, and that's what I'm looking forward to.
Fantastic. On The Nation, the writer was joint surveillance technology boost for Amotekun, creation of food hub in each state to bring down prices. And I think that's definitely something that we would look forward to, because one of the issues with this security challenge is that most farmers cannot even go to their farms because of banditry. So So we're hoping that, whatever they're doing, they're looking for ways to ensure that things can be better for the people. So not just their security, but even when it comes to food inflation as well. Let me take this final one on the Nature News, and it says Nigerian moves 100 billion naira investment in solar mini grids for public institutions. So in fact, I think it was a few weeks ago, there was an issue with one of the public institution, the teaching hospital, whereby they did not even have power, even though that's like a different web. But knowing now that Nigeria is already trying their best when it comes to solar mini grids for public institution, what would you say about this? A step in the right direction with our power sector?
Well, you have not done something meaningful with the main power generation, and you are now looking at alternative power supply. It's meant to be alternative. It's not meant to be your main source of energy. As far as I'm concerned, you have ever tried to install all of this facility in your home or in your offices. You know how expensive to maintain this thing is. I think we're just going with the fact is that you want to be environmental friendly and water. I think what we should do first and foremost is for us to solve our main power generation plants. And then before we begin to talk about the alternative power supply, as I speak with you, I can tell you what has happened in my community. They only give us light for 4 to 6 hours. It is regulated, it is coordinated. The society that are talking about alternative power supply, they have regular power supply. Mm-hmm. They just use this alternative power supply as a substitute. But we don't have. And you're investing 100 billion. Why don't you invest that 100 billion on generating that power, either using gas or using coal or using what have you, and then for you to go and put that money in buying the what is required from it from China and the rest of it, which are replaceable, which you have to replace after some certain time. As far as I'm concerned, the maintenance cost of alternative power supply is much more than the main power supply, and we have not gotten it right, and you are not investing money. I can assure you, this is my opinion, Jide Johnson. I can assure you that money, all we need to do, women, let's have this agreement. Sir. Once they set it up, we set the timeline. We agree that we send a reporter to cover that event, and then after 2 years we go back to look at it.
To check it out, yeah. I think that's definitely something that we need to be doing when it comes to, all of this infrastructure in Nigeria, because you hear of things, projects being awarded, and before you know it, it never gets to completion. So what you just said, what you've proposed, is definitely something that we need to look into. This is where we have to wrap it up on this segment right now. Jide, want to say thank you for coming. It's always a pleasure having you, and I hope you have a wonderful Valentine's Day.
Thank you very much. You too. Even starting with you is already Valentine.
Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day, sir.
And you too.
All right, so we're speaking with Jide Johnson. He's a public affairs analyst, and we've just been taking global stories that made it to the front pages of our national dailies. We'll go on a short break now. When we return, we'll be discussing what the DSS has said about first-class graduates being recruited. Please stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. DSS proposes recruiting only first-class graduates for national security. The Director General of the Department of State Services, DSS, Mr. Oluwatosin Ajayi, has proposed a policy that mandates the recruitment of only first-class graduates to the agency. This recommendation aims to bolster national security by ensuring the enlistment of top intellectuals who can effectively address the complexities of modern-day security challenges. Ajayi stressed intelligence work requires exceptional intellect to combat sophisticated criminal networks. He likened the proposed recruitment process to Israel's selective admission system, where high-achieving students are prioritized for university placement. The DSS chief argued that recruiting the best minds is essential for enhancing intelligence gathering, peace building, and national integration. However, this proposal raises concerns as it would exclude competent graduates with lower grades, potentially limiting opportunities for skilled individuals who may not have received first-class honors but possess significant practical expertise. The debate continues over whether such an approach is fair and unnecessary restrictive. Joining us this morning is Dennis Amakris, the ex-DSS director, and we also have in the studio here Wisdom Chap Jumbo, the public affairs analyst. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, sir. Good morning to you, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Morning.
Good morning. So, Mr. Dennis, I'd like to start with you because, I mean, you're the ex-DSS boss. So what is the rationale behind it? And in fact, seeing this, what was your initial reaction?
Thank you very much for having me. It is, I was very, very happy. My initial reaction was that finally, somebody is really talking about it because one thing people need to know is that the DSS, as an intelligence agency, is not civil service. Many people think that, it's a job. They go to look for a job in the DSS. I think the recruitment pattern is supposed to be one that the talent spots you to come into it because it is not one that you can just bring every Tom, Dick, and Harry. They can recruit people of different disciplines. I remember when I went in, we were about 96 that were recruited into the service, and we are mainly, all of us were graduates, bachelor's degree and master's degree, and even PhD holders in that group. And I think that was the first injection into the service.
That's fantastic. Of course, we need the best brains when it comes to things like intelligence gathering because you don't want just anyone, like you said, Tom, Dick, and Harry. But let's look at the fairness of it all because there are many people who might be amazing. Maybe they're just not able to put it on paper. And we've seen a case whereby in Nigeria, most times it's almost like we're studying just to pass. We're studying to put it on paper. So how can you really determine the best brains when it comes to just the certificate that they have at the end of the day?
It is not one that, I know that some people, it's not just by exam because you can find out that some people are very, very smart.
Yeah.
But we want people to be recruited who have a very good analytic abilities because the challenges are complex challenges, and then of course you have understanding of global issues and be able to predict the future. So it will need analytical skills. Adaptability is in a very constantly changing world. It is not, like I said, not civil service where they give you a table and then you go and do a work there. But, intelligence gathering is a very serious business. And it is, like when I say intelligence, many people also might mistake it for information. Information is the raw material, actually.
Right.
And then there are 6 steps in converting this information into intelligence. And that 6 steps is what brings all these necessary, should I say, needs into play, because technological change continues to accelerate at a very exponential speed with advances in generative artificial intelligence at this time now.
Beautiful. All right, let me go to Wisdom. So first, what was your initial reaction to this? And secondly, I mean, if you look at the United States of America, right? In fact, when you watch movies like Fast and Furious, you know, there's so many movies like that whereby people who have probably even been in crime, they see their potential and they say, you know what, come work for us, come work with the CIA, come. But these are people that probably haven't gone to school, but they're already street smart and they have that level of intelligence, that analytical prowess that, you know, Dennis is talking about. So what happens there? How about work? Like, how does it work? How can we be fair to ensure that it's not just, you know, having the certificate?
So, you know, every institution...
Your reaction first to this.
Every institution wants to get the very best.
Yes.
So, for me, my first reaction is, I mean, if they want first-class people, well, no problem. And for me, it's not an issue. Because when we were in school those years, they always remind us to ensure we graduate with the best.
Yes.
Study hard so you can get the big jobs and the good jobs. Even some of the companies, I know many companies by the oil and gas space, if you're not a first class or a 2-1, you probably will not make the cuts.
Yeah.
NNPC just did some recruitment recently, and I'm sure if you don't make a first class or a second class upper, your application might not make it to the next stage. But what I want us to focus on again is, especially as it affects maybe the DSS and all the other, like the police and all of that, is what is the enabling environment you give them to even work in the first place? So you get a first-class material, you put them in this kind of working condition or working environment we have. How do you think they're going to bring in their very best? You know, what is their salary at the end of the month? What is the working condition for most of them? The police, for example, there are many first-class graduates also that get to the police. You know, when they do their short service, the police, the Navy, and the other military, there are first-class materials that get into them. You know, by the end of the day, what is the working condition you give them? You know, how are they able to bring out their best?
Right.
Because even a first-class material will not bring out his very best if the working conditions are not even right for him. You know, so it's a big problem that we have to address first. So you have to address that system before you are coming out to look for the very best to bring in. Because the way it is, some of them cannot even come and say in the open. But if you ask most of them that are already inside, they will tell you, they might even be crying for you, including the EFCC and all of that, you know. So I think most of these agencies, we don't put in so much work, you know, to improve the working condition for people there. And I like that you kept mentioned the civil service. Even in the civil service, there are first-class materials there.
Right.
But the problem is, what is their working condition? Doctors go on strike every now and then. Nobody even cares. Nobody even giving them the attention they need. But we want the very best. That's why we keep losing people out of the country. So I like that the DSS, I mean, with the work they do, intelligence gathering and all of that, they need the best minds. They need the best mind, no doubt. And for me, I'm not going to talk about anything fairness for who has a. If you have a 2-2 or a 2-1, or if you have a 2-2, the onus is on you to even show, you know, more capacity beyond that.
Yes.
You build this capacity over time with experience and with showing all of that. And even going for more certifications to make sure.
Boost it
yeah,
up.
to boost it. So I don't think having a 2-2 is a death sentence. No doubt. And you having a first class doesn't mean you will do better than the person with the 2-2. But you can't fault an institution that says we want the very best.
Because everybody wants the best.
Yes, everybody wants the best. So if an institution says we want to recruit a first class or first class graduates and second class upper, why are we faulting them? Where we can, however, fault them is what is the working condition you give to these agents when they get into the DSS?
Which leads to my next question.
Yeah, what is it? For example, most of them, because of the kind of job they do in the DSS, do they have, for example, life insurance and all of those things? If a DSS agent dies in action now, what happens to the family? What are the modalities you've put in place so that they can work with their very best and put in, their all into the job.
Yeah, which leads to my next question to Dennis, because like Wisdom has rightly said, the enabling environment is important. So what are the provisions, for these people? I go to school, I study so hard to ensure that my CGPA is at least 4.9, right? And then I come out and maybe I'm just getting a job with the DSS that would pay me just over the minimum wage, or maybe a lot more. It depends on where I fall in or what class I'm being put in. But what are the provisions that you're making for these people? Because what we've seen in Nigeria so far is there is always that push factor, whereby the best minds, they never want to come back. They never want to stay. They never want to stay here. They're looking for, other countries to be able to go there because they know that they will earn better. They probably have better standard of living. Everything is just better for them. So what are the provisions that, the DSS is giving to these people to ensure that this offer is juicy, is attractive for them to come work for the DSS?
Okay, thank you very much. I heard the guy in the studio with you. I think he put it the nail on the hammer on the nail by talking about the working conditions. And I can tell you, I joined the DSS and stayed there until I retired. And it is a place where, I'll tell you a story. In fact, when I came, I studied in the United States and I came back to join the DSS. During my interview, I was asked, in fact, I remember that very well. I said, oh, you're just coming from the United States. I can see that you worked for 2 years in the United States and I can see what they were paying you. Do you think that this is going to be acceptable to you, what we are going to pay you? I said, well, the thing is that it's not the monetary aspect. I came back so I can serve my country. I can serve my country. But I hope that, whatever obtains is going to be very good. He said, well, we will see. And when I was employed and I went in there, I think the conditions were very, very good. Very, very good. Better than, or even other security agencies, better than the police and better than any other of the other services. Because you will not hear the DSS trying to go on strike or because of their pay is not good or something. Because one thing, especially coming from the DG, who is Mr. Tosin, I think he knows very well that to attract these first-class people, you have to also take care of them. And he has gone through the mill, and he knows, because some companies are very reluctant to even hire first class because they will not stay. They want to go away.
Yeah.
Or, they want to go away, but the DSS have been able to maintain some first class. In fact, like you said, some of them, even if you have a 2-1 and you have a master's degree, I think that is very, very acceptable because I know that the master's degree, which is a research degree, is very, very acceptable because you have to realize that it is the kind of job you're coming to do. It is not the one that you are just going to. Why do oil companies have very sharp brains there? You work in the oil industry because they tell you that this is what you're going to come to do. You are a petroleum engineer, they pay you accordingly because they know that what you're going to do is not what everybody else is going to do. So we have different particular disciplines that they look for, although they can recruit people from across the different kinds of disciplines. But people with analytical background, data sciences, geography, history, intelligence, and then of course international affairs, library science, and then of course the natural sciences like biology, chemistry, geology. We're talking of solid minerals now.
Yeah.
Purity of solid minerals. We want to recruit people who understand geology, who understand what these rocks look like, what they are, how expensive they are, and stuff like that. So that is what it is. You just don't go and bring people because they are looking for a job. It's not a place to look for a job. And that's why most of the time, recruitment into the intelligence services is by talent spotting.
Yeah.
In some countries, the talent spot you. They look at you. Sometimes you might not go to school, yes?
Yes.
You see all these little kids that are trying to even manufacture drones, in manufacturing planes and stuff like that. Or a little boy who does not even, who has not got a lot of academic education, but he's been playing with his computer and actually can hack into certain things by mistake, of course. People like that can be recruited into the intelligence agency.
And trained.
Yeah. Yes, definitely. Training is not just first class or second class or masters. We go in there, the kind of training program. There's a whole directorate of training inside the DSS, whereby you go for either 6 months or a year, and you continuously being trained to meet the changing situations.
That's fantastic, and from what I got, from what you said was, in fact, it's more about service. So not just about the monetary aspect, saying, "Oh, I want to come make money," but it's more of you saying, "I want to serve my country." So it's you laying your life down, basically, for Nigeria. But how do you think? I'm coming to you, Wisdom, now. How do you think we can, maintain intelligence, competence, beyond academic performances of people? What do you think the DSS, you've spoken about talent spotting, which was something I had said earlier, whereby maybe the CIA, FBI, they just look at you and say, "Oh, I think that you have these skills, come, we will train you." So the good thing now is they can train these people. So how do you think we need to look beyond the academic performance when we're talking about competence here?
So if you want to do that, we have to look a lot at meritocracy. In Nigeria, is one thing that is indeed lacking. And that's why you see that if you go to universities, most of the younger ones, they don't give so much care to whether they're first class or second class upper, because they say, last, they rely on connection to get whatever they want. So we need to imbibe this issue of this thing of meritocracy. So if we focus on that a lot, it will help. And our younger ones, we know that if I work hard, and I get a first class, and I can prove that I can do this, and I will get the. I don't need to know a senator in the Assembly, National Assembly, or a big man in Abuja to get this job. If I apply for it, I'm going to get it. So we need to, bring back that whole. And this is not just the DSS, but across.
Exactly.
All our, it's why the civil service and all of that, because there are some agencies of government and some that today we never hear them put out recruitment notice. But we hear they have more than 4,000 employees, and all of that. How did they get there in the first place? So it's a big problem in Nigeria. We don't, meritocracy is not a thing that we imbibe it's not in our culture. And that needs to change. I know when I was moving to Lagos at the time to come and find opportunities, somebody told me, who do you know? Who you sabi? So all of those things, we need to work on it. Secondly, this talent spotting, I like that idea, and I hope the DSS is making good room for that also, because things have evolved a lot, and the kind of talent that they need, especially in intelligence gathering, they might not just be the conventional kind of way they will get it. So that talent spotting needs to be very strong for them because of the kind of work they do. Even the
road, and sometimes you're wondering
how did they get to the police? Yes, how they get in is, for what he said, they are looking for a job. They just they know one big man somewhere who has convinced them that, oh, don't worry, we'll make it happen. So we need to, these jobs, we need to focus on meritocracy. If we focus on that across board, even in Nigeria, if it's part of our culture, a lot will change.
Yeah.
Go to the universities, most of them don't care. They're playing around, they're faffing around
They
now.
can be content creators.
Yes, you know, so because I don't believe that if after all, they saw you and that person that had the first class, what has become of your life at the end of the day? So they don't care. So that's why we have small numbers of this first class and all of that, because people don't pay attention. Our educational system in itself is flawed in a lot of, so some lecturers are happy when the students don't get first class. It's a mad thing in this country.
Crazy.
You know, they are okay to punish the student to ensure that in their class nobody got first class.
They'll tell you it's for me. Yes, you can have the rest.
So,
anyways, so finally, because we're running a little bit out of time, so Dennis, I'm going to ask this because it's important that we look at this as well. When it comes to the DSS, the police, we've seen a situation whereby sometimes they're not working in tandem. Because intelligence gathering is great, right? But what you do with that intelligence is more important than even gathering it in the first place. So with the fact that now we're looking at the best brains, first-class students, which is great, how do you think the DSS can start to work with other security agencies to ensure national security for Nigeria?
Okay, thank you very much. Before I go quickly into that, I would just like to stress a fact, a point that you guys were just talking about.
Yeah.
About, the DSS and the recruitment process.
Yes.
You find out that there are, in Nigeria especially, you know, when I told you I was very happy when the DG came out to say this, because Nigeria, there is something they call the Nigerian factor, whereby you find out that if they know or they have an idea that the DSS is trying to recruit, then you have senators, legislators, ministers, chiefs, traditional rulers, all bringing a list of people to give to the DSS. You know, take them. When I entered there, it was one that you don't have to know anybody. The interview process itself will select out the people that they want to, you know.
Right.
But come to look at what it is these days, you find out that the gates were open, and of course, I have discussed with former DGs, you know, who are worried that, you know, there are a lot of people trying to be dumped on the DSS. And I think for him to now come and ask about, you know, a policy, that means leave them alone. In fact, I think that's what he's asking. Leave them alone to recruit the persons they will recruit. You know, it does not have to be a one-sided one, but where they will be able to recruit the kinds of talents they want into the service, not somebody pushing it. But quickly to come to your last question, is that the intelligence itself is one that, you know, it is a product that when produced is given to certain people. And they are known as consumers, like the president, governors, some ministers, you know. So this product, even the police, army, because if in a case like insurgency now, you have DSS people who go even right down into Boko Haram territory. You know, you might be surprised that there are ways that they go in there and get intelligence. And when they get this intelligence, they share it with either the military, Air Force, Army, or whoever. And of course, in the nature of intelligence, that's why they say generative actionable intelligence. Actionable intelligence is one that will be actioned. If it is not timely, if it is late, then it doesn't work again. So they share it with these people, and these people will timely use it. You know, because if you don't use it, you put it in your drawer, in the next 1 hour, it is wasted. You know, so these are the kinds of things that happen. And I think the present crop of the community, the intelligence community, you know, coordinated from the National Security Advisor's Office, are all coming up with working together
Yeah.
in what they call a fusion center to share intelligence and work more efficiently.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. It's been a pleasure having you both. Dennis Amakri, we want to say thank you for coming. Thank you for your time. Wisdom, we want to say thank you as well.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure having this conversation with you. Have a good day, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for having us.
Yes, sir. All right, so we're speaking with Dennis Amakri, he's the ex-DSS director, and Wisdom Chap Jumbo is a public affairs analyst. And we've just been looking at the fact that the DSS has said that they are only going to be recruiting first-class graduates for national security. We'll go on a short break now. When we return, we'll be discussing our next hot topic. Well, this talks about House Committee demands clarification on custom officers' retirement delays. So please stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. House Committee demands clarification on custom officers' retirement delays. The Obasi First Aid Help Foundation has petitioned the 10th House, alleging that certain assistant controllers and controllers who are due for retirement have refused to step down. The foundation named the officers and called for transparency regarding their continued service. Mike Etaba, chairman of the Committee on Public Petitions, issued a summons for the Controller General to clarify the situation. Etaba emphasized the need for public officers to be accountable, particularly in a time when youth unemployment is high. Additionally, the committee has threatened to arrest the Director General and CEO of the Nigerian Identity Management Commission if she fails to appear in person to address allegations of non-payment for a software development project. Joining us this morning is Shola Omolayo, is a public affairs analyst. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, Nigerians, and thank you for having me.
Fantastic. All right, so we're looking at a petition that talks about, people or officers who are staying past their retirement date. What do you think about this petition, and why do you think these officers still stay past their retirement date? Because everybody knows what retirement should be. If you're above a certain age, that is when you should retire, or if you've done a certain number of years in that service. But yet we're seeing people who are holding on to these jobs. And for a country like Nigeria that most people are still trying to get into the job market, why is this happening?
I laugh when I hear some things that elite put up on a time like this. Some of these offices that are given out with no understanding, either if it's of merit or if it's the law of the land, sake of the controller generals of custom and controller general of some of these institutions like immigrations and position of the IGs of the president. You don't know, maybe when some of these offices are being positioned for some person, it affects the promotion down under, not until when, if the controller officer will come to report himself and give an explanation on why some of these people are not retired. That is when we can say, well, because I have an understanding that there is a law that was passed giving the IG of police an extension of service. At times you can't tell, not even when a petition has been written and the assembly are standing up to say they want to ask questions. But I just love that. What have we gotten out of all of this issue when it comes up? So there's no, I don't see any big deal in any of the petition and any of the write-up of this issue, not until, even if the person come to give an explanation, what can the assembly do? Not to even talk of threatening to say something will happen if somebody did not come, they will arrest. How many people they don't arrest? I beg second reason.
Okay, so if we look at our constitution, it is clearly stated there, right? With this now, why are people not taking it seriously? Because you've said how many people can they threaten, how many people can they arrest? Why are we not enforcing it? What is it that is making people just not bother?
The big men are not always in trouble. We don't need them unless there's an issue between the powers that be. All animals are not equal. All animals are not equal. And if you read the story of, if you read this literature book of the days of old, you will understand the issue of Animal Kingdom. The title of the novel is Animal Kingdom. I can't remember the writer again. Then, it's a literature book. You understand the kind of the power play in the political arena. Even from the petition, there's an error by saying that in a situation where you have an employment, the question is, do we have enough force managing that institution at all? For somebody to be saying that in the days of unemployment, the person that wrote the petition, what has he done to increase the workforce of the customs in a growing population that we have? You still have the same numbers, the same base of custom officers that are not even enough to man our borders, not to talk of trying to act. So that is why you will see that it is much easier for some person to extend their date or their days of service, even when retired, because you discover that you might be creating vacuum. If not, that some individual might be pressing for the promotion, maybe
I go shop for the cake when that time come. You know, when you ask some people to go on retirement, promotion is certain, or promotion and elevation is certain for some people. They just stop this talk of because of unemployment. Even when the time of service is not due, do we have enough force? Why can't they shout up, giving more hands, employing more hands to the force? We are talking of. I beg. I don't buy this cheap idea of blackmailing the innocent Nigerians who are looking for a job as if they are the one they are defending. Are we going to investigate what it takes you to go join the custom? The power play that is with custom now, you do check it out. It has been a battle that has been there before this regime. Remember the colonel that was brought into head. You know what it happens. For almost 2 years, they fought that battle that it is even going to bring an army, a retired army, to come and head the custom at a time. A big battle indeed, if you remember. Yeah. So what are they saying? If there's a pathway between them, they should just count Nigerians out of it and do their thing. If the person who wrote this petition is fair enough, let him give Nigerians the data of the custom's threats to know if they need to employ more, so as to understand that it's fighting a good fight.
Okay. So, okay, what mechanisms do you think we need to put in place now to ensure a smooth transition? Because like you've said, when someone leaves, of course, there's promotion for the others, and ensuring that they understand it's a ladder. You have to just keep going up, and when you get to the end of it, you have to leave it for the other people who are coming. So what mechanisms do you think we need to put in place right now for that smooth transition and to prevent people from overstaying their welcome, if I can say that?
You see, the institution of security is so sensitive that you don't just dabble into it and discuss matters. You don't just. Because you don't know the dynamism of their operation at times. We are living in a country where so many things have been destroyed, broken, and we are trying to put things back. And in building things back, you must be very, very careful, especially in the area of the military force and the paramilitary. You need to be very careful because you don't know where you might be putting some kind of fire that you don't need to get involved with. That's why I just open it up to tell you that why the petitioner has not even put it in the right frame by saying that this thing is not about retirement alone. What is the workforce of the custom? We should ask. We increase budget every year, increase the budget of our security of all kinds of institutions. But do you ask of the workforce, have we been able to challenge the strength of this workforce that we increase the budget? Increasing the budget and not increasing or checking the workforce. That is my area of concern. It is only when you understand the strength, because they could not just tell you that these people, we are putting them on a check now, on a standby. You get it? Because in the force, there's that area where you have a standby, a standby force taking you out of your timing. Because it is obvious that every civil servant must close by 3 to 3:30. But you still find them around the corridors of operation for 8 to 16 hours because they're on standby. It's like the overtime you have in companies. In those days, they will tell you, if you know, after your closing time of 5 o'clock, you can do overtime, or maybe it's for 2 hours or 3 hours. So we have in the workforce, in the security force too, both the forcemen and both the military and the paramilitary, which the custom also belongs to. So we should check. That is why you can't say anything, you can't jump the gun, not until when the chief himself, the Oga goes to the assembly and explain what happens. Then you begin to talk about it. Because they might tell you that, okay, on record, they have been retired, but they are still on standby based on their strength of operation. What would you say to that?
But shouldn't there be, that's why we're talking about a smooth transition, shouldn't there be a way whereby the next person is already capable, they've done the training, they know that this person can take over?
My sister, it's not about the next person. The question is, what is the strength of us? You are talking about the next person. If they tell you there's going to be vacancy in some areas, won't you go back to why have you not employed more force? Because you are having a bloated population, a bloated border. And what is the capacity of your workmen? If you pull one string, do you know what is going to happen next?
It would unravel.
I don't know anybody amongst them. I don't know. But I can just tell you because of the little understanding that I will say I know about security. That's why I say you can't jump the boat now. He can just come and tell you that yes, on record they will retire, but they are placed on standby. You can't say anything about that. You cannot. If you just go to the assembly, the security, the political, those who are retired or that have resigned in military circle, they will have an understanding of that side. If you said, well, you can just give a joke and tell you, yeah, they retire, but we place them on standby because of the security situation of the country and the border problem. You cannot. The only person that could challenge that authority, that kind of a statement, is somebody who has a military understanding. So the only thing would have said you are trying to justify this argument if you have been fighting, asking, Abego, what is the strength of your custom? As of 1989, as of 1999, as of 2009, what is your workforce? Has it expanded enough? So that you will know that you are fighting a cause and you don't have a right by the forces, by the workforce, to say these people shouldn't go on retirement. You don't have excuse.
All right.
You don't have
Okay, so
goes to every division of our security. That's why today anybody can blame the police. I'm not saying they are doing, one should not blame them, but you cannot imagine what these guys are going through. When we were much younger, younger, like a young boy, I understand that you go to a police station and they will tell you the person you are looking for has closed for the day. They close by 3:30. So you go there by 4, you will find him, another officer has taken over. But I don't think that is going on. Now the same person you see on patrol by 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock in the morning is the same person you see on patrol 6 o'clock.
well, like you said, sometimes they will tell you that this
200 million people, a 200 million citizen of the country.
All right, sir. You definitely need to do a lot with our recruitment process. From what you're saying, I understand that we definitely need to do a lot with our recruitment process and obviously recruiting capable hands. So it shouldn't be a case whereby this person has retired, is on standby. No, I think we can consult. That should be the word, to have that person as a consultant, maybe to any national security matters. But it shouldn't be that they're on standby to actually work for it. But with that being said, going forward, how do you think we need to ensure that, we have accountability with our systems in Nigeria?
Accountability. The word accountability. The Constitution has a lot to do. The operators of this Constitution have a lot to do. That is why I was saying that if they say somebody did not report, they are going to arrest him. I said, well, have they done any? Have they arrested? There are a lot of people that have been invited and they did not the invitation. Not until when they have appeal and threatening that they showed up. Is the assembly really respected by the people of authority? Do they? I believe it's only the common man that pays the price. Yeah, occasionally they pick some, but at times I don't know. The Constitution has a lot to do. And with the little we have about the Constitution, how honest are the leaders following this Constitution? How the operator, the real front runner, the government officials in power, how are they? Let me tell you one simple fact here. Do you know there was a law passed during Obasanjo that no official, no government agent or institution,
and ambulance services too.
And
yeah.
You know the people before that law, When I hear siren, when people blow siren, I laugh a lot. I see them as dead cop on emergency or a sick life placed on. So ridiculous. Because I see that we are doing so many things. Somebody just come and blowing nonsense.
All right, sir. We have to wrap up now. But I hear what you say. We definitely need to do a lot more with enforcing the Constitution, because the work is in there. When we're talking about enforcement, execution, that is just what we need, because we can put it on paper, but we're not trying our best to ensure that we're seeing this happen, come to light, then we're just joking. But we want to say thank you for coming. It's always a pleasure having you on our program. Thank you, Shola.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for not giving me Valentine's gifts.
Happy Valentine's Day to you. Have a wonderful day, sir. Yes, sir. All right, so we're speaking with Shola Omolayo. He's a public affairs analyst, and we've just been looking at the fact that the House Committee demands clarification on custom officers' retirement delays. This is where we have to wrap it up on the show today. Thank you so much for having the breakfast with me. Happy Valentine's Day to you once again. Remember that love is all about, or rather Valentine's Day is all about love, spreading that love, and it's in the little things. It's in the kind words, the thoughtful gestures, the big smile, the warm hugs. So whatever you're doing, make sure that you show someone how much you love and appreciate them today, being Valentine's Day. My name is Rume Paulson. Thank you for having a breakfast with me. As always, I'll see you again on Monday. Have a wonderful day. Good morning.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Hi everybody, my name is Beverly Osu. Shout out to Plus TV. Don't touch that dial.
Necessity is the mother of all invention, and there is nowhere more filled with invention than the tech space. From the dawn of human existence, our innovative spirit is always directly correlated with our needs, which often have a social component. As they say, your ideas belong to you, but your inventions belong to everyone. Certainly, there is a question of whether innovators owe the world a duty to make it a better place. In today's world, the most ubiquitous piece of technology is the mobile phone. The history of mobile phones dates back to 1908, when a US patent was issued in Kentucky for a wireless telephone. Yet, it took till 1940 for engineers working at AT&T to develop cells for mobile phone base stations. This led to an early form of mobile phones, which were really just two-way radios. On the 3rd of April 1973, Motorola was the first company to mass produce the first handheld mobile phone, and more manufacturers subsequently got in on the act. By August 2001, mobile phones were introduced in Nigeria, and since then have become available to both the old and the young. It has influenced the way we socialize, listen to music, and has turned every amateur into a pro photographer. Today, most mobile phones rely on 3G or 4G technology, with 5G on the immediate horizon. The evolution of the technology to smartphones has raised the bar of personal computing. To help us understand what mobile phones represent to our society today, we spoke to a telecoms expert and an entrepreneur who gave us their impressions and opinions on the tech.
I'm a telecoms expert. I've had trainings in information technologies for my bachelor's and postgraduate studies. Presently, I work with one of the biggest operators in the continent, Africa.
I'm a dentist. I'm also a fabric and fashion entrepreneur.
Mobile phone has bridged the gap for communications and connectivity between people, regardless of their distance, can communicate and interact. As it were before, we would have to send letters that would take days and possibly weeks or months, or you would have to travel long distances to connect with loved ones and friends.
My husband most times is not home, he's not around. Imagine if we didn't have mobile phones, communication would have been an issue. With my mobile phone, I can reach out to him, video call, normal calls, we communicate, even my kids.
Conducting business with international and even local partners has never been easier, with mobile banking now commonplace and video conferencing available on the go.
E-commerce or banking. If you need to pay for a service, you don't have to go to your bank, withdraw the money from the teller and go and pay. We have cashless systems where you could use your phone from your app, pay for your services.
So I can imagine what I would have done with my business without mobile phones. I get most of my customers online using my phone. They make payments. Almost all my transactions are via my mobile phone. Nobody wants to go to the bank to carry out any transactions, so most of it happens on the phone. Local transactions, international transactions. With phones, I post pictures. I reach out to my suppliers anywhere and everywhere in the world with my phone. And I get my products using my phone. Especially because I don't have a physical store. I don't have a shop. So my business is online. So it makes it mobile. So I can run my business from anywhere. Sometimes I'm out of the country and I'm still running my business just because I have my phone.
Smartphones offer us greater computing power than the computers NASA used in 1969 to launch the Apollo 11 space shuttle to the moon. These operated with floppy disks, offering kilobytes or megabytes of storage at the most. Today, the storage capacity of smartphones can reach as high as 128 gigabytes.
If I don't have to go to the bank and then carry out transactions with my mobile app, it's a plus. If I don't have to go to the grocery store and request for grocery from the comfort of my home with my mobile phone, it's a plus. But if we begin to use the mobile phone in a wrong way, then it becomes harmful.
The greater social awareness afforded by mobile phones has made us more self-conscious, with a constant need to own the latest version as a symbol of social status. Our obsession with documenting our lives through pictures and videos has turned us into an attention-seeking people, and even voyeurs consuming other people's lives for entertainment.
Because we have put our information, we put our lives, because you have social media services where you can post your pictures, you can post your location at any time. You can post about your family, your children, your events, wedding ceremonies, graduation ceremonies, and all of that. So you become vulnerable even to strangers. People you don't know have access to your information. Some people even put their location. You enable your GPS location and it states, okay, I'm taking this picture from Lagos. So they know this person is in Lagos this day, this week. So there are informations hitherto we think it's just fun. I'm just letting the world know where I am, but your privacy is being eroded and you are giving out too much information to people, strangers you don't know. And it's very, very alarming that people don't even understand the harm they cause themselves. You put your home address, you put details of your work or details of your family online, and you just expose them to attacks from strangers, to unnecessary scrutiny.
Yet, with such potential dangers of mobile phone usage, not everyone is concerned.
Funny enough, no. I don't know why, for some reasons. Maybe because I'm careful with the things I put on my phone. Of course, you won't put too personal stuffs on the phone, very personal things. You won't put them on your phone.
In today's world, mobile phones can be a valuable educational tool, and parents are faced with personal considerations over when to allow their children own one.
I'll probably say secondary school. For example, if you had to pick up the child or drop off the child somewhere, the child might need a mobile phone for you to reach the child. I remember we started having phones when we were in secondary school, when phones came out.
The efficiency that comes with being able to access information. Prior to now, for students, if you are doing a research, you might need to go to the library and book for a particular textbook, and it takes you a while before it gets your turn for you to have access to that textbook. But from the comfort of your home or from your classroom or wherever, you could turn up your phone and search for an ebook, and that ebook becomes instrumental for you to carry out your assignments or carry out your research, as the case may be.
However, there is also a cost to young people and their education. The distraction it offers makes concentration on schoolwork and other things harder for them.
The negative effect mobile phones will have on young people is their over-dependency on the information they get from mobile phones. Some people get distracted by some content that they see or lured into vices that becomes harmful to them.
The greater dependence on mobile phones has created less need for a personal computer. And this trend portends a future where personal computers become a relic of the past.
Your personal computer? I can't remember the last time I opened my laptop.
The way we're going, yes, because your mobile phone is more or less like a computer. You can draft your letters, you can check your emails, you can attend meetings, you can edit your documents with your phone. So in the long run, your mobile phone should be able to do all the functions you are able to do with your computers.
For as much good as mobile phones offer us, there's just as much bad. There's a question of whether we are socially evolved enough to keep up with the evolution of our technology. The irony of a device created to make us feel more connected is that more people are feeling more isolated than ever. And the worry for our society is if we can find that elusive balance. We must always ask ourselves if our dependence on technology, as symbolized by how we use our mobile phones, is a good thing for our social health.
when you want more, you add. When you add, it's Plus. There's nothing better than Plus TV Africa. My name is Jimmy Black and I endorse this.
I'm going to see the women who are going to tell us more about the herbs and what they use the herbs to treat.
I have been selling these herbs since my teenage years. This was my parents' trade, which I continued after their death. I get my supplies from Dahomey, Benin Republic. My preparation for malaria is potent for 2 weeks. By observing my patients, I know what their health issues are. I can confidently tell you that these patients will have no reason to go back to the hospital.
I'm here to speak with another traditional medical specialist who claims to be proficient in the treatment of infertility. Join me as I go talk to her inside.
People refer to me as the one who can do what the doctors cannot do. I treat men and women who find it difficult to have children of their own. I also help treat women whose children die at birth. I prevent such from reoccurring. For men with low sperm counts, I make marks on their penises with a sharp blade and then apply my concoctions on their cots. This will enable them to give birth to as many children as they want. Actually, some of these treatments require occultic powers. Not at all. My preparations do not have any side effects. After taking a cup of this concoction, the patient will have a mild stomach disturbance, after which he will be okay.
Some questions ensued in my mind. Do any of these herbal medicines work? Are they really curative? Can they provide what orthodox medicines can't? Although many doubt the efficacy of this kind of medication, a lot of people also give positive testimonies to their use of herbal medication.
When I started to have problems with it, it would take me about 6 hours before I can use it. Painful 8 hours. I want to relate, but the urine does not come out. I will be crying. At this time, I was not myself. I was between heart and heaven. I was afraid. I don't want to do operation. In that December, when the Luke doctor, they went aside, and there was no treatment again. So I had to come back home.
I was curious to know if he got any treatment before the hospital went on strike.
I was tested whether I have enough pressure in my bladder to get the urination. I was tested to see whether my kidney is working, and that kidney test took almost 1 day. They inserted cardigan for me again, just to ease my urination. But that did not solve the problem of prostate itself.
Having left the hospital as a result of the strike, he said he had to get an alternative means of treatment, which was in form of herbal medication from an Alhaji, introduced to him by his daughter.
At that time, he was in London. I could remember he was speaking to me when he was abroad at that time. So they prepared the solution And my daughter here will go and carry it and bring it home. And they will tell me, take this in the morning, in the afternoon, and the evening. So when I try, after 1 week, I try to take the medication, it will reduce to 6 hours, 4 hours, second day or third day, 2 hours, 1 hour, 30 minutes. And one day I just found that no, it just, the urine just came out. And since then, I have no problem. I've been coming out. I'm happy to say that I'm still living. I'm not dead.
After listening to this testimony, I was eager to see the herbal practitioner who treated him. He claimed to have trained in China, South Africa, and is registered under the Lagos State Traditional Medicine Board.
I got my ingredients in Oyo State, while my factory is in Lagos State.
When asked how he diagnoses his patients, he had this to say.
The first thing is that we send them to go and do the test. We have somebody that interprets the laboratory test. After the test, we have file, we have card. It's like hospital. After that, they will give the appointment.
I was impressed with the mode of herbal medicine operation and level of organization. But unlike Yusuf, there are more of street hawkers with little or no professional training. It was expedient to speak with the buyers of these herbal concoctions by the roadside who buy from roadside sellers and hawkers. These roadside sellers have not gone through the proper training and do not package their herbs. I took a long road trip to Ajah, Lagos in Nigeria to meet with Mama Okwe and some of her customers I met there. I saw an array of herbal concoctions and was curious to know what they were, what they do, and how she purifies them.
I treat JD, waist pain, malaria, typhoid, gonorrhea, infection, and ulcer. This one for infection. This is malaria and typhoid for the odds. This is JD and waist pain. This is Afator with manpower. This is typhoid.
According to her, she adds either alcohol or water to her concoctions and gave her reasons.
Agbo no dey spoil, but the one why they put hot, they stay long past the one when they put water. But the water own, you get something where you go put inside, say na water, so that if you reach like 3 months, 6 months, no go do anything. They call am kavura pelebe. When I buy this agbo, when I go carry am from our children, they carry am come. All the sand wey dey inside, I don't take boiling water to wash it before I put it inside ragolis.
Her very excited customers were quite eager to share their experiences.
I can't drink JD because of my wife. That yesterday night, me and my wife fight because of that thing. My wife can't touch that thing. The thing, you know, wake up. You understand? Then I can't say, make no worry. He say, tomorrow, I can't drink JD. Now he carry me come here. Since that time where I carry gonorrhea, I first go hospital first. You understand? After I go hospital first, the thing relieve me. But the thing, you know, go. Now I can't make that, mama. Now you can't give me another agbo. After I use the agbo, everything don't go.
I love to take agbo almost every evening. There was a time I was feeling down for days and I've been constantly taking the agbo. But I think the typhoid was so, it has eaten deep into my body. It didn't work out. Like I left this place, I took the agbo. Instead of it to suppress the pains, and it got worse and I had to visit hospital immediately. So it's just like a preventive measure before it eats deep to the body.
There was a time I was feeling ill, so then I have not started taking agbo. I had to go down to a chemist because I was having headache. The chemist worker just had to give me a Panadol. After giving me the Panadol, I wasn't feeling too well. It was as if I took something illegal like Tramadol. And since then, I haven't been taking English medicine.
There is no fake agbo, but there is fake drug. All herbs, they are just nothing but plant extracts. And I prefer this to drug in the sense that drug, after extraction, they still need to add preservatives, which they have effect on the body as well on their own. But this one is direct plant extracts.
In Africa here, we have a lot of mosquitoes.
I don't have to let the malaria break me down if I run down to Mama's place to take agbo. So I usually come here twice a week to have those prevention. All these are roots soaked in an alcohol, you understand, for you to take it. Why would I want to take an NSC that is not medicinal when I can always take this that is medicinal?
Although Mama Okpe has 10 years experience, she said she still had rules regarding her sale of the herbal concoctions.
Some they carry small pikin come here. They say maybe my pikin no, he never shit since when I born am like 8 days. I go say carry and go hospital, cannot treat it. Because if I give am nagbo now, anything can happen.
To my surprise, I met corporately dressed men who expressed their satisfaction with the intake of these herbal concoctions locally known as agbo, but refused to be interviewed. Some of them shared their reservations.
The problem I just have with herb is there is no particular dosage. You can take overdose and you can take below dosage.
In most cases, we just get to the agbo place and we've been served. We don't know the kind of water that is being prepared with, but I've been treated with it, so, and it works.
More clarity was necessary on various types of herbal practitioners, such as the woman interviewed in Makoko, Mama Okpe, Dr. Yusuf, and others seen selling by the roadside.
Nowadays, medicine have gone beyond the local one. In as much that doctors can call themselves pharmacy and medical. We have in our one, we have ethnomedicine and ethnopharmacy. Ethnomedicine are the people that use herbs to cure ailment, while ethnopharmacy are those that use herbs that are herb sellers and not everywhere.
With all of the information gotten, I was curious to know the opinion of orthodox doctors on this subject.
Herbal products have been with us for centuries, and our forefathers have used those drugs before modern medicine came into being. And most people have used these drugs, gotten better. But the big challenge is that who administered these drugs, who diagnoses this problem in the first place, the dosages, the frequency, the impurities, and all that.
He didn't disintegrate the efficacy of the herbal medications, but was concerned about the crude content.
Though these herbal drugs may have their own efficacy, depending on what they are treating, but they are also contaminants. For instance, if somebody picks up a plant to use to treat, is it the whole plant that is important in the therapy or some part of the plants? So impurities and contaminants to be removed from this so that the adverse effects or side effects would not be included in the treatment of this.
Having spoken to Dr. Ekre, I went on to see a pharmacognosist at the University of Lagos. I'm here at the Faculty of Pharmacy in the University of Lagos to consult with Dr. Dada, who has been a pharmacognosist for over 20 years.
Herbal medicine generally is more of preventive than being curative.
When I asked her how her patients are being diagnosed, she said she uses a quantum magnetic resonance body analyzer to test her patients.
A lot of people are sick, they don't know. When they come, we assess their health status. We have an equipment to that effect that we use, which is quantum resonance. It will let us know the states, the different organs of the body are, so that we know the type of help or assistance that we can advise and give them. And the herbal drug they can use, we let them know. We don't force it on them. So if they willingly agree, then they buy from us.
Inquiring about how and where they get their ingredients, we were taken to the university's botanical garden, where some of their ingredients were gotten.
We have located where some of them are growing in our environment, and we go there to collect, especially in Akoka. Many of them are growing within the botanical garden. This one is Tamiliana catappa. It's one of the ingredients for our antioxidant C. It has a lot of antioxidant properties. Then this one is Imbodia levis, one of the ingredients for the anti-stress. We collect them fresh here before we take them to the lab to process. The ones that we cannot get within the environment, we have
what we call collector that we send to go and collect white for us. They go to where they are growing naturally and collect. The type of purification we do is you make sure there is no microbial contamination, you make sure that there is no foreign substances there, and the official level that is permissible is always stated. Once it is within that permissible level, your drug is okay, and that is what we call standardization. Our products are as a result of research. We do all these things, we use animals, experimental animals, to see the effect of the drug first before we start production. So while we are treating the animals, where we are using the animals in the experimental stage, we use different doses to see which one will be effective. So it is from there we select dose. So we don't use arbitrary dose because dosage is very important too in whatever you are doing.
She also showed me some of their locally made herbal teas.
We have anti-stress tea because of the environment we are, Lagos, where you have a lot of stress, and that is one of our fast-moving products, anti-stress tea. We have antioxidants. Antioxidant is very important in any living thing because it prevents a lot of disease from occurring. So that's another very moving product we have, antioxidants. We have brain tonic. A lot of people, especially with age, are losing memory. So this enhances memory.
However, she re-emphasized on not recommending herbal medicine for emergency cases.
We don't usually use herbal remedy for emergency. When you have emergency, the orthodox medicine may be more appropriate. But if it is not emergency, I will go for the herbal. And the reason is that herbal medicine are naturally made and they go well. They are friendly with the body because being nature to nature, you don't have much side effects as you normally have with orthodox medicine, because orthodox medicine are synthesized and produced in the laboratory using different chemicals. And many of these chemicals, people have discovered that they are causing a lot of side effects.
Opinions. Everybody has something to say. Everybody has something to share.
Personally, I also feel that way, that there really isn't so much stability in the country.
It's not as if I'll consciously say, I want to compare myself.
But when you bring people into the room, all with conflicting takes, up comes the big question. Will they agree?
Every 6 months. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Introducing Curveball, your #1 podcast for insightful conversations on lifestyle, culture, innovation, and social issues. Come for the banter. Come for the twists. Come for the curves. Curveball, showing every Saturday at 7 p.m. and with reruns on Wednesday at 2:30 p.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408. Also streaming on Spotify.
It is not the hope of this feature to blame anyone for the never-ending tension between police and the citizens. However, it is certain that there is always a tension with most people when they approach a police checkpoint. Many factors are responsible for this tension, including not knowing what to expect or do, seeing the police as the enemy, or even being guilty of an infraction. Many issues that go wrong at a police checkpoint can be linked to lack of proper communication and understanding on the side of the police force and also on the side of the citizen. Here are some tips listed by the police force about comporting yourself at a police checkpoint. Endeavor to slow down your vehicle. It shows that you're not reckless. It also douses suspicion that you're a criminal and may want to speed off. Turn down the volume of your car stereo. Courtesy demands this. Besides, you are able to hear each other better. This simple act will help you win the confidence of the security operative. Keep your hands visible to avoid unnecessary suspicion or fear by the officers that you're attempting to bring out a gun or other harmful objects to attack them. Turn on the inner light of your vehicle while approaching the cops if at night. It readily sends an unspoken message that you have nothing to hide.
That's the nature of your job, officer. Don't worry. That's the nature of your Everything will be fine.
Be friendly and cheerful. Commend the officers, especially when you see them working under very unfriendly weather conditions such as rains and harsh Harmattan conditions, excessive heat, cold or sunshine. We know it's their job, but a little kind word from you will do a lot of good. Remember, when you smile at the mirror smiles back at you.
Officer will not come down. Let's see what you do.
Don't mind this.
We won't come down.
Endeavor to be polite when answering questions put to you by the officers. Don't dare or challenge an armed security man to a duel. Oftentimes, you hear people say things like, "Shoot me if you can." Note that this is a recipe for disaster. It is a very provocative and unnecessary call for war. So please, play safe, more so as you do not know the state of mind of the officer concerned. Also, don't go into a physical fight with an armed security officer. He may resort to the use of his weapon to defend himself. Avoid unnecessary arguments with armed security personnel. There are 1,001 ways to seek redress where you feel your rights have been infringed upon. Never try to touch an officer in an unfriendly manner. He may suspect you of trying to disarm him. If you're a regular traveler or road user, make sure you have the police emergency phone numbers of the route you operate. You never can tell when an emergency situation could arise and you need the police to come to your aid. Make sure you have all your relevant car papers and desist from actions or inactions that constitute either a criminal or traffic offense. Such infractions of the law provide a veritable grounds for possible charges and other forms of adversarial contact with the police or other law enforcement agencies, including unnecessary arguments. Don't give the impression that you're unhappy to see the officer on his beat or that he's wasting your time. But if you do have an emergency, politely inform the officer. Don't speed off while still being checked. Take note of the name tags, force or service numbers, personal description of weapon or patrol vehicle of the security officer, especially where the officers begin to conduct themselves in an unprofessional manner. Seek an audience with the most senior officer at the checkpoint if things are not working out smoothly. Politely insist to be taken to the police station if your complaint is not properly addressed.
They're the raw materials of the future: lithium, cobalt, and other rare earths, essential for digitalization and the energy transition. Everyone needs these materials. Some have them, others have to import them. That's expensive, but more importantly, it creates dependencies. Now the EU wants to achieve what seems impossible, breaking free from its reliance on China and other countries. But can that even be done? Also on Made Today, marble, a symbol of power and prosperity for centuries. The 4-day work week, a possible alternative to the 5-day week. And night owls, chill out during the day and be productive at night.
Lithium, cobalt, and rare earths are the oil and gas of the future. Not only China, but also the US, the EU, and the rest of the world now understands this. The EU wants to achieve the seemingly impossible and in record time. It wants to become independent of China, make up for the last several decades of raw material dependence, not antagonize the local population with drilling and mining, and at the same time mine record quantities of new raw materials from European soil. But does the EU really have a chance of achieving raw material independence? And can it meet its ambitious sustainability goals?
As a united Europe, we have to try to make ourselves more independent, i.e. to reduce our dependency on China in particular, but also on other countries when it comes to individual raw materials. And that's why the EU has now decided, for example, with the Critical Raw Materials Act, which is effectively a European raw materials law, to again invest in its own capacities, its own mining, its own processing, and its own recycling.
Eigenes Recycling.
Lithium, rare earths, graphite, and other critical raw materials are essential for high-tech industries.
Geologically, it's interesting that we now have many of the raw materials we need for the transformation in Europe. It's just that quite a lot has been outsourced to other countries in recent decades.
That is set to change in the coming decades. Battery and processing factories are springing up in many parts of the EU, and companies and startups are working on building raw material loops for the future. New mining is being planned. Some experts are even talking about a new mining era. One example is the Rio Tinto mine in Andalusia in the south of Spain. After environmental disasters and economic decline, Andalusia's mines are now suddenly in the spotlight. Everything stood still here for many years because copper was too cheap. Now copper prices are up again, and it's worth the enormous effort to mill and dissolve just 0.38% copper from the rock. Our soil is a treasure for Andalusia and the European energy transition. The resource-rich region of Andalusia could play a decisive role in the targeted 10% of strategically important raw materials that are to come from the EU in the future.
Many projects here qualify for the EU law, partly because 17 of the 30 critical minerals are located in Andalusia.
That's why there will be new mines, but they are unlikely to create large craters in the Andalusian soil. A copper mine just 20 kilometers from Seville shows how the sector is changing. Everything is in place here for further underground mining in the future. There's still plenty of copper deep in the ground. Of course, an underground mine is less conspicuous. We believe that this is the most sensible, profitable, and sustainable way. When the mine starts operating underground again, it will no longer just be copper. The company has developed a chemical process that extracts even more from the rock, namely zinc, lead, and silver. The company also is using the pilot plant to extract cobalt from the rock with the help of bacteria. Cobalt is a vital element for e-mobility. And something is also happening in the EU when it comes to refining raw materials. In order to make progress in battery production, raw materials such as lithium are crucial. But in order to obtain battery-grade materials, the raw material has to be chemically processed. A chemical company based in Frankfurt, Germany has been building up expertise in these refining steps for 5 years in order to understand each individual step precisely and later be able to control them. They're still putting the finishing touches on what could be the largest lithium refinery in Europe. Initially, the plan was to produce 20,000 tons of lithium hydroxide per year. But since the price of lithium products has collapsed, investments are now difficult.
People are very, very cautious putting money into lithium projects at this point. Because with the current price level, it's very hard to make an investment case, actually.
But AMG received 5.5 million euros from the German state of Saxony-Anhalt for the plant there. and some European governments want to provide further funding for the development of their own raw materials infrastructure. The first contracts have already been signed with customers throughout Europe. And construction is also underway in northeastern Europe. The first plant for European production of what are called permanent magnets for EV motors is currently being built in Narva, Estonia. Such magnets are indispensable for electric motors, wind turbines, and other clean energy technologies that the EU is increasingly relying on. But here too there is a major challenge.
So today, about 90% of all rare earth magnetics are manufactured in China. That's a real challenge. It's a real challenge for our global OEMs. It's a real challenge for our customers. It's a real challenge for all of the global economies because of the size and impact of the automotive industry. So once you acknowledge that you can't have that type of concentration in any one single jurisdiction, you have to think through the importance of how do you diversify it.
This diversification has already begun in the 100-year-old mines of the former oil shell factory in Silmet, not far from the construction site in Narva. Rare earth metals are processed here in a complex multi-stage process. These in turn are used for the production of highly sought-after permanent magnets in the electrical industry. In a few years' time, permanent magnets for 2.5 million cars are to be produced here in Narva every year. Together with the production site for rare earths in Silmet, Europe will finally become less dependent on imports from China. So much for the plan, but what are the downsides? What price will local nature and EU residents pay for the expected turbo mining in the coming decades?
We mustn't forget that the population also has to be involved. Currently, for example, there's the case of Serbia. The planned lithium project of the Australian mining company Rio Tinto has been in the news. This clearly shows what can happen when the population is ignored. The project was stopped around 2 years ago, following pressure from protests. That was because the environmental impact was deemed to be serious. And just 2 years later, the project has now been restarted.
Und nur 2 Jahre später wurde das Projekt, nachdem es gestoppt wurde, jetzt wieder ins Rollen gebracht.
What is certain, however, is that the EU not only wants to become less dependent on raw materials, it also wants to create new recycling loops.
We will never be completely self-sufficient when it comes to the supply of raw minerals. But we want to be less dependent, and we can achieve this by producing, processing, and recycling more of our own.
Whether the EU is capable of involving the local population, not harming ecological systems, and establishing a circular, self-sufficient economy remains to be seen.
Art requires marble, and great art demands a very special kind. One of the finest sources is Tuscany in Italy, where it's cut from massive quarries. We visited one to see how this prized material, used in grand palaces and elegant villas, is carefully sliced from solid rock.
At an elevation of 1,000 meters, one of the world's most precious materials is mined in Italy. Only here can you find the finest marble. Its exceptional quality was also revered by Renaissance sculptor Michelangelo. A single block can cost over 10,000 euros, and producing fine marble slabs takes several days. Italian marble has been mined in the Carrara region for over 2,000 years. But it's in the Apuan Alps region that the most expensive marble in the world is extracted. Geologist Daniele Mantovani and his team produce thousands of tons of it every year.
This is a statuario marble. It's a statuario, you can recognize the statuario because not all the white is the same white. This one, if you put against light, you see the lights passing through it. It's because of the grain, it's because of the background.
The region lies on Italy's western Mediterranean coast, and the mining rights belong to the company Enro. It can take up to 20 hours for workers to cut a piece from the rock face using huge bandsaws. Chainsaws are used for the horizontal cuts. This is what creates the blocks, which need to be tipped over to transport them. To do this, they place a cushion into the gap, which is inflated bit by bit. Wedges are used to keep the gap open while the slab is pulled over. This block weighs 120 tons. Sometimes they break because the marble cracks along the veins, but the remaining pieces can still be used. Geologists have to precisely map the different kinds of marble found on the mountain, because customers can order from a variety of patterns.
According to the projects or to the client, we need to have certain patterns, so we have to try to make the blocks the most suitable as possible for the commissions that we have. So I'm here checking all the production process for the company.
Several times a day, the blocks are transported down the valley by truck. It takes many hours to create tablets like these that decorate buildings, but more on that later. At Enro's production facility, the blocks weighing up to 60 tons are first registered. In the sawmill, they're cut into fine slabs. This process alone can take 20 hours from one morning to the next. Gino Cinquini is the head of the sawmill, and for his job, he needs not only a lot of patience, but also a lot of water. One machine requires about 1,000 liters per minute or even more. But it's recycled water. It's never used just once. It's in a cycle. It's water that gets cleaned and reused in a closed circuit. Almost all the stone saws have industrial diamonds to make them harder than marble. The next day, the cut slabs are polished. First, they receive a resin layer. This is later sanded off, but the resin fills the marble's hairline cracks and makes it smooth. They cost up to 300 euros per square meter and can be very thin, from several centimeters down to 5 millimeters. Polishing is done with brushes, rubber, and diamond tools. There are different types of marble: white, black, red, green. You need to polish each one the right way. The marble is then cut to the right shape for its purpose. These here are thin tiles. The projects Enro supplies include mosques in Abu Dhabi, corporate headquarters in the US, and luxurious floor coverings. In the final stages, the pieces are assembled based on their color patterns to make sure they look their best once they're on display. Paolo Carli is the head and owner of the 200-year-old company. Does he worry that the Marble Mountain, which his company owns, might one day be completely gone?
No, we are talking about thousands of years. So our quarry that is at the Altissimo is just a minimal extracted. You know, we are not massive consumers of blocks from our quarry.
White statuary marble is the core business of the company. Embracing the times, they've also invested in 3D technology to create art sculptures, drawing on both their manual skills and robotics. As part of their marketing strategy, the company has collaborated with renowned artists such as Hans Arp, Henry Moore, and Tony Cragg.
Arts help us to develop our modern technology. So today Enro is the only company that represents architectural design and arts in every daily composition of our fabrication.
To nurture the next generation, the company partners with the local vocational school. Students here are working on an eye, inspired by Michelangelo's David. The sculptor also used marble from the region. The miners here are still at the summit, but they're making their way down the Marble Mountain one block at a time.
It's beautiful, elegant, and expensive, which is why you won't find it in every stairwell. But where does this extraordinary material, a staple of grand palaces, actually come from? It's a story that began long ago.
As early as 700 BC, marble symbolized power and prosperity, the white gold of stone. Formed over thousands of years, marble results from tectonic pressure and heat transforming limestone and other sediments deep within the earth. This process creates its signature patterns. The name marble comes from the ancient Greek word marmoros, meaning shimmering or shining. That's why marble is often used for sculptures. The way it reflects light brings them to life. The first marble was quarried on Greek islands like Paros. The Venus de Milo was carved from Parian marble. Marble has also long been used in the construction of grand buildings, from the Egyptian pyramids to the Acropolis in Athens and Ashgabat, the capital of Turkmenistan. Here, an entire city was built from white marble. The most prized white marble has been quarried in Carrara, Italy, since around 200 BC and was used for Michelangelo's David. But marble doesn't always have to be expensive. It's available from China or India for just a few euros per square metre. This marble is often used for surfaces like table legs and tops. Many are simply a cheaper stone with a marble-like finish. Marbling has also become trendy as a print pattern, including in the fashion industry. And finally, in honour of marble, there's a classic of a different kind, the world-famous marble cake.
A 4-day work week with full pay sounds great, but is it realistic? A German pilot study with 45 companies put it to the test. The result? In many cases, it works. 73% plan to keep it, but there can be downsides.
A 4-day working week makes it possible to own a dog and spend time with it. Yasmin Moradi Gohar has been working 4 days a week instead of 5 for a year now. Her salary is the same, but she now has Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays off. Her employer wants to be more attractive to employees. And it's working.
I've always wanted to have a dog, but thought, okay, can I manage that alongside my job? But the 4-day week has encouraged me to take the risk and give it a go.
Yasmin works for an IT company in Munich. To ensure that everything is done in 4 days, Managing Director Martin Falmer has cut meeting times and introduced so-called focus times, among other things. These are times when the work should not be disturbed by phone calls, emails, or text messages. The focus time lets you say, I'm going to take a 2-hour session and concentrate fully and switch off all other media. I get almost as much done as I usually do in a whole day when I'm being disturbed all the time. Yasmin is responsible for the staff. The 4-day week is also intended to attract skilled workers. She advertises the shorter working hours on social media and has seen applications increase.
They find it very exciting that we really want to get involved and that we're trying it out and also open to these new working models. The feedback is always positive. Of course, some people are still a little skeptical as to whether it will really work for them, but they're actually pleased that we want to go down this path.
About 400 kilometers further north of the central German city of Weimar, window manufacturer Eurolam also tried out a 4-day week. Unlike in Munich, the daily working hours were increased from 8 to 9. The trial was not a success. The company is now working 5 days again. Window manufacturer Chris Westphal is disappointed. He would have liked to keep his Fridays off work. I could just do things with my family on that day, or I could do household chores, and I also scheduled all my appointments like doctor's appointments on Fridays. A survey showed that 1/3 of employees were dissatisfied with the 4-day week. Family reasons were cited more than any other. For Sandra Lucios, head of marketing, the 9-hour working day was too long.
I just don't want to be picking up my children from kindergarten or school at 4 o'clock. So I'm glad that we're back to the 5-day week. I finish work here at 2 p.m. again now and have more time with my kids.
Managing Director Henning Röper hoped to attract skilled workers with a 4-day week. But customer contact has suffered as a result, partly because the company found it difficult to respond to spontaneous customer requests. We've lost flexibility, and the flexibility is actually the biggest advantage that small and medium-sized businesses have. The Berlin-based management consultancy Entrepreneur teamed up with the University of Münster to trial the 4-day week in 45 companies. The results were largely positive. 73% of the companies kept the 4-day week after the trial ended. Some companies that are advertising the 4-day week are receiving 3 times as many applications. That's a large number, especially when there's a shortage of skilled workers. But there are also other effects: employee retention, higher productivity, fewer meetings, more focus on the core business. All very positive effects. Employee health and satisfaction have also increased, as in Yasmin's case. She has more time for her dog and sports. And with that, one of her employer's goals of retaining skilled workers with the 4-day week has been achieved.
Are you an early riser? Then you're a lark. Prefer working in the evening and staying up late? That makes you a night owl. In the workplace, both types are still tied to common cliches.
What are night owls? Everyone's asleep, apart from one, a night owl with work undone. Life as a night owl is anything but easy. In Germany, though, early birds are actually in the minority. Morning larks get up around 7 a.m. and go to sleep at about 11 at night. Night owls go to sleep much later and get up later too. They're busy when everyone else is asleep. But does that mean they're lazy? The idea that morning larks are more productive has been around for a long time. The early bird gets the worm. First come, first served. But night owls are just as productive, it turns out. It might be trendy to go to the gym and then start work before dawn, but for a night owl, that's a nightmare. That's just not when they're at their best. Tired workers cost the German economy nearly 57 billion euros a year. In some professions, fatigue can be dangerous. A pilot or surgeon who's tired can cost lives. Working from home has made life easier for night owls. And maybe a quick nap at the office could help too.
And why not? Time off work is said to boost productivity significantly and is already standard in many corporations. That's it for this edition of Made. Take care and see you soon.
Who has the right of way? Nigerian roads come with a lot of chaos. The chaos is caused by a combination of drivers, motorcycle and tricycle riders, pedestrians, and sellers who all claim the right of way. The chain of right of way holders in Nigeria is hierarchical, and car and motor drivers are at the top of the chain with pedestrians at the bottom. Car or motor drivers believe that they always have the right of way regardless, and motorcycle and tricycle riders don't even have any regard for who has the right of way. For fear of accidents and their lives, pedestrians have learned to cower. When a collision occurs, the question of who has the right of way is on the lip of all concerned as they try to figure out who is guilty. The law doesn't grant anyone the right of way, but you yield it to other road users under these circumstances. At a yield sign, to pedestrians in a crosswalk, to persons using a seeing eye guide dog, to persons using a white cane with or without a red tape, at T intersections where you must yield to vehicles on the through road, at uncontrolled intersections where vehicles are already in the intersection, when driving on an unpaved road that intersects with a paved road, when returning to the roadway after a car is parked. Pedestrians must always be yielded the right of way at intersections and crosswalks. Treat bicycles as motor vehicles. Yield to bicyclists in all situations where you would yield to a car. For example, wait for an oncoming bicycle to pass before turning left. Turn right at a red light if it's permitted and no vehicles are approaching. If you see a sign that says no right turn on red, then you must wait for the light to turn green again. Otherwise, you must turn right at a red light after yielding to oncoming traffic. Stop for pedestrians who've begun crossing the road. Once a pedestrian has begun crossing the road, they have the right of way. You should also stop for pedestrians waiting to cross at crosswalks that aren't controlled by a traffic light. Yield to oncoming traffic if you're entering a main road.
I have not come across a blind person who have become sighted. Unfortunately, I've come across too many sighted people who have become blind.
I stood for like maybe 2 or 3 minutes, was like, a blind individual writing like this. Even a typical human being cannot do most of what he is doing.
They are pushed aside. They look them as perpetual beggars. And it's not supposed to be. Some of us, we are learned. We don't need pity. We need opportunities. We need encouragement.
A February 2021 report by the World Health Organization says that globally, 2.2 billion people have a visual impairment. Of that number, 64 million people suffer from glaucoma, the leading cause of irreversible blindness in the world. It is projected that by the year 2030, 95.4 million people would suffer from the disease. Being a black person is a risk factor. At Ikeja Junior High School, Lagos, Nigeria, there are 55 steps from one end of the hallway to the other. There are 18 steps down the stairwell and 15 steps between classes. Cyril Ujime counted them all because he needed the figures as well as his white cane, to find his way around work.
It's more than the cost price.
Cyril is a 48-year-old visually impaired mathematician. He teaches math here to students with and without hearing disabilities in junior secondary classes 1 to 3. This situation presents a peculiar communication challenge.
Imagine they will do sign language, I cannot see what they are signing. I will talk, they cannot hear what I'm saying. So if they want to talk, I cannot even hear them. They will make noise with it. And it has really been a very difficult situation. How are you today? Fine, fine. I had to learn a little bit of sign language, and that gladdened their heart. They love seeing me making that effort to communicate with them. Unfortunately, they feel, because I cannot see them back, they feel saddened about it, that I'm not seeing them sign back to me, communicating with me in their own way.
Here's where 30-year-old Tawalkat Babatunde comes in.
Take note, it's over the cost price, not the selling price.
She's a sign language specialist at the school. She works with Cyril to coordinate and communicate math lessons to the class.
I'll make sure the class is being arranged. Okay, keep quiet, watch what he's saying, explain. When he's explaining, I'll demonstrate. You do give them classwork and homework. I'll mark it, distribute it to the students. Honestly, the first day we worked together, I stood at just for like maybe 2 or 3 minutes, was like, a blind individual writing like this. Even a typical human being cannot do most of what he is doing. So I was amazed.
Cyril Ojeme is a 1996 graduate of Pure and Applied Mathematics from the University of Ilori, Kwara State. He's also an award-winning math and further math teacher with experience spanning 11 different schools in 5 states across Nigeria since 1999. Cyril recalls a childhood experience that motivated him to take up teaching as a career.
I used to have a math teacher. He would just put some problems on the board and I would just be smiling. We would not be able to solve it. So in my mind, I said, I want to be a teacher whereby I will make math to look simpler than what this man is doing.
That resolve, made in the early 80s, still nudges him to demystify math for children today. However, in 2012, Cyril was diagnosed with glaucoma. This almost puts paid to his life ambition of teaching math.
When I first of all found out 2012, it was like a shock to me. Because as at then, in my family, the extended family, we only know for maybe eye issues such as myopia or long distance issue. Then maybe at was cataracts, but nothing like glaucoma. So it was a surprise to me. And when it started, it was as if it was an insect in my eye that was blurring my vision. So when I was told it was glaucoma, I went to Google it to read more about it. When I learned it was white blindness, I got a bit scared at first. But I said, okay, let me see what can be done.
Dr. Adiola Onokoya is a professor of ophthalmology at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, LUTH. She throws some light on Cyril's condition.
Glaucoma is the commonest cause of irreversible blindness. It's a disease of the nerve of the eye. That nerve is like a cable that connects the eyeball to the brain. In glaucoma, what happens is there's some damage, inside the eyeball where you have those nerves originating from that we call the optic nerve. They are damaged. And what damages them? Well, it's either there isn't enough blood flowing into them, or because there's a lot of pressure inside the eye. And once those cells in the eye die, even the eye is opened, is looking at whatever object, but there is no connection. There's a disconnect between what the eye sees and the brain. So the eye looks normal, but no image processing is taking place.
What causes glaucoma and how can it be treated?
Nobody knows the cause. And if the cause of a disease is not known, then there's no cure. It's commoner in blacks than in the Caucasian. There's just an inherent, risk for us to develop glaucoma, being blacks. And then if you have a family history, because genetics is at the basis of glaucoma, really. And then if that pressure is high, that's eye pressure, intraocular pressure, if it's high. And then people who have severe hypertension, people who have very low blood pressure, even people who are using low blood pressure medication but they are overusing it. Management of the glaucoma, we can give eye drops. And if the eye drops are not working well, then you may have to go to surgery. You know, it's a lifelong disease. But suffice is to say that once you have lost vision from glaucoma, it is not recovered.
Cyril was in the prime of his career when glaucoma struck. He was deputy head of the math department, mathematics coordinator, and was vying to be head of senior school before he began to have challenges with his vision. The new reality devastated him. He began to struggle with tasks that were once easy.
Then, to be moving around, it was difficult for me. There are times I would just miss my way when going to the class. I would not really know the right class that I'm going to until I therefore come back and count my steps again. Some of my colleagues will be assisting me in typing, to be marking that I'm going through a phase. And I thank God for my colleagues then who rallied around me to see that I was not failing. You know, being a private institution, you are not looking at whether you are going through a phase or whether you are going through a medical situation. There was for you to be effective, no matter what it takes. Be effective. Don't go down. Don't relent in your effort. So I was trying to meet up.
He sought medical help in 2012. However, the doctor's strike paralyzed healthcare services for 6 months. In that time, his eyesight worsened.
For 6 months, when they were on strike, I could not get medical attention, and that was when the eyes deteriorated. Thereafter, when they called back the strike, it was a bit late. The pressure in the eyes became very high and uncontrollable. Despite eye drops and medication, it just skyrocketed. If the doctors were on ground, I would have been able to get the proper medical attention on time. I would be able to at least know the right eye drops to take to preserve the vision. And I'll be able to at least, if it was not becoming better, at least the doctors would have been able to refer me to Lutz or even to another institution entirely for me to get proper attention.
Indeed, the lack of a reliable healthcare system in Nigeria does jeopardize the health of citizens. Additionally, glaucoma does not show symptoms. Therefore, Cyril only began to have signs of visual impairment in the advanced stages of the disease.
We usually advise that we should get our eyes tested regularly. Once you are above the age of 35, you should make it a point of duty to get your eyes examined once in 2 years. But if you have a family member who suffers from glaucoma, or you have a family member who is blind, you don't know why, you should check your eyes for glaucoma. So regular eye examination is the way to detect it at a very early stage. And once it is detected, treatment is started, and we can then slow down that rate of progression.
As Cyril's eyesight was deteriorating, his work at Olashere Grammar School in Osun State was failing. In March 2015, he made a decision he never imagined he would take in his early 30s. Cyril Ojemen resigned.
I had to meet the HOD, my supervisor, that look, I cannot continue like this, that I don't want to be a burden to the students, members of staff, and especially my immediate colleagues. It's best for me to quit while the ovation was still loud.
Nothing prepared him for the challenges ahead. He was about to face trying times due to a deteriorating vision and a lack of steady income.
2016 to 2018, I will call those 2 years the worst period of my life. Number one, I stopped going out. 2, feeding myself, my family became difficult. 3, paying for children's school fees stopped. After exhausting my gratuity, nothing was coming in, a lot of expenditure came in. no income. So everything was just dry. And I felt for my children because it was something they never expected, never wanted to experience. My wife did all she could to support, but it was all to no avail. She became more or less like a beggar, asking people around for assistance. Myself, I started calling people, calling my brothers, calling those that I know, those who I don't know, to see what they can do to help me out. I got almost to a stage of depression, but my wife and my children, they stood by me, they encouraged me that it's not over.
Just when the nights got darkest, some lights shone through. Cyril got to know of the Federal Nigeria Society for the Blind at Kappa, Oshodi. It's a special rehabilitation center for the blind. He didn't have the funds to enroll for the vocational training course. His friends and family began an online campaign to crowdfund his rehabilitation.
The help started with my classmates, Federal Government College Kano classmates. They came in. At first, they helped with the surgery, but after a while, they stepped back to take care of their own personal issues. But by the time I now raised the voice again in the wilderness to say, please, I need help, they came again, sent one or two things just to keep body and soul together. My elder brother came in, then ex-students, those that I taught, came in as well, and they rallied around, helped me out until I graduated.
With his fees paid, he began a one-year process to rehabilitate for his new life.
I did braille reading and writing, did rehabilitation and mobility. Mobility is by means of how you move around without being aided with the use of a white cane. This is a white cane. It's a white cane. You just put it on the ground and you just be feeling around. It guides one, a visually impaired person, to move around freely without any fear of falling down. Then I learned how to operate the computer using keystrokes. My students from Ikeja Junior High School.
E4, 40, E4.
So I'm going through their scores. Gradually, I started getting used again to the laptop, something I felt I could not do again. And what really helped me was the application that was installed in the computer. It's called JAWS, Job Access with Speech. On the phone, we have what we call TalkBack. So that is the way we started using handset and the computer in general. The experience changed my life and my way of seeing life in a new perspective.
In 2019, Cyril graduated as the best student at the rehabilitation school. Thereafter, he enrolled in another course by Sight Savers, an international non-governmental organization dedicated to empowering the visually impaired with digital skills.
Sight Savers really helped me out in terms of how to replan yourself, how to organize your career, how to work out your CV to make it to be a one-page document, how to prepare for an interview, what kind of questions to expect, how to do follow-up after an interview, then preparing for the work environment, and it gave me that boost and that confidence to be bold, to be self-confident, to be to have that charisma, to have that character, to move on. So Sight Savers did that for me.
Despite all this training, he was not quite prepared for the challenge of getting back into the labor market as a person with disability. Luckily, an old connection came through.
The person's name is Mrs. Grace Egbobi. I will be grateful to her. She got in touch with me and said, there's an opening in the public sector. They are looking for a maths teacher, and she's going to submit my name, being that that's my course. And an interview was conducted, and today I was employed. I was posted to Ikeja Junior High School. When I first of all met the principal, Mr. Safiu, he said he's not going to reject me because he sees in me something that will be of benefit to the school.
He gave me a brief interview in my office, and he told me that he will be able to handle mathematics skillfully, So I said, let me give him a try. And since then, I've been watching him. And what I noticed about him is that he has great passion for this job. You will never see him coming late to work. He's always front in the class. And he does the work with passion.
I'm happy his decision of accepting me is paying dividends now. And ever since I stepped in here, I've been putting my best, and I believe the best is still yet to come.
Just when he thought getting a job was hard enough, commuting to and from work as a visually impaired man became a tough road to travel.
When I leave the compound, I stay at the gate side. The person that do help us at times, he comes in, he will take me to the bus stop, and we enter a bus going to Oshodi. I will drop at Kappa. From Kappa, I will take a bus coming down to PWD. Drop at PWD. When I get down, God has been faithful. Somebody is always there. They will take me across the railway track and to the other side, bring me over to this side, to the GRA side, drop me at the gate. At times it will be a teacher, a fellow teacher. At times it will be a student. At times just be a passerby who has a measure of kindness in him or her.
This is David Okon, former president of the Nigeria Association of the Blind. He is the current chairman of the association's education committee. Okon was born sighted, but became blind as an infant. Like Cyril, he had a hard time securing a job despite his skills and education. He's now a staunch advocate for equal opportunities for persons with disabilities.
Blind people can work as long as they have the education that is required. They need training like other people. It might be some specialized training, but honestly, it doesn't cost the price of a rocket. They need equipment that will make them function appropriately. That might cost a little more than what you give. But every employer should think this way.
Okon also analyzes the role that the Nigerian society has played in perpetuating the belief that persons with disabilities are outcast.
The society is yet to come to terms with the fact that a blind person or a person with disability is a member of the society. Or they see him as that lesser being. You can even hear things like, this handsome man or this beautiful girl or lady is blind. That is just nothing but pity. But are they ready to see you as an equal stakeholder in the society, in the organization, in the workplace, in school environment, even in the church? The answer is not in the affirmative for now. A blind person would have ordinarily not been so disadvantaged if the society was more enabled. The environment, the road networks was not built with me in mind. And even when the government even did some walkways, pavements that you could walk and not be run down by moving traffic, you find out that that is not possible because the walkways have now become markets. The bike owners, the ones we call Okada, park their bikes on top there. And so I now it would then be as if I'm more handicapped than I should be.
Drawing from his personal experience with disability discrimination, Cyril makes a passionate plea for an inclusive society.
Those who have physical disabilities, they are pushed aside. They look them as perpetual beggars. And it's not supposed to be. Some of us, we are learned. We don't need pity. We need opportunities. We need encouragement. Those who are lacking education, they need to go to school. Those who need employment, they need to get employment. Those who need to even start their own crafts and their own little business, they need such help.
Every 6 minutes, someone is told they're going blind. Leading medical journal Lancet Global Health projects that global blindness will triple by 2050 to 115 million. Okon speaks to these figures as he calls for a paradigm shift in how society views and treats persons with disabilities.
I have not come across a blind person who have become sighted. Unfortunately, I've come across too many sighted people who have become blind. The question then is, why don't you think of making the society a better place? In case it will be that person you know, or even you, because there's nothing that says that it cannot be you tomorrow, so that will not join us in the cry and lamentations that we're going through.
In January 2019, President Muhammadu Buhari signed the Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Prohibition Act. The act criminalizes discrimination against persons with disabilities and requires all public organizations to reserve at least 5% of employment opportunities for these persons. But that law has the challenge of enforcement. As for Cyril Ojemen, he has found a job that pays him 2 times Nigeria's minimum wage, and he plans to retire in the teaching profession. However, many other PWDs are not as lucky. They can be found on the streets, begging for alms to survive, or locked up in homes, hidden by their families for fear of discrimination.
I was pushed to the point that I had to start something not numb. And I'm a big risk taker, and I enjoy doing things that nobody really does. I wanted something different from every other art form that has been pushed out there. I didn't have that fulfillment in what I was doing, and I really wanted to express myself more as an artist, and I decided to resign and go into practicing art full time. I loved subjects that had illustrations or drawings in them. I just kept pushing it and went to the extent of studying art in school, so it's been art all my life for me. I try to conceptualize what I want to create in my head. Even in as much as scattered as it might be, I create it in my head first, then I put it on paper. I sketch, then I try to pick colors, and I proceed to the main piece. A friend of mine told me, like, there's really nothing that could be achieved with graffiti here. The piece behind me is titled Bold Steps. So I'm just trying to put my own as an abstract journey of African fashion has come so far. The word there is Ikeakpa. Ikeakpa is a Bini word for movement. So we are it's just a movement, and we have the shoes here, which shows the flow and the storm which the movement creates, while working. I'm Osa 7. I'm an African urban artist and design consultant.
My name is David Oladimeji Olukemimako, a son of Awa Ijebu, Ogun State. Here is my good old days story. I was born in Ibadan at St. Mary's Catholic Hospital, Oluyoro, Okiofa, to the family of Abraham Olukoya, Adeinkamako. And my mother, Olabisi, the only child of her mother, was from Iba Imobi in the Jebu Waterside area of Ogun State. I was raised by maternal grandmother, Madam Odilia Taiwo, Mami Ekotado. I was a gifted fisherman even before I turned 10 years old. I left the village of Itasin for Ibadan, and I got enrolled at St. Saviour's African Church School, Ekotado, Ibadan. Ibadan then became my world, where table tennis took all my attention in those growing old days. Traversing the various playing locations like Agbokojo, Racecourse Ibadan, and Liberty Stadium in search of fame and fortune. And as a young boy, I was very rascally and had my fair share of youthful exuberances. Ibadan Grammar School offered me opportunity for both education and sports. The school tempered my deviance, and the boarding house provided me enough activities to refocus for the future. Sincerely, for me then, no real role models beyond peer group influence. I had friends who were very studious. I tagged along, and I was better for it. Oliver Baptist High School, Oyo, and University of Ibadan provided enough experiences that shaped my life and contributed largely to my modest accomplishments in life. Of course, Lagos State welcomed me after my National Youth Service year, and since then, there was no looking back. I must admit that Lagos remains a land of opportunities and a great state for those who dream and labor. As I take a look back and mirror into the past, I saw exciting and memorable moments. Moments where the economy seems to be working. Moments where security was not a major issue on the front burner. Moments where communal spirits were high and trust issues were no challenges. So I wondered, where did we get it wrong? Will our children believe us when we say we had so much fun in those days? I appreciate how far this country has come from a population of 45 million in 1960 to 200 million plus today. Within the same land space, we need to now begin to be positive in our response to Nigeria. Our challenge now is to focus on how we can change the narrative. How, instead of talking about good old days, be projecting into a future that is greater than our past. I am an accomplice and partner in this drive and desire to make our tomorrow better than our today. Shemore, I'm with you all the way in this journey. God bless our nation. God bless Nigeria.
This week on The Inside Story, President Trump unveils his new plan for Palestinians and Gaza, how tariffs could impact the U.S. and China, plus Secretary Marco Rubio on his first foreign tour. Now, on The Inside Story, the Trump transition.
Hello and welcome to The Inside Story. I'm Carla Babb. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu visited Washington this week, the first foreign head of state to meet with President Donald Trump at the White House in his second term. After that meeting, during a joint press conference, President Trump announced the idea that the U.S. would take over control of the Gaza Strip and relocate over 2 million people that call it home. VOA's Patsy Widakuswara has more.
As hundreds of thousands of Gazans return to their demolished homes following the January 19th ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas, on Tuesday, U.S. President Donald Trump made a stunning announcement.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too.
Trump went beyond the suggestion he made last month to relocate Gazans to other countries, including Jordan and Egypt. He wants to develop the area into what he calls the Riviera of the Middle East.
Everybody I've spoken to loves the idea of the United States owning that piece of land, developing and creating thousands of jobs with something that will be magnificent in a really magnificent area that nobody would know. Nobody can look because all they see is death and destruction and rubble.
Trump made the announcement as he hosted Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House.
I've said this before. I'll say it again. You are the greatest friend Israel has ever had in the White House.
Trump did not share details on how he plans to exert control over Gaza, an area ravaged by 15 months of war. He did not rule out sending U.S. troops. And it's unclear how occupying Gaza would fit into Trump's own stated goal of expanding the Abraham Accords to include Riyadh. He brokered the deal that normalized ties between Israel and Arab countries in 2020. Saudi Arabia has said it would only agree to recognize Israel if the Gaza war ends and Palestinians have a path to statehood.
Shuffling them out of Palestine into neighboring countries is not a particularly auspicious start. So I think it's going to have quite a pronounced effect. Having said that, we don't know. As with so many things about President Trump, we just have to wait and see.
Trump's announcement on Gaza is his latest signaling of expansionist ambitions, following his statements to acquire Greenland from Denmark, take over the Panama Canal, and absorb Canada. Ahead of his meeting with Netanyahu, Trump also directed the restoration of his maximum pressure campaign on Iran to prevent it from getting a nuclear weapon. He also ended support for the UN agency that helps Palestinian refugees and withdrew the U.S. from the UN Human Rights Council, which he says is anti-Semitic. Patsy Widakuswara, VOA News, Washington.
International reaction to President Trump's idea to take over the Gaza Strip and remove the Palestinians has prompted swift and almost universal anger and condemnation around the world.
It is vital to stay true to the bedrock of international law. It is essential to avoid any form of ethnic cleansing.
They must be allowed home. They must be allowed to rebuild, and we should be with them in that rebuild on the way to a two-state solution.
Linda Gradstein has more.
President Donald Trump dropped his bombshell about the future of Gaza at a joint news conference with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Trump said the 2 million Palestinians will be resettled elsewhere. For some, it is a dream come true.
The plan presented yesterday by U.S. President Donald Trump is the true response to October 7th. Those who carried out the worst massacre on our land will find themselves losing their land forever.
Israeli analysts said Trump's idea resonates with hardliners in Israel.
It's only natural for them to be this idea's cheerleaders because they think in messianic terms, in terms of colossal solutions and transitions and transformations, all of which are not the way the Middle East is structured.
He says Israelis and Palestinians need to be patient.
You want change, you have to work very patiently over many years with many participants, or all you'll have is yet more violence and destruction and despair.
Hamas spokesman Sami Abu Zuhri called Trump's remarks ridiculous and absurd, adding that any ideas of this kind are, quote, a recipe for creating chaos and tension in the region. In Gaza, Palestinians say that despite the large-scale destruction, they have no intention of leaving.
I am Gazan. My father and grandfather were from here. We are true Gazans, so they can do whatever they want to do. We shall remain steadfast in our homeland. We will not leave here. We've got one option only, live or die here.
Riyad Mansour, the Palestinian envoy to the United Nations, offered his own solution.
Our country and our home is the Gaza Strip. It's part of Palestine. We have no home. For those who want to send them to a happy, nice place, let them go back, to their original homes inside Israel. There are nice places there, and they will be happy to return to these places.
It is not clear how President Trump's ideas will influence talks on a permanent ceasefire in Gaza, set to begin this week in Qatar. Linda Gradstein, VOA News, Jerusalem.
Congressional Democratic leadership warned President Trump this week that they would use upcoming government funding talks as leverage to fight the administration's changes stemming from the Department of Government Efficiency, led by billionaire entrepreneur Elon Musk. I'm joined by congressional correspondent Katherine Gibson for details. Katherine, Democrat Chris Van Hollen is already accusing Elon Musk of threatening national security.
That's right, and there are many others, including Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer and Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries, who are calling out the DOGE as damaging to security and vowing that they can rein it in.
From protecting Amazon rainforests to caring for Myanmar refugees and housing Ukrainians fleeing the war against Russia, the absence of U.S. assistance is being felt around the world. In Washington this week, Democratic lawmakers protested outside the now closed headquarters of the lead U.S. aid agency and outside the U.S. Capitol.
We will fight their violations of separation of powers. We will fight their violations of our Constitution of the United States of America. We will not shut up. We will stand up. We will speak up. We will rise up.
Earlier this week, the U.S. Agency for International Development, or USAID, was moved under the control of Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and almost all its employees put on leave, following an executive order from President Donald Trump freezing U.S. foreign assistance pending review.
Now we're seeing the most powerful man in the world, Donald J. Trump, and we're seeing the richest man in the world, Elon Musk, now take money and food from the poorest woman and the poorest man on earth.
Congressional Republicans say Trump is exercising broad presidential authority to reevaluate government agencies. Trump is accomplishing this through Elon Musk, a multi-billionaire whom he put in charge of the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, whose aim is to reduce federal spending.
I don't think they're closing an agency, but I do think they have the right to review funding and how those decisions are made and what priorities are being funded. I think that's probably true of any administration when they come in. There are lots of programs authorized and funded through that agency, some of which I think are operating in the way in which they were intended and some which aren't.
One analyst told VOA the situation is unprecedented in the United States.
Arguably, it's a real violation of separation of powers for the executive branch to try to shut down agencies completely that Congress has brought into existence and that Congress endows and appropriates funds for, even if the executive branch has quite a lot of discretion with regard to how to operationalize those funds and how the agency is going to function.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer said Tuesday he's supportive of efforts to eliminate fraud and abuse, but criticized the speed and secrecy of the process.
Whatever DOGE is doing, it's not democracy. We know what democracy's like. It's out in the open. It's not secret.
Democrats have pledged to stall votes on Trump's cabinet nominees and leverage their votes on a new government spending bill to protest the changes at USAID.
I think we're going to see a lot more discussion of this issue on Capitol Hill. Remember, government funding expires in about 6 weeks.
Well, Katherine, excellent reporting. There is so much to unpack here.
Right.
I mean, what do Democrats say that they want to do to try to protect federal employees at this point?
Well, we heard from Leader Jeffries and Senate Minority Leader Schumer earlier this week saying that they're going to be introducing legislation called Stop the Steal, which is a throwback to some of the things we heard from the Trump camp. They said that that legislation, if passed, would protect the information that's been exposed in that breach. And that's millions of federal employees, Medicare and Medicaid recipients. That's millions of Americans who've had their Social Security and other personal information open and unsecured. So they say that legislation will help kind of seal that gap there.
And so what are people on Capitol Hill saying about passing a government budget, which should have been passed, back in September and is still ongoing, and still we're operating in a continuing resolution as we speak?
That's right. You sum up the situation that we go through constantly on Capitol Hill, which is that we have these continuing resolutions. They're basically like little 3 or 4 month chunks of funding that keep the government open, but then we have to go through the negotiating process all over again. If you talk to Democrats up on Capitol Hill right now, they see that as an opportunity. They do not have the numbers to block Trump's nominees. They don't have the numbers to block legislation, but they can block that government funding. They can leverage it and say, we won't pass government funding until you reinstate some of this U.S. aid programming, until you provide protections for these federal employees, until you do some of the things we want to, take back from what DOJ is doing right now.
Well, Catherine, before you leave us, any interesting developments in the cabinet picks for President Trump?
Oh, I mean, it's really striking how quickly the Senate Republicans are moving through this process. I heard somewhere that it was about twice as quick as the first Trump administration. They're really moving through the nominees, getting those business meetings on the calendar so that they can get full Senate floor votes, and then immediately getting those nominees sworn in, because the Trump administration knows you need those cabinet appointees at the agencies to carry out the agenda.
Well, Katherine Gypson, thank you so much.
Always good to be here.
President Trump's weekend announcement on tariffs on Canada, China, and Mexico shook global markets on Monday, with the U.S. on path for a trade war with its top 3 trading partners. But just a few days later, Mr. Trump walked back tariffs on Canada and Mexico for at least the next month. Meanwhile, Beijing struck back with its own tariffs on Washington. VOA's Anita Powell reports from the White House.
Other countries charge us tariffs.
President Donald Trump's tariff announcement is being felt in Ottawa, in Mexico City, in Beijing, and here, in New York, Hong Kong, Seoul, and Taipei. Around the world, markets fell after Trump dropped 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canada, and 10% on China. In Washington, Trump spoke of his agreement with Mexico to pause the tariffs for a month in exchange for concessions from Mexico City, meant to stop migration flows and the movement of illegal drugs across the southern border. Markets quickly made up some losses after his announcement. He also announced a similar pause with Canada later on Monday.
We have to stop people from pouring in, and we have to stop fentanyl, and that includes China. Fentanyl has killed this year at least 200,000 people. It's pouring in from China through Mexico and Canada, and they've got to stop it. And if they don't stop it, the tariffs are going to get worse, a lot worse.
Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum sounded a hopeful note on Monday.
I'm sure that in this month we'll be able to have results, good results for your people, good results for the people of Mexico. And this was the result of the agreement. It was a good conversation, with respect.
Economic scholars say consumers will start to feel the pinch soon, and pointed to historical parallels.
This brings us back to the 1930s, when, as you may recall, a trade war was one of the factors that deepened the Great Depression, as economies all over the world erected barriers in order to keep imports out.
China's ambassador to the United Nations, Fu Kong, on Monday said Beijing would turn to the World Trade Organization for recourse.
We do believe that this is in violation of the WTO rules, so that's why China is filing a complaint at the WTO, and also we may be forced to take countermeasures. And let me also emphasize that there is no winner in a trade war.
Trump acknowledged that the move would raise prices, but said the higher tariffs would be worth the price to bolster U.S. interests. Anita Powell, VOA News, the White House.
The decision by U.S. President Trump to close the global aid organization USAID and put a 90-day freeze on most foreign aid is also affecting the war in Ukraine. And now Ukrainian aid organizations are scrambling. VOA Eastern Europe Bureau Chief Miroslava Gangadze has the story, with reporting from Anna Chernikova.
The Veteran Hub provides psychological and social support to Ukrainian war veterans and their families. The group says the Trump administration's order to freeze foreign aid forced it to close its office in the town of Vinnytsia. Their main office in Kyiv is still operating thanks to private donors. Ivona Kostina chairs the Veteran Club. She says the halt was unexpected and hit the project hard.
The stop of funding sounds like the stop of operation to us. It means to stop payroll and prevent people from returning to work.
Soon after President Trump took office, his administration ordered a 90-day freeze to reevaluate all foreign aid. The White House did not respond to a VOA request for comment on Ukraine aid. A State Department statement on implementing the freeze says, quote, "The United States is no longer going to blindly dole out money with no return for American people." The abrupt cut-off sent shockwaves through humanitarian organizations in Ukraine. After 3 years of war, the government, civil society, and media rely heavily on foreign assistance. Bogdan Logvinenko founded the independent Ukrainian multimedia project Ukrainer. He told VOA most of their funding was from U.S. aid programs.
We are cutting personnel. We had to reduce the scale of our work because we used to have several programs supporting us at the same time.
Logvinenko says the impact of the freeze goes far beyond independent media.
The impact is huge. Media aid is a drop in the ocean. Economic support has a huge impact, and the fact that it is being stopped now strengthens Russia's position.
The U.S. aid agency says since Russia's invasion, it has sent Ukraine more than $7.6 billion in humanitarian and development assistance. There is no doubt the public sector will take a hit without U.S. aid, says Denis Bihus, head of the investigative media project Bihus Info. However, what worries Bihus more is the fate of the state programs that relied the most on the funding.
Our main recipient, in a broad sense, is the state of Ukraine, represented either by local communities or directly by the state apparatus.
U.S. policy analyst Doug Klein explains that much of the foreign aid from the United States was meant to keep Ukraine's government and society running strong, but it also supported programs that held the government accountable. Klein believes that lifting the freeze on these programs would strengthen the Trump administration's policy and make for a more resilient Ukraine.
Trump wants to force Vladimir Putin to end his invasion of Ukraine, and he wants to achieve what he and his team call peace through strength. And a strong Ukraine with leverage is key to that.
In the meantime, President Volodymyr Zelensky instructed his government to prioritize the most critical programs that relied on U.S. funding and to cover their needs through the national budget or alternative foreign aid sources. Miroslava Gongadze, Anna Chernikova, VOA News, Warsaw, Kyiv.
Addressing illegal migration remains a key priority of the administration. Trump's Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, continued his first official trip to the Western Hemisphere as the nation's top diplomat. This as a U.S.-funded flight from Panama returned dozens of undocumented Colombians back to their homeland. The military flew the first group of detained migrants to a U.S. naval base in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba this week. The group included fewer than 20 migrants, which the administration has labeled as high threat. The detention facility on base is known mostly for housing military prisoners and terror suspects, including those involved in the 9/11 attacks and members of the Taliban. That detention facility is where these first migrants are being held. President Trump recently issued a memorandum to prepare the base to house tens of thousands of illegal migrants. Some 300 Marines deployed on those orders to expand a separate area of the base that has housed migrants in the past. The detentions are overseen by Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Cuba's president called it an act of brutality. Here in the U.S., farmers say they're worried about potential impacts to their livelihoods due to the H5N1 avian influenza virus. More commonly known as bird flu, a recent outbreak with a potential to mutate raised concerns within the scientific community. They say it could result in human-to-human transmission and possibly a new pandemic. VOA's Veronica Balderas Iglesias reports.
Feeding time.
George Terwilliger runs Pleasant Vale Farm in Delaplane, Virginia, west of Washington. He has modified his small-scale operation due to the H5N1 avian influenza virus. The so-called bird flu has resulted in not only a high U.S. bird mortality since 2022, but also a sharp increase in the price of eggs nationwide.
We here on this farm have not expanded our chickens over the last year or two out of fear that we might inadvertently bring birds in that are infected.
Terwilliger, a member of the Virginia Department of Wildlife Resources Board, is also concerned about the risk bird flu could pose to his hogs and to about 100 cows and calves that he owns.
If the disease were to get to the point where it infects cattle and makes them sick or makes their meat, these are beef cattle, makes their meat unacceptable, that would put us out of business.
Bird flu in dairy cows was first reported in late March. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says the public health risk remains low, with just 67 confirmed infections from animals to humans and 1 death. Constant changes in the genome of the virus, however, have some scientists worried.
If there are changes that make it more possible for the virus to transmit from person to person, which so far we haven't seen, then that could be a real challenge in terms of our public health response, and is the reason that we think of this virus as having pandemic potential.
People can minimize the risk of infection, Davis added.
Avoiding contact with sick or dead wild animals is probably the most important thing to do. We know that pasteurization of milk, cooking of meat to the recommended temperatures, and cooking of eggs are effective to really inactivate this particular virus.
Pet owners are advised to monitor recalls of contaminated pet food and raw milk, and to keep their pets away from contact with wild birds. As he keeps a watchful eye on the latest developments, Terwilliger is planning ahead.
Typically, sometime a month or so from now, we would buy turkey poults to raise turkeys for commercial sale at Thanksgiving. I'm not sure we'll do that this year because I would be concerned about where I get the birds from. Will they come with avian flu?
In the meantime, he says he'll follow the science and hopes that the disease runs its course, all while keeping a very close eye on his livestock. Veronica Balderas Iglesias, VOA News, Delaplane, Virginia.
That's all for this week's edition of The Inside Story. I'm Carla Babb, and thanks for watching. Catch up with all the day's news by visiting voanews.com, and we'll see you next week for more Inside Story.
This is the voice of America. Washington, D.C.
The pandemic opened the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexibility are key ingredients for success at work. The shift in occupational structures, for example, the increasing gig economy, is leading to polarization in employment, wages, and inequalities. From remote work policies to virtual leadership, the pandemic changed how we work. The opportunity to telework increased for some, such as knowledge workers, but not for frontline workers. Among the benefits are an improved work-life balance for some, as well as changed attitudes to well-being. Teleworking can lead to a higher productivity and lower operating costs for companies. Work is increasingly flexible and decentralized. Working from home or out of a workspace is favored by many because of the flexibility that comes with it. Millennials and Gen Zs prefer flexible work schedules and part-time hours so that they can balance their work and life compared to older generations who prefer security.
Some people are social people. When they go to the office, they have friends everywhere. Good morning. How was the football match? You just with your colleagues and stuff like that. That social element at work, a lot of people need it. Me personally, I'm an extrovert, but I'm also high on the introverted side. I like going to parties, I like making friends, but I also like keeping to myself. So at work, I'm not the friendliest. I would smile, I would say hi, but I don't need to. So it depends on your personality and what you need. For me, work from home works a lot for me because I get to spend time with my family. I'm always in the house with my partner, and that really makes me happy.
Girlhood is a time of self-discovery in a young woman's life when she learns about herself and the world around her. Education is crucial at this age that empowers girls to develop skills, knowledge, and self-confidence to be successful. Unfortunately, many girls in Africa lack access to education due to economic and cultural barriers. Many of them end up pregnant and shouldering the responsibility of motherhood during their tender teenagerhoods. According to Center for Reproductive Rights, 1 in every 5 adolescent girls across Africa get pregnant before the age of 19. Hello everyone and welcome to Our Voices. I am Sumen Sheikh Oye and I'm joined by my co-hosts Orian Itang Shaka and Ginny Niwa. Today we'll be talking about the physical, mental and socio-economic consequences of teen pregnancy on both the mother and the child. Hello ladies.
Hello, hello, hello.
So 1 in 5 is a very big number, and it shows that teenage pregnancy has a lot of consequences on girls and women in Africa. Yeah. So maybe share with us, what is it like in your respective regions? Orian, let me start with you.
Sure. You mentioned girls between 15 and 19, and the last test or the last survey that was done in Burundi in 2022 showed that for every 53 girls, for every 1,000, 53 girls gave birth in 2022, and that's a high number. And of course, it becomes more in the urban areas than in rural areas. But one of the things that I found whenever I talk about this topic over and over again in many parts of the continent is that, number one, a lot of times saying no to an adult for young teenage is an issue, which we don't often talk about. When you have a situation where an adult is making advance at you, it's hard to say no. So we need to really talk to girls about saying no to an adult male. And the other problem is when they get married forcefully because they got pregnant, because a lot of time families will say, well, you made her pregnant, you take care of her. And so it's really not a marriage out of love, it's a marriage out of being forced because of the situation that they find themselves in. So a lot of time these transactions, really parents need to sit down and see what's really best for the young girl.
Yeah. What is it like in Congo?
I'm glad you mentioned also, because when we say teenage pregnancy, it also whether you're in wedlock or not. Well, in the Congo, we know that 60% of the population is under 25 years old. So you will see, a lot of teenage pregnancy. And what you realize is those young girls, they have to grow up all of a sudden. They have to take adult responsibility. And economically, it's a big challenge because, they get out of school. Now they're in the market. They have to fetch for themselves. So,
I'm very right. I guess everywhere it's a similar experience. Young girls will be exposed to pregnancy because of, as you said, they cannot say no, or because of cultural experiences of child marriage. Different reasons, even getting raped or in conflict situations, they can get pregnant.
In economic situation where they feel like, somebody's going to buy me a pad, somebody's going to buy me lotion.
Exactly. For different reasons, but the consequences are harsh. These girls often are exposed to health, psychological issues, and they always, most of them, according to research and data, they drop out of school. So they lack on, career opportunities, economic opportunities, financial independence. And this is what we'll be talking about today. Teenage pregnancy is when a young woman under the age of 20 gets pregnant, but it can occur even in girls as young as 10. According to the World Health Organization, adolescent pregnancy is higher in low and middle-income countries, and it remains a major public health issue in Africa. It's rated the most significant cause of mortality among girls aged 15 to 19. Babies of adolescent mothers also face higher risk of preterm birth and other health complications. A study by Human Rights Watch also found that tens of thousands of girls drop out of school every year due to pregnancy. This can be due to inadequate support from family and school environments, negative self-perception, or childcare burdens. On this week's edition of Our Voices, we will explore teenage childbearing and its consequence both on the teen mother and her child. We will also see its impact on girls' education, their future economic opportunities, and highlight continental efforts to educate teen mothers.
That's right. Let's look at Tusawe Munkodia, who knows what it is to feel alone in the world. She was abandoned by her mother at age 6 and raised by her grandmother. She now rescues abandoned babies, vulnerable children, and teen mothers in Malawi. Shimenwe Padata has this report.
Tusawe Munkodia was left by her mother at the age of 6. Her grandmother raised her, but she never forgot what it felt like to live without a mother. She's now trying to help other people who have been abandoned or marginalized.
We provide shelter, food,
like any type of support that a mother or a father provides to their children. That's what we do.
Munkonja founded You Are Not Alone, Oyana, on the outskirts of Mzuzu, Malawi's northern region, providing care and support to about 200 children. Her organization also offers a home to abandoned or orphaned children, some with disabilities and older adults. She is also building a technical college where young mothers can continue their education after completing secondary school.
We want our children to go to college, but if they struggle to go to some colleges because of maybe a disability or a challenge, we're building a technical college for them so that they can be able to learn a skill that can support them to be independent.
16-year-old Deborah Magarasi is an orphan from Chew district, about 500 kilometers away from the center. She has spent 6 months at Yana.
There were some problems that I have been meeting when I was in my home village. I was lack school fees. So my mom and dad have passed away. Only one person I have in my life is only my grandmama.
Some community members around Mzuzu say the Yana initiative has had a positive impact.
We have seen that the improvement now is going on forward because we have seen the children are learning, we have got nursery school. I said these are the things now we are benefiting here.
Malawi currently has one of the highest teenage pregnancy rates in sub-Saharan Africa at 29%, according to the UN. Lack of parental care and support is driving many children to the streets, says Emma Galia, Executive Director of the Malawi Human Rights Resource Center.
There are some people who have children who they don't take care of. That is what is causing most of these problems that we are seeing. Fathers who are absent, even mothers who may want to be absent.
In recent years, Malawi has passed several laws to protect children, including the National Strategy to End Child Marriage in 2024. Government officials say they have also introduced a parenting program to educate parents on children's rights. Chimwemwe Padata, VOA News, Mzuzu, Malawi.
Thank you, Chimwemwe, for that report. Well, education does not only strengthen girls' economic opportunities, but it can also help reduce teen pregnancies. To understand how that works, we are joined by a creative entrepreneur who founded an organization that is responding to the rise of teen pregnancy in Southern African countries. Her name is Chwenga Kodra Mobo, and she founded Talita Together to help motivate pregnant teens continue their education and pursue their career goals. The project won the Dream for Change projects at the UNESCO and Women at Your Global Conference in Paris, France in 2023. Ms. Kodra Mobo is joining us via Skype from Johannesburg, South Africa. It's really a pleasure having you on Our Voices.
Thank you so much for having me.
Definitely. So the rise of teen pregnancy in South Africa, especially during the COVID time, is what led you to start the Talita Together. Tell us, how bad was it?
It was extremely shocking to come across statistics of over 600 9-year-old and 10-year-old girls giving birth in South Africa in 2020. And after seeing those shocking statistics, our team, part of the program, decided to design a project that would emancipate these young girls and support them, because it is a huge crisis that such young girls who are basically children, they are giving children, they're giving birth to children, and that is something we have to intervene and ensure we counter the causes that are producing adolescent pregnancy in our country.
So these young, 9 and 10 is a very, very young age. Is it because of child marriage? Why were they giving birth at such a young age?
It's definitely due to issues of child marriage as a result of being born and raised in economically disadvantaged families that would be willing to go to the extent of basically selling their girls, their daughters for the bride price, as well as the high rates in sexual gender-based violence in our country. That is also a major result of unconsented sexual engagement and intercourse with such young girls who also just don't have an understanding of what sex is. They are such a young age, and because they're so tender aged, their parents or their schools haven't at that age introduced a comprehensive education about sex. And that is a major issue. As soon as a girl has her period, she can fall pregnant. But if she doesn't know how sex takes place and how a baby being conceived takes place, then she won't know how to run away from that situation or how to, solve a potential problem of pregnancy.
Twenga, I'm sitting here just shaking my hands and going, oh my God, 6, 10, 9 years old, just experiencing those kind of situations. Can you just tell us a little bit about the experience that they go through, the consequences of those kids or those children going through that at that age? What have you seen as the major consequences, whether it be health-wise, economically, psychologically? What was the consequences?
So the consequences are mainly mainly because they don't understand, what has actually happened. So a lot of them end up only realizing that they're pregnant very, very late into the pregnancy. And we've heard and seen cases where the 9-year-old or the 10-year-old or 11 or 12-year-old mom is actually giving birth in class or during school or on campus because they had no idea that they were actually pregnant. They would assume that they've just gained a lot of weight or, but they have no idea. And so some of those major consequences revolve in a high HIV and AIDS rate, sexual diseases, STIs, STDs are part of it. And the girls also face neonatal conditions with their babies, issues of stunting, malnutrition, because they don't know how to take care of their babies, because their bodies are so underdeveloped to give birth that miscarriages or something in the delivery of the baby goes wrong, and the baby comes out, deformed, either because of the mom having, drank alcohol during the pregnancy and knowing that she's pregnant. FAS becomes an issue, fetal, alcohol syndrome. There are just many health consequences as a result of the mom not knowing.
So many consequences, like you said, and we're assuming that, school is also a challenge. How does your organization, Talita, help teenage mom to continue pursuing education or having a career?
So we have 6 different pillars and structures to support adolescent mothers to be able to evolve into educated and independent, successful women. So our second pillar addresses extra school lessons, where we get assistance from outsourced tutoring companies or volunteers who can assist the moms in subjects that they're particularly struggling with, so that they can, during the pregnancy, if they're experiencing challenges at school, get extra academic support, or even post the pregnancy, if they're struggling with just the hecticness of raising a baby, sleepless nights, they can get extra academic support through our program, as well as our entrepreneurial skills development pillar allows the girls to learn a skill that they can monetize and be able to economically support themselves and their babies. As you would know, they come from economically disadvantaged homes and backgrounds, and the fathers of the child are equally absent in almost all the cases that we deal with. They are in desperate need of economic support and empowerment for the purchase of, the baby's nappies and essential resources, clothes, toiletries. And so we have provided through our entrepreneurial skills development opportunities for them to learn something that they can monetize and become economically independent.
That's so awesome. Well, Twenga, let me let you know that in the language of Kirundi, Twenga means smile. And you're putting a lot of smiles back in these young children's faces. And we thank you so much. Twenga Kuduramopo from South Africa. She's the co-founder of Talita Together, an organization that supports teen mothers in South Africa, in Africa in general. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. It's now time for a quick break. When we come back, we will continue our conversation and see why it is important to keep teen mothers in school. But first, we want to remind you of our social media platforms. We're on Facebook, Instagram, and X, and our handle is @VOA Africa. Use the hashtag VOA Our Voices. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
You're watching VOA's Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Vunganye. Thank you so much for joining us each week right here on Red Carpet. We bring you the latest in
health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. What are the main health concerns in Africa and around the world? Find out the latest on coronavirus. Connect with our experts and ask them questions.
How long does the virus stay?
Join me, Linor Moudou, in Washington, every week on Healthy Living, right here on VOA.
Welcome back. You are with Our Voices, and today we are discussing teenage pregnancy and its impact both on the mother and the child. Now, joining us on Skype from Virginia is Brittany Marceau, Penn Institute 2023 Assistant Parent Advisor and the participant of the Family and Workforce Centers of America's Skill Up program. Marceau was born to a 15-year-old mother in St. Louis and was raised by a grandmother who also had given birth at an even younger age. Now she says she doesn't want that for herself. Brittany, welcome to Our Voices.
Hi, thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure having you. So what was it like to have a teen mother? How did it impact your childhood?
So having a teen mom actually resulted in my grandmother and lots of other family members having to raise me.
Yeah. So do you feel like you missed out from the relationship you could have had with a mother, or what do you feel like you missed out growing up?
I definitely feel like I missed out on a meaningful relationship. Also, I missed out on kind of the generational transition. And so what I mean is like, you learn from your mother, she learns from her mother, they learn from their mother. But unfortunately, because I was raised by like my grandmother and then my great grandparents on my father's side, it became a thing where it was a lot of knowledge, education and experience that was missed by maybe 2 or 3 generations. And so there was a distance and a large disconnect between that parental bond of a child and parent.
So you don't have any children right now, right?
I do. I have a daughter, a 7-year-old daughter.
So with that experience, what are you telling yourself to prevent that to happen with her?
I look at it as I'm a first generational transition. And so what I mean is there's 3 generations of teen parents. I am the 4th generation, but I'm the first generation to not only not be a teen parent, but also to kind of instill just differences and also to have that parent-to-parent bond. For 3 generations, that parent-to-child bond, unfortunately, was broken due to so many teen parents being in the family. And so me being the first one not to be that teen parent, I am doing things a lot different. I have a lot more emotional intelligence kind of in what I have going forward.
Wow, that is amazing. I love the way you have assessed yourself, you have assessed your family, you have looked at the generational curses that you want to break down, and you're really going down to the nitty-gritty roots of how to really get this out of the way. But I'm going to come back with a question, but I guess we can go to some viewers on the continent.
Yeah, let's talk to residents of Ghana about the challenges of teen pregnancy and ways to prevent it. We have Jenny, Samira, and Jessica on our Your Voices segment.
With the sex education, when the girl child or the teenage girl is exposed to educations like they knowing about the consequences of they having children at early age, some of the social, emotional, and health problems, they would put a stop or minimize they giving birth.
Ways that will help us prevent teenage pregnancy. I think one is to provide work, job for the youth, and also educating them on ways to prevent teenage pregnancy.
I feel like sex education goes beyond just using contraceptive and giving the whole adults a general perception about sex, but it also goes to abstinence, telling us how our life will be after birth and all that. And I feel like sex education, if not backed by parents and financial support, is not really effective. I also think the girl child or the teenage girl should be taught on how to use protection and also contraceptive appropriately to reduce the rise of teenage pregnancies.
Some of the causes of teenage pregnancies, unemployment. So I think when there's work for us to do, I think it will keep us busy and we'll be able to abstain from that.
Peer pressure is also a factor. Even with peer pressure, if the family is to orient the children on how everything about life is, the general perspective about life, the peer pressure, sex education, and also help them with little financial aid, I think teenage pregnancy at a whole will still come down.
Very, very well. Well, let me get back to you and ask again, what is your assessment on what can be done to reduce teen pregnancy? Because again, it sounds like you really have done a lot of soul searching, family searching, and you can really provide what you think is a solution.
A lot of times there is this thing where your parents will tell you something, or like the family members, everyone around you will kind of tell you something, but when you are in school, when you do have those peers, when you are pressured, that is a big thing. And so I think one of the biggest things is just abstinence. And it's a lot of times we preach safe sex, or we kind of, preach more of the approach of if you're going to do it, then kind of protect yourself. But I think it's better to just preach more of the abstinence, just to not do it. And that was more of the approach that, I took growing up. And so that's why I think that to avoid it, you would have to just literally say, hey, this is something you can't do. It's kind of the same, when you're talking about substances. This is something you just cannot do right now.
You're right, awareness is key. And you said you are a mother to a daughter, probably she's young, but how do you communicate that with her? You are a parent advisor too, so is that something you talk to the parents you communicate with?
So as the student parent advisor, actually that is kind of like a little bit different, because we actually are the gap that bridges the two generations of the parents and the post-secondary success and education on that level. Now with my daughter though, it's basically about boundaries. So yes, she's young, but I've taught her boundaries. Hey, you should not be bathing, at someone's house. You should not have anyone in the restroom with you. There's what areas shouldn't anyone touch? No one should be telling you, anything that I can't know about. They shouldn't be telling you to keep secret. So the biggest thing is, even though they're young, teaching them to set boundaries is the first way to establish, you know, the ability to say no to an adult, the ability to say, hey, this is something I shouldn't be doing, or the ability to come to you and say, hey, I've made a mistake and now I need your assistance as family to help rectify this situation.
So now, you know, you say there were 3 generations of teen moms and then you survived that. So would you, if comparing your life to, you know, the life of your mother, your grandmother, what would you say went better? What did you achieve by not becoming a teen mom?
Yes. So first of all, the emotional intelligence. And what I mean is my mom was 15, her mom was 13, her mom was 12. Oh, and I knew my great-great-grandmother. So that I was born when she was here because the generation of children were born so quickly and so young. And so one of the biggest things is that scarcity trauma wrapped around scarcity of resources was a big thing that I was able to actually witness. Having my daughter older and as an adult, I had about 9 to 10 year advantage on being able to have a decent education, a decent, you know, employment opportunity where I wasn't having to work minimum wage.
Well, thank you so much, Brittany, for sharing that. This is where we end our show. We thank our guests, Koinga Kodra-Mobo, co-founder of Talita Together, and Brittany Marceau, the Aspen Institute 2023 Ascend Parent Advisor, and the Family and Workforce Centers of America's Skill Up program participant, for joining us. Be sure to watch our voices on the VOA website at voaafrica.com or on our YouTube channel, where you can catch up on the latest episodes and the world's top news stories. We will see you again next week with another exciting program. Be sure to continue the conversation on our social media platforms. Until then, thanks for watching.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has reassured Lagosians once again of more developmental projects in this year 2025. This development, he said, would be evident in transportation, agriculture, health, energy, environment, and other critical sectors. The governor said his administration will redouble its efforts in all sectors, keying into the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Tinubu's administration and working with the federal government to bring prosperity to Lagosians. To this end, the governor charged leaders at the subnational and all levels to support the President Tinubu-led federal government in ensuring that the dividends of democracy touch all and sundry. This is a Greater Lagos vision. Welcome, I'm Love Oyedeku. On this episode,
infrastructure. Governor Sanwo-Olu pledges to address infrastructural challenges in Ojo and Oriade. Urban regeneration. No part of Lagos would be left behind,
says Sanwo-Olu. Details of these and many more when we return. Please stay with us. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu
has pledged to address infrastructural challenges in Ojo and Oriade. This move is aimed at improving the quality of life for residents of the riverine communities in Lagos State. Addressing the people during the commissioning of 4 newly constructed roads in Oriade LCDA and Amuwo-Odofin, Governor Sanwo-Olu expressed commitment to building bridges that will connect these riverine areas to the mainland. The roads commissioned represent a critical part of Lagos State's infrastructural master plan and aligned with the Themes Plus agenda. The governor emphasized that this initiative is part of a broader vision to transform Lagos into a state where modern and efficient infrastructure that serves all its residents regardless of their geographical location.
Like I keep saying, you may not like our face, but you cannot dislike what we do. You don't need to like us, but just like what we do. And that for us is more important. Today we stand as a proud government because we have started our journey here in Ojo and Oriade and Amuwo since 12 o'clock. Earlier today, we went on an inspection on an hospital project that will be the biggest hospital in the whole of Lagos West Senatorial District, which is in your domain here, which is a specialist multi-purpose Ojo General Hospital. You saw the edifice that is coming up there. We are promising you that within the next 12 months, we should be nearing completion of that health institution. We will change completely the health challenges that you have in this community and the entire environs of Ojo, Amuwo, Oriade, and all of you into the communities in the riverine. And that is what you deserve, the very, very, very best in your senatorial district. And so we want to give you the commitment. It's coming with accommodation for doctors, for nurses, and it is a total of about 280 beds that will be completed in that hospital. After that, we also look at the regeneration around Iba Junction. We have done the groundbreaking of 1,500 shops, 300 lock-up for your community. At that Iba Junction, there are so many people that are selling things on the main road. And you know we have done a lot of cleanup there. But we need to be able to relocate them into proper markets. So that's why we're doing the groundbreaking. It's a private sector with LSDPC that will be doing the market. And we told them that the market is for the locals, it's for the citizens, it's for the community that is in that place. And I'll personally supervise and ensure that no stranger, no foreigner come and take your market. It is your own. We'll make sure that the funding and the cost will be affordable and will be bearable. So you can see that the whole of Ojo Amuwo land is changing. It's changing, and it is changing very fast. I also inspected, as we were driving, the ongoing phase 2 of the Blue Line. I was just looking at bridge and bridge and bridge and bridge. Our grandson, 1 year ago, we continue to wonder that what is going on. What is going on? And you can begin to see that the real infrastructure on that phase 2 of the rail project is going on, and is going on very, very well. My prayer is that we all live to see the completion of that phase 2 in no time, so that we can connect waterways infrastructure, we can connect road infrastructure, and we can connect rail infrastructure. All of the three together will be working, and they are in your community. They are where? They are in your community. Help me just tell them that I do not like the amount of refuse that they are dumping on the highway. I saw Loma working there, and we're going to come really hard on people that are defacing our environment. We'll come very, very hard on them, and please warn them that we'll ensure that we leave nothing undone to ensure that the very best is what is expected.
Governor Sanwo-Olu outlined plans to assess the best alignment for the proposed bridges to ensure it would effectively connect the riverine communities to the mainland, enhancing mobility for residents. He expressed his vision of developing Ojo and Oriade into prosperous localities comparable to Victoria Island and Ikoyi.
We want Ojo, we want Oriade to also be a small Victoria Island and Ikoyi. Bàbá mi kábíyèsí Oyèkán àbíwẹ̀kọ́ ìmọ̀pẹ̀ yẹn náà ó máa di Lẹ́kì, náà máa di banana ó ń bọ̀ náà ní ẹ ṣáà máa ti tà tán ṣẹgbọ́ just preserve the land for me. We are coming for redevelopment and redevelopment and redevelopment. Thank you very much. So here now, this is our third of stop for today, and I stand here to express a very high sense of gratitude for all of you, for bearing with us, and for taking out time to join us at this yet another commissioning. These are 4 strategic roads that we've seen have changed and is changing the face of social economic development in Oriade, in Amuwo, and extending also to Ojo. We're bringing everything together. The first one is the Irede Road, which you know we have completed up to the Irede Jetty. That jetty, we are doing something so that you can cross onto our riverine area. That has been completed. The second one is Adiomumuni Badmus. Because Badmus was Nurukoye. Adiomumuni Badmus. That road, 3-point-something kilometer, all the way to the jetty as well. That famous Ijegun, Abidoroko jetty, Ijegun jetty. Very strategic for petroleum products and all of the PMS that is coming into the interland. We know what the destruction had been. At one point, we're expecting Messrs. NNPC to help develop that road, but they didn't listen. But we've gone there now. We've done a total rebuild. We've extended it to 4-lane highways so that our people and our citizens can enjoy good quality life with drainages and with culverts, with walkways, with street lights. Everything has been handed over onto that road. The third one is the old Navy Road, Navy Town Road. Navy Town has the strategic, from the name, Navy Town Barracks. Our men of the Nigerian Navy that continue to implement strategic security on the waterways for us. This Navy Town is indeed, in my view, maybe their biggest barracks. And to see the deplorable rates of that road, we had to do something. It also goes to the CBN, very big CBN staff quarters and training ground. So all of that is things of the past now. That's why you see the entire men of the Nigerian Navy here appreciating it. The flag officer, Western Command, had sent a whole red neck to come and represent him. We want to say to you that our development cuts across every arm of governance, be it military, be it private, be it public. Will ensure that no one is left behind. The fourth one is the famous Old Ojo Road. Old Ojo Road. The name is as old as Lagos itself. That is a long stretch all the way that gets into Trade Fair, from Maza all the way there. Because of the strategic importance of it, we have to break that into two phases. We have completed phase 1. Gbogbo kúkúlẹ̀ tí Ramadan kúnlẹ̀ yẹn kì í ṣe phase 2 ẹ̀ ni. Mo dẹ̀ ti gbọ́ ìkúnlẹ̀. By the grace of God, we will start the construction of the phase 2 of the road, so that we will not give you half bread. We will give you a complete 3-course meal, because that is what you deserve in this part of the city. So that construction will take you all the way to Maza, which is getting towards Festac and Mile 2. You deserve it. It is what is expected. It is what we had promised, and we will do it. There are 1 or 2 other connections that the special advisor have also said we will be ensuring that all of that is also being done. Why do we do this? We do this because when this government came into power, under the team's agenda, we prioritize transportation, traffic management, we prioritize movement of our citizens from one point to the other. And I'm happy that we continue to keep that promise that we have given to each and every one of you. We know that with improvement in the movement, your social economic life will be improved upon. You can commune amongst yourself quicker, faster, and better. You can commune on your business to your residence, to your places of work, to your places of abode at short notices. And that's what we've done. Old Ojo Road runs parallel to the Lagos-Badagry Express Road. So you can see that it's a strategic relief for the Lagos-Badagry Express Road. And so it's a road that we believe will change life completely. The Mumuni Adio Badmos Road takes you from the Lagos-Badagry Express Road, takes you all the way to the Ijegun Jetty. Irradiate similarly takes you from the Express Road, takes you all the way to the Jetty. The Navy Town Road takes the connection and ensures that critical infrastructures on that road are completed. What better things can we do? When you tell us to do more, what it tells us that you believe that we're responsible and we're a responsive government. And so we'll continue to do more for you.
In his remarks, Olufemi Daramola, the special advisor to the governor on infrastructure, noted that the roads were previously in poor condition due to heavy truck traffic. Meanwhile, Lagos State Speaker, Right Honorable Mojisola Meranda, represented by Honorable Desmond Elliott, urged the community to take ownership of the newly constructed roads.
The projects we are commissioning today are critical to the development and prosperity of Amuwo Odofin local government area and Lagos State as a whole. Each of these roads serves as a vital transportation corridor that facilitates economic growth, enhancement of goods and services, and supports the social fabric of the local community. These roads improve connectivity, support intermodal transportation, linking key transportation hubs, cities and bonded terminals in the area. This project of the broader infrastructural vision aligns with the team, especially in the areas of transportation and traffic management. Firstly, let us celebrate the reconstruction and dualization of the road. Spanning 2.2 kilometers, this road connects Badagry Expressway at Trade Fair bus stop to the Irede Jetty, serving as a vital link for water transportation to several riverine communities, including Ibasa, Ibeshe, Ilashe, and Imore. Prior to reconstruction, it was a single carriageway road in a deplorable state, which hindered transportation and limited economic activities in the area. However, after reconstruction, We now have a dual carriageway with a CRCP finish, replacing the previously inadequate single carriageway. Thirdly, the rehabilitation of Navy Town Road, a 700-meter road that provides access to Old Ojo Road, the Central Bank Training School, and several Nigerian Navy installations. Prior to its rehabilitation, the two-lane carriageway was in poor condition, obstructing the movement of goods, services, and citizens in the area. The installation of a 80 mm 45 MPa interlocking stone pavement finish has upgraded the driving surface. Finally, the common denominator, Old Ojo Road, which spans 7.6 kilometers from Irede to Mazamaza, serves as a key alternative route to the Lagos-Badagry Expressway. The reconstruction of Old Ojo Road was conceptualized to the at this juncture. We commissioned the first phase, spanning 4 kilometers in length from Irede Road to Oluti bus stop. This major strategic arterial road provides connectivity to Irede Road, Mumuni Adio, and Navy Town roads, improving the transportation efficiency across the area.
To borrow the words of one of the commentators that we watched in the documentary, he said quality roads, and that is the watchword of Mr. Governor, Mr. Sellable, Mr. Doable, Mr. Keep It Going Able. Please, can we give him a resounding round of applause? I will not waste much time, but to say this road, ladies and gentlemen, is not a parking space. It is not for container to be parking or articulated vehicles. It's meant for people to move along the road with. It's meant for people to benefit. Please, can we discourage? Own your road. I speak to all residents, own your road. Discourage parking of roads, parking of vehicles by the roadside. That is all we have to say, so that people can enjoy the benefits of democracy.
Still talking infrastructure and road commissioning. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu says no part of the state will be left behind in the urban regeneration drive by his administration. The governor also restated his administration's unwavering commitment to the delivery of quality infrastructure to improve the lives of residents of Lagos State.
The network of roads commissioned span a total length of 6.134 kilometers. The roads include Oba Dosumu Street, Oduduwa Way, Oduduwa Crescent, Shobo Arubiodu, and Shashegbon Streets. They complement Isaac John, Joel Ogunaike Street, Oba Ladejobi, and Harold Shodikbo, upgraded recently. According to Governor Sanwo-Olu, the network of roads would ease vehicular movement, improve interconnectivity, and also enhance the drainage network.
Ikeja GRA was once a primary residential area. It was known for its orderliness. However, and as recommended by Ikeja Model City Plan, it has evolved into a mixed development community. This growth in commercial and infrastructural activity, though very positive, has brought about a lot of environmental and infrastructural challenges. And for us to address those challenges, we have to accommodate future developments. We embark on infrastructural renovation to address and to reverse the flooding issues that you heard that people have complained about, the environmental and structural challenges that have been experienced by commuters, by residents, by business owners in this neighborhood. And our unwavering commitment at delivering quality infrastructure has been truly tested during the execution of this project. Of course, we were faced with several headwinds, particularly we saw all of the volatile, cost overrun, increase in construction costs driven by inflation. It created a lot of financial challenges for us. It at some point even threatened some part of the construction. But we're dogged, we're very resolute we know that Ikeja GRA and Ikeja environment deserve the very, very best.
Governor Sanwo-Olu urged the residents to view the project as their own and be committed to responsible use of the roads.
You can see that this project, believe it has a lot of social economic benefits beyond the job that it created during the construction time. It has also provided an opportunity to have a seamless day and night movement. You know, all of the flooding issues, all of the drainage issues are things of the past, you know, and we know that it also will have reduced significantly traffic gridlocks and traffic congestions in and around this neighborhood. And so by extension, it has improved the social economic value that we have here, and it has increased the GDP, the gross domestic product of the state.
In their separate remarks, former governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose, and the Chief Executive Officer of Air Peace, Allen Onyema, commended Governor Sanwo-Olu for his administration's developmental strides and good governance in Lagos State.
And see tomorrow now what you are doing. This place is now our own Ikoyi. Excellency, coming to commission this place during the day, you cannot see the beauty. Come in the night. Come and see what you have done. You and your deputy have turned GRA to Ikoyi GRA. We are happy now Ikeja, the state capital of Lagos State. Ikoyi is not the capital of Lagos State. So, Your Excellency, you have to, by the grace of God and your deputy, come and complete your job. These other roads, Ikeja must be better than Ikoyi. It will be the works of your hand.
I'm very proud of you. But one thing I have to say is that Allen Onyema is calling on you not to go into business but to remain in politics. Because we need you someday at that level at the center. I don't care, I don't give a damn if the president, all the ministers, all the commissioners, all the heads of agencies come from one village, as long as we get good governance. So it doesn't matter. I don't even care about zoning. So remain in politics. The problem we have in Nigeria is that the good ones are shying away from politics and leaving politics for charlatans. In Babajide Sanwo-Olu, we have found a new Nigerian leader. Keep it up. Keep it up. God will see you to the next level.
Speaking earlier, the special advisor to Governor Sanwo-Olu on infrastructure, Engineer Olufemi Daramola, said the projects were part of the administration's commitment to the urban regeneration intervention policy of the government. Lagos State government has reassured residents of the state that 70 million gallons of pipe-borne water shall be made available to them daily. Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Gbenga Omotosho, said this during a citizen engagement forum organized by the Ministry of Information and Strategy.
Or you want to look at other infrastructure, such as roads. We are, as we speak now, commissioning about 35 roads, 5 bridges, and all of the projects spread across Lagos. Or you want to talk about food security, the kind of food hub that you have seen in Mushin, we are commissioning 5 others very soon. But we believe that Onje Eko and the rest of the things that we are doing in Africa to pushing the effect of the national body of shortage of food and other things, and inflation generally. We believe that those things, 25% discount in markets, they cannot last forever. What can last, what can be enduring, is for Lagos to be able to have its own logistics hub, which we are building in Epe.
That's all we have for you on this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I am Love Oyedeku. Bye-bye now.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to Sports Business with Orufo Ezaga. You might be surprised if Orufo has grown taller. He wears glasses and all of that. But hey, by the way, my name is Emeka Enyadike, and Orufo is around the corner here. We're just having a hostile takeover of his show as we talk about the digital opportunity in sports. And I'm going to be joined by my colleague, Mario Leo, all the way from Germany. But we'll take a short break. When we come back, we're going to get into the meat of the conversation. But say hi to your guys out there. I know that we've got a gun pointed on you. So,
hello everyone. We have a very august guest in the studio today. Like he said, he's doing a hostile takeover of the program. But I'm a very willing victim in this, because he's been in sports broadcasting for forever. There's a lot he has to say, a lot of insights that you're going to hear over the next 40 to 45 minutes. So I'd implore you to stay with us. Joining us will be Mario, like he said, from Germany. Mario is the managing director and co-founder of Result Sports Germany. He's a world-respected sports, a leading light in digital sports across the world. He's an author, and he wrote the best-selling book by Ronaldo, and he's going to be talking about all of these experiences. And if you're in the sports business space, you want to hear, what this digital media, lecturer, because he lectures in different schools, he's a public speaker as well, what he's going to be talking about when it comes to digital media and all you can learn from that. So get a friend or two to join you on this as we give you these insights. There's a lot you can learn that can change the way you look at sports and maybe open an opportunity for you or your organization. We'll take the short break. When we return, the business begins.
Welcome back. Welcome back to Sports Business with Orufo Ezaga. My name is Emeka Enyadike, South Africa-based sports consultant and analyst, proudly Nigerian, and a digital native, as we would like to be called. I'd like to introduce our conversation today is around the digital opportunity in sports, and how Nigerian sports properties, Nigerian sports clubs, Nigerian sports federations, Nigerian sports brands, Nigerian sports leagues, how they can all catch up with the rest of the world, because we are lagging behind. I mean, recently we released the Africa Football Digital Benchmark, and out of 100 teams, the top 100 teams, actually more than that, but the top 100 teams in Africa, there's only 6 Nigerian teams, with the first Nigerian team, Enyimba, showing up at number 60, and that's not very good, given the fact that we have a massive population in Nigeria and a very youth-centric, tech-savvy, digital-first community, very happily engaged on social media, but not enough engagement with Nigerian sports. So I'd like to introduce our guest today. Mario Leo is the founder and CEO of Result Sports, based in Germany. Mario and I go a long way back. We work very closely. Result Sports is a leading platform that has been using AI to track social media around the world. In fact, one of the first companies to do that, and Mario has been at the forefront of this initiative. And along with me, we co-founded Digital Sports Africa, where we've taken the same learnings from Result Sports into Africa and currently published that benchmark that we talked about. So Mario, you're welcome to the show.
Very good afternoon, and I'm very honored and glad to be on the show. Wonderful. Thank you for the conversation, for the invitation today. Emeka's hostile takeover has been granted and accepted. I very much look forward to a great discussion and conversation, look forward to all our topics.
Yeah, it's nice to see you have all those logos. Yeah, you don't have a Nigerian club. Yeah, that's not very nice. Make sure next time I'm in Germany, I come with some Nigerian ones. But the first opportunity to look at is for most people, they can't tell the difference between digital media and social media. If you can, just give a broad-based explanation of why there is something called digital media and how it's different from social media.
Obviously, digital media is the combined kind of connectivity of everything. It started literally in the late 90s, early 2000, where digital media kind of was born. And in this time frame, it was the email and the SMS which we sent to each other on our mobile device. There were no smartphones. There were no social networks at this point in time. It was just pure connectivity of digital foundation or the digital basis. And since then, obviously, digital media in 2010 has kind of gone into a juncture where obviously the website, the mobile apps and everything are owned by clubs, leagues and federations. But there's also obviously social media platforms who are external platforms driven by algorithms and with a huge amount of audience around the world connected to it. And that's why we combine it as digital media, everything digital, online marketing, online activities, and then obviously social media as external platforms. And that's the differentiator between the two subjects. So obviously social media is a discipline within the digital media, but it is not owned by the clubs. It's obviously relates to big platforms of Google search, the internet searches, the meta world with Facebook, Instagram, Threads, obviously TikTok as the latest kind of social platform gathering around, and all of these platforms kind of have presence of sports clubs, leagues, federations, and of course athletes, which is our subject today.
Now let's look at the work that you've done around sports and how the evolution of social media, because you remember that if you go back, I think the emergence of Barack Obama as president and his run was a huge moment for Facebook. And at the time, some clubs didn't even take it seriously. And then eventually the next year there was Twitter. And if we look back even into Africa and to Nigeria, most people still have not adopted these platforms. As someone who has been working with a lot of the clubs in Europe, what were the experiences and why and how did they quickly jump on it? And then Africans are only beginning to wake up to it now.
Yeah, obviously we started to notice obviously this evolution in 2009 and in 2010. In 2010, we built a social media crawler to capture the data. And at that time, it was quite easy because there were 3 platforms active. YouTube and Facebook, which started in 2007-8 in the US. Then 2009, roughly kind of crossed the Atlantic and some innovative clubs started their journey on this too. And then in 2010, obviously, Twitter came along as the third platform. And obviously what we did was every first day of the month, like 1st of February, 1st of March, 1st of April, we collected the community growth, and obviously noticed, especially in 2010 and 2011, a significant growth of sports communities in that. And it was very intriguing for us. It was very special for us. We reached out to the Bundesliga teams, first and second Bundesliga. They obviously saying, yes, we are active, but we don't have a clue. It's a lot of trial and error based. It's a lot of understanding what's happening there. And we just noticed that the fans, or our fans, wanted a direct relationship with the club. And then obviously we established a monthly newsletter called Social Media and Sport Newsletter, which then derived to a Social Media and Sport magazine, and in its final evolution in 2013-14 was called Digital Sports Media Magazine, because by then clubs started to have apps. Clubs integrated the social media icons on their website and kind of cross-junctioned all of it. And the growth was tremendous, yeah, by the hundreds of thousands every single month in terms of growth, yeah, on Facebook and on Twitter and on YouTube. And then obviously new platforms arrived like Google+, Instagram, LinkedIn arrived fairly early on. So all these platforms we implemented into the crawler. And basically today in 2025, it's not only distributing information anymore, which is kind of in challenge and in competition to media outlets, yeah, broadcasters like Plus TV in Africa or in Nigeria, and obviously all the printed magazines and radio stations. Now today it's more like really a relationship between the fans and its club. And for players, it's obviously being the idol and the role model, where many of teenagers, youngsters, young talents want to become like a Cristiano Ronaldo, a Leo Messi, a Kylian Mbappe. And it's building brands, it's building an image, it's building role models of the future. So with the pandemic from 2020 to 2022, obviously the role of social media has significantly shifted. And we see now, obviously, on a global scale that clubs like Real Madrid, FC Barcelona have more than 400 million followers on their social media platforms. We see Manchester United, Man City, obviously, with more than 200 million followers on their social media platforms, and the growth is tremendous. And the first one in Africa to kind of adopt it to this kind of global initiative or this global momentum were clubs in the Maghreb countries, Morocco, Algeria, and especially Egypt with Al Ahly and Zamalek. Those were the forefront of it, and very quickly, obviously, the business entities or the sports entities in South Africa, the Kaizer Chiefs, the Mamelodi Sundowns, and the Orlando Pirates kind of followed that, and obviously also saw a sheer huge spike of their social media communities in the beginning, like 2015, 16, 17 we're talking about. And today, Al Ahly is the only representative from Africa in the top 25 of global football. And there is obviously in Africa a tremendous opportunity. And with our benchmarks, which we started jointly with your help, Emeka, in 2017 for the first time ever, obviously was leading the forefront of it. We want to help African sports organizations, African clubs, leagues and federations to unlock the power of social media to build communities. And especially we see in Nigeria a tremendous opportunity and possibility, because obviously
so hold that thought there, Mario.
Is not growing as we expect.
Mario, just hold that thought there. You mentioned Nigeria. But before we go to Nigeria, I think there's something that is missing in Africa. You know, you define digital media, you define social media. Sometimes there's an interplay when you use the word going from disseminating information to the point where we're now at the point where we're now engaging with fans. I think that in the clubs in Nigeria, the federations, they're still in 2009, where it's almost like they didn't know what they were doing. And so my question is, you know, what is fan engagement? And how does it apply to social media and digital media? Because I think only when you understand that when you have 40, 50 million, you mentioned that Real Madrid and Barcelona have over 400 million, they've practically become media companies, because which media company has that number of reach? And you have, I mean, your global top 10, you have 422 million. That's a massive chunk of the global population. I mean, Orufo, you might have something to ask.
Yeah, I think that a question I would have wanted to ask, I think that feeds into what you have said, is how much of your offline success affects your digital media traction, or whatever results you get through digital media? You know, because like what I see of the most successful clubs, you know, is that offline they're very successful. Even with Al Ahly, offline they enjoy huge popularity. And is that something that we have to deal with first to grow the offline communities or the offline interest before we then, you know, push the digital platforms?
It can go in conjunction, or because obviously it's really a combination, because we don't have time.
Well, I mean, it looks like his thing is freezing there. But I think the point that he's trying to make is that you have a scenario where the clubs that are very successful, when you look at the ranking, Real Madrid, you know, Barcelona, they're very successful clubs on the pitch, but off it they also are. But when you look at, like in Germany, for instance, Bayern Munich is the most successful club, but a club like Borussia Dortmund, they fill up their stadium. They get an average of 80,000 people into the arena, and it doesn't matter whether they win or not. I mean, they haven't been winning in recent times, but they are able to attract that.
Yeah, to the point you made about the Nigerian situation, we don't have offline. I mean, you know, we don't have much support.
Yes.
Our stadiums are still empty. And so do you think, like, I think he was going to say we have to build concurrently,
yes.
You know. So how do you think we're going to do this? What drives what?
I think to start with, the missing link for most Nigerian clubs is we don't tell our stories.
Okay.
I mean, social media, Real Madrid and all of them, one thing that people need to understand is when there was COVID and there were no games, they didn't go to sleep. They didn't stop. They have a tremendous history that goes back sometimes 100 years. So they had enough content. We don't keep records. You know, growing up in Nigeria with NTA and all of these early platforms, they had, you know, very good content. We had all of the games that were there, and sometimes they used to have replays of those games. But today, how much of it is there? A club like Rangers, for instance, they were powerful in Africa. Shooting Stars won the African Cup Winners' Cup in 1976, Rangers won it in 77, and there was that massive rivalry between them. Then, of course, we had Benden Insurance come on board in 1978, beating Rangers in the finals 3-0. There is enough history at the core. People talk about Enyimba. Enyimba only became successful in this century. Rangers have been there. Even clubs like stationary stores, even if stores doesn't exist, they probably could have a social presence, even if they're amateur. Because you find that, you know, in Germany, for instance, there's a club in Hamburg that is called St. Pauli. And St. Pauli is the red light zone of Hamburg.
Okay.
But the football club, they have a logo that's like a cross and crossbones and skull, similar to Orlando Pirates. They have been able to turn that into a massive brand. Mario is a Hamburg fan, so he probably wouldn't like that.
Okay.
But that's you know, the story. So when you look at a club like Shooting Stars, they are a very phenomenal club with very famous players. You know, Shegun Odegbami came through there, Rashidi Yekini, Mudalawa. So even if you're not talking about what's happening on the pitch today, there's enough story to engage with the fans.
And isn't that what digital media gives to you?
That's what it gives you, and that's the reason why. I mean, if you look at this ranking here, Man City, people talk about Man City. Man City is not a new club. Man City were a very successful club. Then because they were in the same city with Manchester United, Manchester United obviously became more successful after the 1958 Munich disaster.
Yeah.
And sometimes why history is important is that there are moments in history, like Zambia. I worked closely with Zambia when I was managing African football for Supersport. And the Zambian team, so Mario is back. Mario, welcome back. I don't know if we can still have you.
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, welcome back. So maybe we go back to
the question.
You were trying to take the question from Orufo. For me, define fan engagement and then also the idea of successful clubs versus other clubs. How do you build side by side?
Yeah, no, exactly. And obviously we don't have time to spare or to lose in Nigeria. That's why we have to go on parallel tracks. Yeah, obviously many of the clubs are funded by politicians, by state ministers of sports and youth and culture. And obviously there is a media policy around which is just distributing content. And the majority of the content is just like in competition to a TV show or to a newspaper or to a radio session. And what the club media officers need to learn is they need to build relationship with the audiences, to build fandom, to enable fandom. So generate interest. Second step from generating interest is develop sympathy. From developing sympathy, you create fandom. And then from fandom, you create consumers. It's a natural evolution, and people want to out themselves as being part of the community. Of course, if you are a winner, of course, if you win more games on the pitch than you lose, it's easier because obviously everybody wants to out themselves as a winner. And that's something very, very important to know and to understand.
Yeah, and I think, to that point, I mean, there was a case study we did with BBC Bayreuth, you know them, in the German basketball Bundesliga. They had a scenario where back in 2015 when we went there, they would only post on social media when they won games. When they didn't win, they didn't post anything. And I remember having a huge argument over the reason why you had to. And so when you look at, you're watching the Premier League, and Arsene Wenger was coach of Arsenal at the time when they started losing games. He never stopped. Every time they lost a game, he still came out to talk to the media. He spoke to the media post-match interview, then he did the post-match press conference, and then he even did something remarkable. When he's driving out of the stadium, he stopped to speak to Arsenal Fan TV. So fan engagement is something that is an everyday thing. It's not something that you do just when you feel that like you win, and that's to your question. Yeah, do we still have Mario?
Yeah, he's here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, that's very, very true. It's like I said, it's be there because you see, we're talking in sports. It's similar to the music industry. We talk about emotions and passion. People dedicate their time, their commitment, their fandom, their sympathy, their love to a club. And out of it, obviously, comes then a favorite player. And that's how Cristiano Ronaldo, and Lionel Messi, and Mbappe, and even Zlatan Ibrahimovic, or retired players, have still an opportunity in social media, because obviously social media gives them the chance to connect to their audiences. And this we should always consider. That's why there is always the key and the focus to really build a relationship between you as a player, you as a club, and your audiences.
So now, Mario, when Nigerian clubs, for instance, wonder why nobody comes to the stadium on a Saturday, you're dealing with a Nigerian fan who is first and foremost an Arsenal fan, he's a Liverpool fan, he's a Chelsea fan. When he wakes up from sleep, picks up his phone, there is a post from one of the European clubs. When he wakes up, there is nothing from the Nigerian club. And so, the European club is still letting him know that they have a game on the weekend. Every day they tell them which player is injured, which player is not there. And then on a Saturday morning when he wakes up, what he's thinking about is to watch the game of Arsenal and not going to the stadium to watch, because there isn't enough information about the players even for the local teams.
100%, Emeka, that's very true. And unfortunately, I mean, if I would conclude from the far distance, and I hope I'm wrong, but if I would conclude at this moment in time, it looks like that Nigerian football fans favor the Premier League above the domestic NPFL league. And obviously, when you favor the international league, the Premier League, above your own domestic league, obviously you wait and you want their content from Arsenal, Chelsea, Man United, Liverpool, Man City, and you take it as a higher priority than content from Remo Stars or from Enyimba or from Rivers United. So you've got to be really developing a relationship, and I can see that happening kind of with the only business-owned club in Nigeria, that they try to build something. I thought last season Sporting Lagos was on a very, very good track in terms of combination between fans in the stadium and online fans. But it's only like a glimpse, yeah? And then this glimpse of strategy is eliminated again and doesn't prolong or doesn't continue anymore. And we've just got to build social media. We need to have a strategic plan and a strategic objective for our social media channels, because in 9 out of 10 cases, the smartphone is receptive for 16 hours. So the people, the fans, the audience is receptive for content for 16 hours. And therefore we need to deliver a strategy or build a strategy on how to reach local audiences, how to reach regional audience, build our brand, build our club, build a relationship with our community, and grow the online audiences. When the online audiences are of significant size, we can kind of move the audiences from online into the grounds and saying, hey, big match coming, we need your support, and not just saying, yeah, today we play against the 9th position Heartland or whatever. We really build a relationship with our audience. The audience need to feel that it is required to come to the stadium, to give the full support behind the team, and be the 12th man of the team. And that's an empowerment of fandom, which we need to kind of achieve in the NPFL.
Yeah. So if we look at the commercial side, before we even go into the commercial side, the question then remains that what exactly do they need to do as clubs here? What do they need to do? Because most of them don't even have digital staff. They have a press officer or a media officer who's a journalist, who maybe sometimes is a traditional journalist. He writes press releases, he writes match previews. Give us an example. For instance, you work with Man City, you work with Dortmund, you work with Roma. We can talk about your book and the impact of the transfer of Ronaldo from Real Madrid to Juventus. But first of all, with the clubs that you work with, what is the size of their digital staffing? Because in Nigeria, there doesn't seem to be this need to employ people specifically for digital media. Give us an example. Average, Man City.
I mean, I can start with the smallest examples. Yeah, obviously in the third tier, like SVW in Wiesbaden, who is a team who kind of promotes to the second division, then relegates again to the third division, here in the third Bundesliga, or the second Bundesliga, and then the third league. So they have 3 staff full-time for media and social media included. And then they have 1 or 2 voluntary staff who kind of come on match day and support, because there's so much ongoing and so much content needed for the social media platform. So they are in the third division and having 3 to 5 staff. Then obviously going into a regular second division team like Greuther Fürth, 1. FC Kaiserslautern, who's been in the past in the Bundesliga but are regular participants in the second division and are more kind of traditionally seen in the second division. They usually have 5 staff for media and comms, and they dedicate about 70% of their time for online media and social media and 30% of their time for classical media. And again, on match days, they have 1 or 2 volunteers coming in to assist and support, like photographers, making sure that the pictures come be used unique and give to the audience unique on each platform. Then up to the big teams. I mean, when you look at VfL Wolfsburg, who is kind of a regular Bundesliga team, they have 12 staff in their sport communication team full-time. And out of the 12, 8 are looking after social media. And then we grow bigger to Borussia Dortmund. They have about 23, 24 staff, including Borussia Dortmund TV, their own in-house TV channel, and produce content literally on a daily basis for the website, for the club TV, but also for social media, until obviously the big sizes like FC Barcelona, Manchester City, where there's more than 50 staff developing, producing content for the social media channels and for the in-house channels.
Well, thank you very much, Mario. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we will unlock that. But by the way, 50 staff. That's the media company.
There's something else. There was a point you raised, and I'll just do this quickly before we go on the break. And that's the fact that most of the people saddled with the responsibility of winning fans over here in Nigeria are media people. And there's just such a dearth of marketing expertise in the sector. And that's because, and the problem is both ways. The marketing sector has not properly seen the sports opportunity. And the sports sector has not seen the marketing need. All right, and you know the marketing man thinks from the point of view of the fan or the customer and all of that. Those are things, rivers we still need to cross and all of that. But like you said, we'll go on the short break now. When we return, the business continues.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Welcome back. You're still on with Sports Business with Orufo Ezaga. Like I said before, I'm not Orufo. He's here. Mario and I, we just took over his show today. We still have Mario with us here. Before we went on the break, we talked about the numbers. You know, how many people do these clubs employ? The one thing I wanted to emphasize here, and I think Mario will delve more into it, is when you have 50 people working on social media, then you're no longer just a club. It means that you are a media company. So Mario, please break down why most of these clubs have become such huge media companies now.
Well, first and foremost, because of the demand of the fans and the audiences, because that's what they desire, that's what they wish. They want everyday updates from the training ground. They want no pundits. They don't want gossips. They don't want rumors. They want quality directly from their clubs which they love, from the clubs they follow, from the club they desire and aspire to be like that. So that's how the clubs kind of evolved. And obviously one key reason to grow manpower is that the media and comms department in the big European football clubs is not a cost center anymore, because they build internal products like the team lineups, the match day visuals, match day statistics, and all of this. And these match day statistics and these starting 11 or starting lineups are suddenly like products where sponsors can be represented, sponsors can be featured, sponsors can be activated. And the benefit for the sponsor is that suddenly a product or a brand becomes emotionalized by the club or by the player. And this emotionalization is obviously worth money and funds. So therefore these products are placed by partners and sponsors, and suddenly the media and comms department is a profit center, and a profit center from a board of directors and CEO level or management level perspective is worthwhile investing, because I want to generate more revenue and more money. So therefore obviously then the manpower grows in these teams, and this vicious cycle, or this cycle of evolution can really be enabled. Yeah, the following step is when you have more manpower, more resources, meaning more content, so you can produce more content. And when you have more content, obviously you can then have more content on your website and kind of have a user click journey from a social media channel onto your own platform, your website, and kind of connect with the audiences on your side. And then, like I said, build a relationship, building sympathy and building fandom. It's a natural evolution. Okay.
You know, I quite like that. And I think this is a point that needs to be stressed. The fact that if you get your media strategy right, it no longer becomes a cost, so to speak. Yes. It becomes a profit center, and then it runs itself, you know. But Mario, I think what I would really like to hear a bit more of, and maybe for the uninitiated as well, is how does this actually translate to the money that you speak of? How does your digital media translate to money for the clubs?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely. I fully understand that. Obviously, it's very, very similar to like a TV station or a magazine kind of funds their revenues. Obviously, they sell the product, then you have a subscription to that. but inside the subscription you have advertisement. And this advertisement is exactly what I tried to explain earlier when I mentioned that the media team develops products. And you can see that obviously when you look into Manchester City content, for example, that you see very, very often a sponsor associated to the individual kind of feature, like the manager's press conferences, Pep Guardiola's press conferences. There is a sponsor associated presenting that match day conference. Then obviously there are sponsors associated alongside match day content, like the team lineup, like the match day graphics, the match day visuals, and we can see or see those examples very, very often, and that's something obviously building into that relationship. So the team or the media team kind of develops these products, and out of these developed products, we then see obviously from the revenue being paid for it. So if you look, for example, into the Man City women's account when they played their last Women's National League match against Leicester City on Friday, and their starting 11 was presented by Etihad Airways. So the sponsors are very, very credible sponsors, and they emotionalize their product or the content selected for them. They emotionalize their brand and their company with being present on social media. So the fans associate certain features, like the team lineups, like the matchday results, like matchday statistics, with a sponsor who presents kind of this format. And for this presenting of this format, the sponsor pays revenue or pays money, and this money flows then into the media team because the product origins from the media team.
So there are two things, Mario, to look at. Number one is that obviously they've got very, very massive size in terms of the fan base. They have a lot of fans. So that is number one. Number two is the possibility to geo-target, which means that they can have a sponsor, for instance, for the same lineup. They can have the lineup appear in a place like Singapore, and it's got a different sponsor, and it appears in Nigeria, it has a different sponsor. You know, understanding that those metrics, you know, can become very, very useful. And you know, we know that there's only one internet, but you know, if you can speak to the possibilities in terms of how you can target different markets for your brand when it becomes global.
Oh, absolutely. Obviously, I mean, you can when you have the global reach, and obviously the benefit of digital is everything can be measured. We can measure every single click, and that's how we use AI and we use the Result Sports platform to identify whether that click is a local click from somebody, for example, at Rivers United from River State, somebody from Sporting Lagos from Lagos City. And every click can be associated to a location, to an individual. Obviously, we are fully GDPR compliant, so we don't go in infringing like a single user kind of scope or identification or identity. That's not the goal of it, but just to understand how many of our followers are domestic followers, how many of our followers are international followers. And if we then know the international followers reside in Thailand, reside in Indonesia, reside in Turkey, reside in Nigeria, we then can obviously then dedicate manpower and approach the people in their local language, in their local dialect even if possible. That's why you see AS Roma, for example, having a Pidgin Twitter account or a Swahili Twitter account for Eastern Africa. So they go directly in the dialect, in the language, to the audience where they want to reach the audience, because they know that there is a significant size of people from this country following their club, and that's why these offerings then are established. And that's why you need to work with data, with creative data. You need to understand the data, because data is not an enemy. Data works for you, and the benefit on the digital world is we can measure every single click. We can measure whether Orofur watches the Champions League highlights of Real Madrid Man City tomorrow morning 3 minutes, or 3 minutes and 10 seconds, or 3 minutes and 15 seconds, or even have a full through play. That's all measurable. And then we can also measure whether there's a like or whether there's a comment on social media. And then obviously in the next cases, we can build obviously a direct relationship with Orufuo because we know that he will engage with every single content which we share out.
So it is important then for the club to know their fans. And this is one of the benefits of understanding the fan base, understanding the social media usage. And if you can, please explain the difference, because you know, when I go through Nigerian clubs, sometimes I find that they post the same content across everybody. They post the same thing on Facebook, post it on Instagram, post it on...
For example, like if you look into my family, Emeka, which you very much know, it's like my children, like my son, the oldest is 23, my daughter is 19, they don't use Facebook at all anymore. They use either TikTok or use Instagram or use Snapchat. And obviously, because they are younger, they want to be entertained. And an older audience, they want fact-based information. They want highlights.
Like Orufuo, his age mates are on Facebook.
Yours are
analog. But here I go. So see, in Africa and in Southeast Asia, Facebook is still the very, very dominating platform. So our monitoring system not only considers the age of the audience, you also consider in every single country which platform is most dominant and most relevant to reach the audiences. And Facebook and Meta, for example, they have done in many African countries, the MTNs of this world, the Vodafones of this world, have obviously bundled the Facebook data into the data package so they are more accessible than other platforms. Like TikTok or so was not part of a data bundle, and therefore the cost of browsing on TikTok was much higher than on Facebook, and therefore many of the users in Africa are very active on Facebook still, and Facebook's relevance, especially Sub-Sahara, is the undisputed number one. Yeah, and Instagram and TikTok are rivaling for being number two. But you see a slight shift when you go into the northeastern Africa, like Tanzania, for example. You see there that Instagram is the most dominating platform, and that's just purely because of accessibility in the mobile networks of the platform.
Yeah. Okay, Mario, from the sound so far from you, I see that you've done some work in the Nigerian space, or at least you have some understanding of what's going on in the Nigerian space. What would you advise that we do at this point in time? Because our clubs have a problem with even being popular with the fans, not to talk about emotional connections. How do we use digital media to win back the fans? Because football here was very popular. Our football was very popular. How do we get the fans back? And using digital media, Nigerian solutions.
Yeah, we need to shift obviously the journey of our club, and especially the club media department, because at the moment the club media department serves more and more the Minister of Sport and the Minister of Sport and Culture in the respective states, and these servants needs to kind of being shifted in becoming like serving the audiences and the communities. And in hindsight, or in the backstream, obviously, the Minister of Sports and Culture will be actually benefiting much more because
Commissioner of Sports, then so that people understand it better at state level.
Say again?
Commissioner of Sports.
The Commissioner?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, yeah, sorry. The Commissioner, the Commissioner of Sport will actually benefit much more, yeah, if the focus is not solely on him or her in the respective states, but if the audience is kind of the area, because obviously then, yeah, we build a relationship, an online relationship with the audience. But before we do that, we obviously, all the teams have already started and being active on social platforms. So I recommend first do a socio-demographic analysis to understand who is your audience at this moment in time, on the social platforms. Are they young? Are they old? Are they male? Are they female? Are they local? Are they regional? Are they national? Or are they even international to some extent? When you've done this social demographic analysis, you can build a 2-year strategy of where you want to be in 2 years from now, which obviously includes advertisement funds from sponsors and integrating sponsors at some point in time, which includes building a relationship with my audience and have a much stronger engagement with my audience into that, and then really empower the audience and being open to criticism, because obviously we all don't like to lose, yeah, but obviously there is in football a winner, very often a winner and a loser, and the biggest winner obviously claims the NPFL title. And that's all unleashing or unlocking emotions. So we need to basically understand the emotions of our community and evolve these emotions and be kind of a director or a conductor of emotions and passion and rebuild the NPFL status quo, which also means that at some point in time the NPFL need to be back on national TV, because otherwise you don't get the huge effect of visibility of the NPFL.
Okay.
Well, I mean, look, we have seen the evolution of clubs like in Tanzania, where you know all of a sudden you have 3 Tanzanian clubs in the top flight, and the assumption always is that it's only the old clubs who can do it. And we saw with Vandreza FC in Nigeria how they went from being unknown to becoming one of the top 20 clubs, even though right now they are outside of the top 2 leagues in the country. You know, to what extent can you produce this, even if you are a fresh club, using Vandreza, for instance, as an example?
Yeah, I mean, Vandreza was really fantastic. I mean, first of all, they kind of worked a little bit with us, but they also kind of understood that obviously a new club, a new thinking club, yeah, especially by a business owner, had the benefit that he needed to be different. He needed to have a unique value proposition. And the value proposition he identified was a large audience, because obviously with a large audience he thought, and he believed, rightly so, that sponsors will be attracted by reaching out to these large audiences. So the younger the club, the more innovative the club is, the easier it is to gain these benefits. And we are here. We are with knowledge sharing, with coaching, with training, with knowledge transfer into the clubs, because we don't want a monopoly on Digital Sports Africa or Result Sports. We want to unlock the power of social media and digital media at the clubs. So we want to share our knowledge and experiences with the domestic clubs and help them to develop the strategy, help them to grow the audiences, but also the sponsorships, because obviously we want the domestic sport to be the unrivaled #1 and not an international sport, yeah, sort of taking over the local activities.
Look, Mario, that's a message some of us have been preaching for forever. But thank you for all that you have said. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. I'd let Emeka put in a last word, and maybe you quickly, so that we can call it a day. There's still much that you can say, obviously, and we're hoping that you can agree to come on the program again at some point.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Mario. It's great, always exciting to have this conversation. We have it almost every day. So, you know, I think Vandreza is a case study. Joe Duffier and the work that he did with Vandreza is a case study which we are trying to put together to be able to share with others. Very fantastic. And we've seen it with Pyramid of Egypt, Cape Town City. These are all new clubs with new thinking. And I believe that at the end of the day, something we've also been doing with the Sports Apprentice is teaching young Africans how they can evolve with this program. And Mario has been a great mentor for a lot of that group. So thank you very much, Mario, and your final word to Nigeria and to Africa.
Well, thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you so much for the time dedicated for this subject and this topic. I know many others have been waiting for, and I'm very, very, very proud, very privileged to be on the show today. And next time, I promise, I will be in the studio with you and not far away in Germany. So I will come and show my commitment to Nigerian sports and Nigeria itself grow and unlock the digital potential.
Thank you very much, Mario. And that's our program for today. I've managed to wrestle back the program from Emeka, who's been a great friend and a great contributor to this program, a great supporter of the program. And I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure, and I just, personally, my wish and prayer is that Nigerians wake up, because we have the numbers. Yeah. You only need to look at what's happening with the music, Afrobeat, Davido, Burna Boy. Yeah. They have the numbers that the European clubs have, those kind of numbers. Maybe not so much, but they're doing certain things right, and it shows that our football can also be, and our sports, generally, not just football, every sport in Nigeria. We saw with cricket as well. So, we can be that good. Yeah,
I totally agree with you. And so that's the program for the week. Again, my name is Orufo Ezaga. Thank you, Emeka, and we'll be with you again in a week's time. Until then, this is me saying, be productive, be good, and stay safe.
You may want to ask why murals are important. It is no secret that murals make neighborhoods beautiful. They add color to building walls and streets which would otherwise go unnoticed. They are a treat for locals and tourists alike. Murals have been part of Nigeria's cultural landscape for thousands of years. The term mural became popular with the Mexican muralism art movement. The transformation which took place in the history of mural art during the 1920s and 1930s was highly influenced by the government's sponsorship in Mexico. The Mexican president Alvaro Obregón began a nationalist cultural program in the 1920s. As part of this program, the Mexican Ministry of Education and other government entities to create public murals. In Lagos, the visual effects of wall paintings are an excitement to attract public attention to social issues like the ones here under the Falomo Bridge. An artist, Poli Alakija, created these murals on the columns in homage to the Bring Back Our Girls, the 276 schoolgirls who were abducted on April 14, 2014 by Boko Haram. We speak to an artist, Ebenezer Omole, a 34-year-old who started off as a child and has been painting for many years. This is one of the locations where he has some of his works. He explains the processes involved.
There's a way I blow this color. When you look close to it, you see as if it's flowing down, So I have to follow the flowing down, then blow it both left and right. So in order to make it creative, so that it won't just go down straight, but go left, right, and zigzag like that. I mix another black thicker than this, then to write what they have here. Especially like this is, we have food here, then we have swimming pool here, then we have games, then we have drinks here, then we have pools, music. So I just did an artwork that will speak for this place because this is a restaurant. So I did those backgrounds so to speak. So anybody coming inside, looking at this place alone, so they will know what is going on around there.
He speaks on the distinguished effects imbibed in artistic painting than ordinary ones on the wall.
ordinary painting is just maybe changing the wall to a particular color that you like. Mural is very interesting, and I used to say it. No painting is complete without an artwork like this. So for your painting to come out well, so you need to add some artistic to it so that will make it more, because a lot of people in the world, they cherish artwork. Now, for example, now, this is lion. A lion represents a king, and the writing here, so it's all about this place, because this restaurant is not just a restaurant, it's a reggae restaurant. So that's why we have most of the color here, reggae color.
Ebenezer further explains that murals are a mode of expression for artists in every graphic style imaginable, abstract, photorealistic, expressionist, to name just a few.
Anyone who is into painting and had a mural painting into his work will get more job than just ordinary painting. No matter how bad situation a building have, when you design it with artistic, even though if it is hot or old building, when you paint it well with this mural artistic painting, it adds more value to the building, and it makes Lagos look more beautiful than
As a community centerpiece, the wall painting gets a new dimension as a powerful visual communication tool meant to promote the opinion of the people and transmit social and political messages towards unity. Murals bring art into the public space, and because they occupy public spaces, are accessible to everyone regardless of class, education, or ethnicity.
Hi, my name is Omar Dada. I keep watching Plus TV Africa.
My name is Adeyemi Shoroye. Here is my good old days story. I was born in Ibadan to the family of Adekunle and Folashade Shoroye, both of blessed memory. I had my early childhood at Ayonide Street, Ekotedo, popularly known as Ekotedo Iyaolobe. Two things struck me about my good old days, which I will share here. First, my primary school was at St. Luke's Demonstration School, Molete, Ibadan. Ekotedo to Molete was quite some distance, but at a very tender age, I will follow my elder siblings from Ekotedo to Molete, hopping from one bus to another, sometimes trekking part of the distance till we reach Molete. No fear of kidnappings or molestation. In fact, safety was never an issue. Life was generally peaceful. We would leave home after a meal of hot rice, beans and dodo, bought from Iyatewo's makeshift canteen, the popular Mama Put seller down the road. Leave for school between 6:45 to 7 a.m. and after dropping from one bus to another, we would arrive school around 8:15 a.m. and the return journey would be equally peaceful. There were some days when we would spend part of the transport money and trek some parts of the
I started listening to rap 4 years ago, and a few months after the war erupted, I started composing songs. Most of the songs I composed were for the place I love the most and where I grew up, which is Omdurman. I composed 3 songs about it.
The conflict in Sudan has claimed the lives of tens of thousands, uprooted over 12 million people, and pushed Sudanese to the brink of famine. Nana's fans say her songs resonate deeply.
I like her songs very much. They're all very nice. They make me feel happy. Her songs are very good, and her performance is also really good.
What I like the most is when people start singing, clapping and dancing with me. This makes me very happy. Even when I play songs other than rap, everybody comes. Everybody, young and old, they all come and dance with me. It's something wonderful and it boosts my self-confidence.
When the war erupted, Mohammed fled her hometown of Omdurman, the twin city of the capital Khartoum, with her family. Now residing in a secondary school in Port Sudan, she uses rap to articulate her grief and preserve cherished memories of home.
What inspired me the most to compose songs is listening to Sudanese rappers. I liked it. When the war erupted, this gave me an even greater drive. So I started composing rap songs, and now I have 9 songs that I composed myself. Of course, the biggest wish I hope for is for the war to stop, for me to be able to complete my studies and become a skilled surgeon and a famous rapper, to have a balance between the two, to be a surgeon and a rapper. It is difficult, I know, but I think I'll be able to do both. It's not a problem. I like the challenge.
Plastic waste accounts for 10 to 12% of all solid waste in Kenya. According to the United Nations Environmental Programme, a Kenyan tech company is using plastic waste to print 3D models that help college students with their learning while reducing damage to the environment. Mohammed Yusuf reports from Nairobi.
These 3D models are made from recycled plastic waste. A 3D image is designed and uploaded into a machine, which then prints the desired model. EcoPrints Generation, a company in Mombasa, produces the models. They start with plastic pellets, which are heated at a steady temperature to produce filaments. The filaments are then fed into the 3D printer to produce various models. The demand for these models is growing, especially in the education sector.
Most of the people who have needed the use of the filament and the 3D printing products have used them to teach and educate learners. It's a visual aid which is better as compared to just drawing a diagram on a blackboard or a whiteboard. And another industry which I've seen is people who do in manufacturing. They tend to test out their prototypes. So that is another use which we've been leveraging on as well.
Kenya generates nearly 1 million metric tons of plastic waste each year, according to the Sustainable Manufacturing and Environmental Pollution Program, which the UN Trade and Development Organization, UNCTAD, helps to implement. Less than 10% of the waste is recycled, with the rest ending in giant trash heaps in the ocean or burned up, releasing harmful emissions into the atmosphere. GEL Industries is one of the few companies in Kenya that recycle plastic. The company processes the waste by breaking it into small pieces, then cleaning and sorting it by color and quality. Some of that plastic is then melted and turned into the pellets used for 3D printing. One of the EcoPrints key customers is Kenya Coast National Polytechnic, a college in Mombasa. Architectural students there use 3D models made from recycled plastic to showcase house structures and surrounding features like trees, cars and people. These 3D models have made teaching easier for lecturers and improved students' understanding of their coursework.
The 3D models, it has really helped us, as every time it comes in exam, it is really easy for you to remember what to do and what you have been taught by the teacher.
For now, EcoPrint Generation prints only small and medium-sized objects, but they have ambitions to print bigger ones. such as a house that architecture students can use for their studies. Mohammed Yusuf, VOA News, Mombasa, Kenya.
Japanese adventurer Gump Suzuki arrived in Cape Town at the end of a more than 6,000 kilometers journey across Africa while pulling a rickshaw. Suzuki began his African Odyssey last summer in Kenya and has a large following on social media where he has shared regular updates of his adventures.
34-year-old Japanese Yuji Gump Suzuki arrived in Cape Town to end a more than 6,000-kilometer journey from Kenya to South Africa on foot while pulling a rickshaw. Suzuki said it was a very good experience, despite some hairy moments like seeing a lion and a truck hitting his rickshaw.
So the lion on the road, we just came back village. Yeah, and then, so yeah, we are running together, so with any children in Tanzania. And then, so I broke my rickshaw so by hitting a truck. Yeah, 2 times, but I'm still alive.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then, so when I was crossing like Namibia, nothing everywhere. That's why it's very difficult to get the water, to get the food.
Yeah.
I sleep outside every time. Yeah, man, that's a very good experience for me.
Suzuki was emotional as he thanked his supporters for their backing during his latest quest, which started in the Kenyan capital in July and took him through Tanzania, Zambia, Botswana, and Namibia.
I'm really happy, yeah, to see you guys and then running together until finish line. I just want to say thank you so much.
Among his other journeys, Suzuki has already pulled his 2-wheel cart from China to India for 2,500 kilometers and 5,100 kilometers across the United States, according to his website.
Thanks for watching VOA's Red Carpet. I'm your host today, Sunday Shomari. For more entertainment news, visit voaafrica.com or find us on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Until next time, goodbye, everyone.
The hair industry is a multi-million naira business in Nigeria. The industry has experienced impressive growth in recent years. From the sale of hair extensions, wigs, and hair care products, it is a huge market and it is largely buoyed by patronage from women. Women are mostly identified by their hair, but does that mean without hair they have no identity? Definitely not. There is a condition called alopecia. It causes the partial or complete absence of hair from areas of the body where it normally grows. And for women who have it, they experience baldness. We met an alopecian, Jasmine Oguns, who shared her story with us.
Alopecia is an autoimmune disease, but we alopecians like to define it as an autoimmune condition, so we don't scare people. So alopecia is an autoimmune condition that happens when the immune system attacks the hair follicles, thereby causing partial or total hair loss. You know, the immune system is actually supposed to protect us from germs, diseases, and sickness. But in this case, the immune system attacks the hair follicles because it sees the hair follicles as a stranger to the body system, so it attacks it. And once the hair follicles get attacked, then there's a problem in the roots of hair growth. Yeah, so that's where hair loss starts from. I started having hair loss in 2004. That was my first year in school, in higher institution. Before then, I used to have very long hair, like very beautiful hair. And a particular day, I went to the salon, and my hairstylist noticed a bald patch behind my head, just around here. It was very tiny, very insignificant, but she noticed it because she has been making my hair for a long time. Yeah, so she noticed it and called my attention to it, but I didn't pay so much attention to it because I felt it was a minor thing and my hair was going to grow back. So after 2 weeks, I went back to make my hair. She noticed another one on this side. She called my attention to it again, so I became scared. I informed my mom about it, and my mom also didn't see it as a big issue. She just said it would grow back. And after a while, the patches started increasing, and they started forming a map on my scalp. I stopped going to the salon to make my hair. It became a thing of concern, and someone told my mom it was lakpa caused by dandruff. But then I didn't have dandruff, so where did it come from? So she got sulfur, started applying sulfur on the scalp, but instead of it to get better, it got worse. That was how the alopecia journey started for me. How I knew it was alopecia. Okay, before I got to that point, it was a whole journey. Because after the lakpa episode, there was always an extended family member who would come up with one name or the other. In fact, it metamorphosed to spiritual problem. So they tagged it a spiritual problem. I know in this part of the world, anything we don't know is automatically a spiritual problem. So that was when the frustration started. They started taking me from one pastor to another, and because most of these people, they're about what they can get into their pockets, they second, you know, and it was really traumatizing, you know, and I didn't know until after 10 years. Yeah, I didn't know it was alopecia until after 10 years. So I'll share a bit of my experience in that journey. First, some pastors said someone took my hair to the ocean. That's why I don't have hair. But there are some sacrifices here and there that we could perform that would make my hair grow. So I had times that I killed cows. I had times that I killed chickens. There were times we just give out the cows raw, like the meat, the pieces, you know, raw like that. There were times we cook and feed people with it, just in the quest for my hair to grow back. And there were other ugly experiences I had too, ugly encounters I had of some spiritual men asking to have some form of intimacy with me before my hair could grow. Like, it was really traumatizing. It was annoying. It was frustrating because at some point I got depressed, and I got to meet with a dermatologist who introduced some hairsprays to me that I used. It didn't work, and the moment I stopped using the spray, my hair fell off. In fact, at this point, I now lost my hair completely because the spray did not work. You understand? So it triggered some other hormones, and then I lost my hair completely. So I became completely bald. You know, initially it was just in patches, and then after applying those sprays, I lost my hair completely. And I used that spray for a period of 1 year and 6 months. And at that time, a spray costs 15,000 naira. So I must use a can, like I must buy a new can every fortnight. It was a fortnight thing. I was buying a new can every fortnight, and I administered it for 1.5 years. But instead of it to get better, it got worse. And I still did not stop. I wanted a solution. I wanted my hair back. So I approached another dermatologist who placed me on a wrong medication. And because I was so desperate, I didn't even bother to ask, what is this thing you're placing me on? What is this medication for? I didn't know it was using me as a specimen. For every time I got 0.1 mg, I took 5 as a dose. For every time I got 0.5 mg, I took 10 as a dose. So that was an abuse. And I discovered that my memory was diminishing. So at that point, I had to stop. But it had already caused some damage, and I became depressed. And I became suicidal as well. So at some point I became suicidal. I almost died because I made a suicidal attempt. But thank God my mother was at home on that particular day and she saved me. So it has been from one bad encounter, one bad experience to another until 2015, when I decided I was going to do a personal research to know what exactly my problem was. And that was how I stumbled on the word alopecia on the internet. And I realized it was a condition, or it is a condition, like what I've been going through actually has a name, and the name is alopecia. So that was how I got to know that the condition is alopecia. I started embracing myself in 2015. Yeah, that was when I did the personal research that I became aware. And okay, I stumbled on a particular lady's story online and I started following her up. Her daughter has alopecia, and I saw the way she instilled confidence in her daughter at every stage that her daughter was encountering. Like, it started with bald patch. From one bald patch, it increased to patches, and then she lost almost everything, and there were just few strands of hair left. I saw the way she would pack the hair into ponytail and go everywhere with it, you know. So I admired that. But I noticed that while I was doing my research, I didn't really see much of black people with the same condition. There were more of white people. And within me, I resolved that I could be a strength to other people, especially black people who are going through this same experience, who are experiencing the same thing. Because looking back to how my journey started, it wasn't funny. And at that point, I knew there were people who were going through worse situation than what I went through. So I decided I was going to be a voice to other people. I was going to stand my ground and create awareness. Though in the process of doing that, I opened up to a few persons, media personnel, who did not really understand my story, and they made a mess of it because I wanted to do a come out video, you get? So they made a mess of it and turned it to a comedy skit. That was when I knew there's really no bad publicity, because that was when I met my deputy, Moshudat Badmus. I was really sad about it because the whole thing went bad for me. You know, it went viral. A lot of people saw it. A lot of people misunderstood the message because they actually did not pass the message right. A lot of people misunderstood it. So it went sour, and she came online, saw the ridicule and everything, and she started fighting for me. So she was like the voice I didn't have at that downtime, at that point in time. So I approached her and I was like, you seem to know about alopecia. Do you have alopecia? She said yes. He needed to see the joy that I felt that day. Like, I didn't feel that kind of joy in 10 years. I was so excited. I was so happy. I contacted her immediately. We started talking, and before you knew it, I was on my way to, then she was in Ogun State. I was on my way to Ogun State from Kaduna. I took a trip to Ogun State just to meet her because, you know, it was relieving for you to see someone or know that there's someone who can relate, you know, to whatever it is you were going through. Because before then, people around me could not understand. there were times I wanted to talk, I wanted to just, explain how I was feeling, but I didn't have people to talk to, because even when I talk, they don't understand. You understand? It was more like a mental thing for me. But when I met her, it was relieving. I felt so much relief because she could relate. Yeah, she understood where I was coming from, and that was how the foundation journey started.
The National Alopecia Areata Foundation states that alopecia affects about 147 million people in the world, and according to Africa Prime News, there are over 100,000 persons living with alopecia in Nigeria.
It has not been easy running the Heroic Alopecia Foundation because, okay, one thing is for people to know what their condition is. Another thing is for them to come out, right? So, like I said, when I met Moshodat, that was when the foundation journey started. Though I'd already started single-handedly before I met her, and then we took the race together and we continued the race. Then some other members joined, and we grew to about 13 members, and in the process, we got to know more. We got to know that alopecia is actually a journey. You get? Some would accept the fact that this is what it is. Some may never accept it. But it's a good thing that you're aware that this is what the problem is, right? And we realize that a lot of people are out there suffering that don't know what this condition is. And they really need to know, because if you know that you have a problem and you know what that problem is, I think your problem is half solved already. So what we do basically is try to reach out to people, try to create awareness. Thanks to BBC Pidgin, I was featured on BBC Pidgin last year, and as a result of that publicity, our member strength grew from 13 to 70. Yeah, so right now we have 70 members. Majority are Nigerians. We have few of them in Ghana, some in Sierra Leone, Cameroon, Senegal, America, London. So we still feel there's a need for us to create more awareness. Because if you'd ask for my opinion, I would say only 2% of people in Nigeria are aware of this condition called alopecia. I think a lot has to be done, a lot needs to be done concerning awareness. There was a training I went for recently at Nikkei Art Gallery, and on the first few days of the training, I didn't go with my wig. I didn't wear my wig, and nobody really paid attention to the fact that I don't have hair. I only got comments like, your hairstyle is nice, and because of what I went there for, I didn't have that time to explain to them that it's not a hairstyle, but it's a health condition. Until after 5 days, I decided to wear my wig. So I went there with a wig, and after a while, I started feeling uncomfortable with my wig on, so I removed it. And people were like, it's better. You look better without your wig than with your wig. So another question popped up from someone else, that why the hairstyle? What inspired the hairstyle? And I told them it's not a hairstyle, but it's a health condition. So that got a lot of people's attention, and they're like, oh really, it's a health condition, tell us about it. So while I was talking, I heard whispers of two persons arguing about one Tokwe somewhere that has a similar condition, and the other person said, no, it's not the same. Tokwe's case is spiritual. You know, they were arguing in their dialect, in Kaba actually. So I heard, and I paused and asked, why did you say Tokwe's condition is spiritual? He said, because hers is not completely off like mine. She has patches and all. I said, yes, the patch is a form of alopecia actually. Like, there are different types of alopecia. Hers is alopecia areata. That's the medical term for her condition. And they're like, oh really? I said, yes. So I went as far as explaining to them that there's also a condition called alopecia totalis, where it's just limited to the head alone. You know, the hair loss is limited to the head alone. And I also explained about alopecia universalis, where the victim loses the lashes, the brows, and every other part of the body that has hair. And they were amazed. So when they told me a lot about Tope, I told them I was interested in meeting Tope. But guess what? Tope is dead. Tope died as a result of isolation. Tope died as a result of stigmatization. I also heard of the story of one woman in Benue State that died as a result of stigmatization. She was tagged a witch because her hair stopped growing, and she was isolated, far away from people. You know, they stopped giving her food, and that was how she died. I also heard of some girls in Benin who were constantly tied and flogged with broom because they have alopecia. And at the moment, we have two parents in Kaduna who are representing their sons because they are kids. One is 6 years old, the other one is 7. There's this belief in the north, when strange things happen to you, they just assume you have anjonu, like a spiritual problem, like evil spirits. I think anjonu is evil spirits. And they kept burning their scalps with fire, that they are chasing away the anjonu, until they met me. Someone actually told me about them, and I went to visit the family. So when I got there and I removed my wig, I saw the relief. You know, there was this sigh of relief that, oh, okay, so this thing is not happening to our son alone. There are other people who have this thing, and it's a medical condition. You understand? So a lot needs to be done concerning awareness.
Alopecia can affect anyone regardless of age and gender, and in many cases, it takes a toll on their relationships.
To an extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people, because I remember back then in school, when it started at first, I didn't start covering it immediately. I still rocked it, and after a while, I started covering it with a scarf. And my friends were surprised, like, when did you start covering your hair? You were not like this, what's the problem? And some of them just tried to be naughty and they pulled the scarf off. And when they realized that there was something strange about my head, some gave space. The naughty ones tagged it a name. Some started calling me an alien. Like when I applied the spray and everything fell off, like I lost every strand of hair on my body. I'm talking about my lashes, my brows, every part of my body. I didn't have hair. I had a friend who was constantly calling me an alien, like to my face, and people would laugh about it. It became embarrassing at some point. And then relationship, yeah, I had a major relationship then that failed as a result of alopecia, because my supposed to-be mother-in-law called off the wedding introduction, 3 days to the wedding introduction, because of fear of the unknown. You know, she didn't want a situation whereby our grandchildren would have hair loss problems, so she called off the wedding introduction, not minding how far we had gone, and then the preparation for the event and all that. And the last disappointment I got to was as a result of alopecia, because I went for a consultation with the person I was dating at that time, and he heard all the medical advice I got about me. Like the dermatologist advised that I should not bother myself, because at this stage, at this point, the hair loss has really, it has gotten to an advanced stage where my hair might not grow anymore, you understand? So he heard all of that, and his countenance changed on our way home. So out of curiosity, I tried to question him about his mood and everything, and he said he's scared, doesn't want to raise kids that would not have hair. So to a great extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people. Alopecia has really affected my family in a lot of ways. Like my mom, right now, she still does not accept the fact that it is a medical condition. She's yet to come to terms with the fact that it's a medical condition. She still feels that there's more to it and the hair would grow. Yes, the hair could grow because alopecia actually has a mind of its own. The way it decides to go off, like the way your hair decides to go off, it could just decide to start growing overnight. That's another mysterious thing about alopecia because it has to do with your immune system. So your immune system might just decide, okay, I want to be good, I want to be perfect, and then your hair starts growing again, you understand? So it has really affected my family because I remember when I didn't know what it was, I was constantly being stigmatized because my mother would always have a scarf or a cap or something beside her, and the moment someone knocks at the door, she's throwing it at me to cover my head. I didn't like that part. I didn't like the fact that I could not just be myself, you know, and feel free like every other person. I didn't like the fact that I have to always cover my head, you know. And another thing is it became a prayer request. Like till now, it's still a prayer request. Everyone is always praying at some point, at one point or the other, for my hair to grow back. Yeah, so it has really affected my family, not just me.
1 in 20 people with alopecia also has a family member who has experienced the condition, which implies that most people that have alopecia usually don't have family members with this condition.
I'm not too sure that the awareness is really there. Having said so, I mean, if we think about the patients who come into the clinic, alopecia is, at least what I would say, some studies have shown that it's one of top 10 dermatology consultations. And because the world is generally getting more visual, everybody's more concerned about appearance, and we talk about quality of life and all this. So you're seeing a lot more patients coming in. They're coming in. Areata in itself, a lot of people don't know. I don't think the awareness is really, really there. But remember that when you are dealing with a specialty, so if you talk in the general population, maybe no, but if you come into the specialty community, specialty hospital, we'll see we have a bit, a high enough number of cases. But I would say if you just ask for the general population, no. And so to the next question of how can we make them more aware of what you're doing? If we have people who suffer from, I remember that because of the stigma of alopecia, everybody knows that a woman's hair is supposed to be like her crowning glory. She wants to do things with it. She wants to look well. You don't really want to cover it. But with wigs and weaves, nobody knows who has what. Now, a lot of women will just take it out. So you don't know who has the problem because of the stigma or the quality of life. Very, very significant impact on the quality of life. So people are hiding. People are not able to get, and some people go to those who don't really know what to do. Some people, the salon, the hairstylist, who should almost be like your first sort of, oh, madam or girl, as the case may be, what's happening to your hair? Do you think you need to see somebody? Most times they might give you their own version of what they think works, and the hair loss is worsening. Where ideally, if you present early enough in alopecia areata, you may just be able to break that autoimmunity.
Alopecia often develops suddenly over the course of just a few days. This condition affects the mental health of the victims and sometimes makes them withdrawn.
Dealing with stigmatization before I became aware was not easy. I had days that I cried. I had days I didn't want to see anybody. Like I locked myself up in the room for days, for weeks. There were days I didn't want to see my immediate family members, my downtime and all, as a result of stigmatization. Like I mentioned earlier that there was a time I was depressed. It was as a result of stigmatization because I felt stigmatized by everybody, even those that were close to me. You know, at every point in time, I was expecting people to show me love. So at every moment that I don't, at every time that I don't get that kind of love that I expect, you know, I feel stigmatized. So it was really ugly for me. But the moment I got to know that this is what it is, I became free. You know, I got some form of liberty, I got some form of liberation, and I don't get stigmatized anymore. So when people try to mock me now, I just laugh at their ignorance. And if I have the opportunity to educate them, I don't hesitate.
Alopecia can cause a lot of anxiety and sadness. It is important we have more support groups in the society to help people living with alopecia deal with the psychological effects of this condition.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Hello and welcome to the Literary Bar. How are you? This is a week of Valentine, and so I'm sending you my love. I wish you joy, happiness, and laughter. After all, what is love without mirth? If you think you have no one special, pick up a mirror and you see love looking back at you. Shakespeare has nothing on my guest today, and his voice is smooth like velvet. Barry White, if you don't know, ask your mother. He has used poetry to capture the hearts of his special lady and fans alike. Fortunately for us all, he has published several books, and so we are free to borrow some lyrics. Join us after the break and get some romantic tips for this Valentine. I don't care what anyone says, Valentine's Day is special. And today I want to focus on people who found love a second time around and after a particular age. The reason is to give hope to singletons out there. Even WHO has some interesting ideas on how to spend Valentine's Day if you're single, because they recognize that loneliness triggers mental health issues. So they say, enjoy yourself, call friends, and do something that's good for your health, such as train for the marathon like I'm doing, and run for a good cause, or dance like no one is watching, because believe you me, no one is watching. So bring out some wine, bring out some tea, bring out something nice as we go on break. My guest today is Dr. Andrew Eyoyibo. He's become a regular here, a lawyer, an author, and a publisher, and he's a senior pastor at Ezra House. His book, For the Love of Ayami, is a collection of poems dedicated to his beautiful wife, Fumilola. After his first marriage ended in a divorce, Pastor Ode was blessed to find love when he was not looking. Their love story is inspirational, and it reminds us that life is full of pleasant surprises and divine interventions. When you think it's a wrap, God says, action. And so, action, Pastor. Welcome to the Literary Bar. How are you?
I'm jolly good, thank you.
Jolly good.
Very well, thank you. Jolly good. That's right. Doing jolly good.
So it's a Valentine's week.
Yes.
And we're here to celebrate with this amazing, incredible ode to love.
Yes.
So tell us, who's this beautiful woman that is in front of this book?
That's my wife, Oluwa Fumilola.
Okay.
Oluwa Fumilola Orishe Meyiwegbemi.
All right.
Eyitemi Eyoibo.
Okay.
Those two names I gave to her.
I wanted to say, did her parents do all this work? Okay.
Orishe Meyiwegbemi means God gave this one to me. Then Eyitemi means this is my own.
You know, every time you talk about your wife, you know, you just have this star popping out in your eyes.
Well,
and all of that. She's a beautiful woman. I've had the pleasure and privilege of meeting her.
Yes.
But before we get into the story proper, this is not your first marriage.
No, sadly, unfortunately, it's not.
You're a pastor.
I'm a pastor.
How did that happen? You're not widowed, so.
How did it happen? Well, it's like this. Marriage. A successful marriage is based on two things. Husband loving his wife as Christ loved the church, living his life for her. Wife submitting to, fitting in with, and respecting the husband as the church does to Christ. Those are the basis of success in marriage. So the two reasons why marriages succeed, right? Everything else is commentary. Everything is a story. There are also the two reasons why marriages fail. If a husband is not loving his wife as Christ loved the church, laid down his life for her, and the wife is not submitting to the husband and fitting with his plans, as Christ does to the church, the marriage will fail. So when people ask me, how did it happen? Now, they want to hear a story, but I don't have stories to tell. All I have is just that simple statement. I obviously did not love my wife as Christ loved the church and laid down his life for her, and she obviously did not submit to me as she ought to. And that's it. That's always the rest of it. Everything else, every story I can tell here is a commentary. And of course, the problem with stories sometimes is that they're almost invariably self-serving. So I'm going to tell you what a wonderful chap I was, and you know what a nasty piece of work she was, and that's not true. I mean, that's just not true.
So what do you say, because you're a pastor, so it's very important for people to understand that if a marriage is not working, the people should not be sentenced to staying together.
Okay, that's a theological point. Now, on the face of it, you open your Bible, the face of it, the clear face reading of Scripture.
Yeah.
So the only basis of divorce is marital unfaithfulness or infidelity.
Yes.
That's it. When that's the only basis that
a woman's infidelity, not the man's own.
Well, in that particular case, actually, because remember back in the day when Jesus was making that point, divorce was not available to the woman. It was available just for the man. That was a completely patriarchal society, right? But of course now it has to be both cases. So one or the other, whether it's a man or the woman who is unfaithful, maritally unfaithful. I mean, there's some depth to all that, but we don't want to go into all of that stuff. That's the basis of it. Then, of course, there are all sort of exclusions in the Bible, right? If two people cannot live together, let them be separate. But then let them remain unmarried. That's one thing there. If two people are married, one is a Christian, the other is not a Christian, and the non-Christian says, I'm not happy to live with you, let them be divorced. There's no problem with that situation. You can remarry again. So there's only exclusions there. So I would not be sort of honest to my own scripture to say, based on my experience, that you can just willy-nilly live your marriage because there's that or it is not that. That said, my general understanding is that the fundamental reason why marriages don't work It's because of the hardness of the hearts of the parties, either one or both. Right? So that's what Jesus said. In the beginning, there was no provision for divorce. There was none at all. But because of the hardness of your heart, Moses gave you the right to a bill of divorcement. That's what divorce called. All right. So that said, after saying all of that, I'm making sure I'm not sort of giving some exculpatory answer just because I had that. I'll agree with you. If you're married and you're not happy, and you've done
all you're supposed to do,
everything you're supposed to do, all of that, you're not happy. And of course, whether it's physical abuse, that's not even the question. That's not even the discussion.
Yeah.
Whether it's physical abuse, that's not the question. Now, the abuse that we don't recognize that much is emotional abuse.
Okay.
Which is a terrible thing. And the verbal abuse, of course. Now, if there's an abuse situation, you're not obligated to stay in that situation.
But people can fall out of love.
Right. Now, if it's just that, that's no basis.
Okay.
That's no basis. Now,
you can tolerate and remain.
Yeah, because remember, the love we're falling out, it's not real love now. It's infatuation. Because this Valentine thing that we're celebrating, by the heart of it, what I call the giz-giz. My heart is making jiggy like railway.
This is another love book.
Yes, sir. My heart is making jiggy like railway. You know the song back in the day, Otejo Jordan in Benin.
Yeah.
Oh my darling, oh my lover, when I think of you, my heart is making jiggy like a railway. But when I see you, my heart is making meow meow. That's infatuation. That's not love.
Well,
so when someone says I'm falling out, that's what they're talking about.
Okay. We'll take a short break because we're here to talk about love, not falling out. So when we come back, we'll talk about you falling into love again. See you after the break. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, it's the Literary Bar, and this is our Valentine's Day episode, or Valentine's Week. We're talking about people finding love the second time. Our guest today, Pastor Ode, is a pastor who was divorced but found love the second time. He was talking to us about why people would divorce, end the marriage for whatever reasons. He's not advocating that, but he was blessed to find love a second time. His book today is dedicated to his very beautiful second chance at love. So, without further ado, we're just going to get into some of the beautiful poems he wrote to his wife. I'm going to give you the book you gave me in love. You give it back.
I'll give it back.
Oh, yeah. The second act.
The second act. This is from For the Love of Ayami. Ayami is Shekeri for my wife. Iyawomi in Yoruba. The second act. This is not a stage acted play of a life in fiction. This is the second act of the active verb that is holy matrimony. For her, the first act was a blast of joy. Business started early, but left unfinished by clammy hands. With all the incidents and accidents in the long, drawn-out process of becoming, but underneath all, the divine joy and pleasure. His first was a blast of failure and recrimination, of antipathy and too many borderline states of mind. The noise was intense. It could not have mixed metaphors stand the heat. He bailed out, he bolted out, was pushed out. What does it matter? The first act ended in a blast of failure. Now this, the second act, on the table, love without defense, an uncommon openness and vulnerability, a certain teenage naivety, the joy of life and the thought of the other. There's also history and memory, burdens, baggage and trauma. Where it is he who has prepared the feast. We expect that though we walk through the valley, he'll help us through and out. He is Ebenezer. He has the word of completion. His indwelling spirit and word will see us through. And having done all to stand, we will stand out in the timber and luster of her nascent love. Amen.
Amen. Wow. I told you Shakespeare had nothing on you. Neither does Barry White. If you don't know Barry White, ask your mother. So, what could your first wife was widowed, and so may his soul rest.
Second wife. Yes.
Your second wife, yes, was a widow.
Yes.
When you guys met.
Yes.
So, and it was a happy marriage from what you wrote. But yours was a blast, but not that kind of blast.
No.
Your own was the bass booze of the blast.
Yes.
Here you try to explain in this very lovely poem how her joyful union and your
less than joyful
union eventually came together. Divine intervention.
Yes.
However, you guys met at a cemetery?
We met first time on the plane.
Okay.
Second time at the cemetery.
Okay, and that's some sort of a resurrection.
Yes.
Resurrection of love.
Yes.
But when you got your divorce, did you ever think you'd get married again?
Yes.
You knew?
I wanted to get married again.
Okay.
I wanted to get married because, it's like this. From the first, I wrote an article about marriage and family at the age of 14. I've always been a believer in holy matrimony and conjugal felicity. That's the word we use there. I've always been a believer in marriage. I just like that idea. Now, but because I got the first one, and evidently I was very bad at it. But I was that bad at it. I was still a strong believer that this thing is supposed to be something. When Adam saw Eve and says, "Oh, this is bone of my bone," there was joyful exhilaration.
Adam had no option. He had not seen a woman before.
Well, yes, no, but remember, all the animals are supposed to be options.
Really?
That was the plan.
Oh my God!
It was naming them. He was naming them. He named them.
Yes.
So he was naming them. When he saw this one, he named a woman. Why? This is bone of my. Something spoke to him.
Right.
So it was a joyful exhilaration about this thing. So I knew that. So in spite of all the hurt and the pain, the trauma, disappointment, the failure, all of that stuff, I knew I wanted to get married again, but I knew you had to be something.
Why are people so scared of getting married, even first time or second time? Why?
Well, first of all, because they don't, like you remember where I said it from? I believe marriage, I believe in marriage. I believe marriage is the second most important thing on earth after getting born again, is the person to whom you get married, right? And I believe marriage is supposed to be a crucible of happiness and health and healing and all that stuff. Now, if you have that fundamental belief, you go ahead and do what you got to do. But if that's not your belief, if you're judging from your experience, what you've seen around, what you heard around, what you felt around, of course you're afraid. So you're basically judging from your trauma, not from the revelation of God's word about what marriage is supposed to be.
A lady got married recently at 53, and everybody was like, "What? Is this still possible?" And she was saying that delay is not denial.
No, it's not.
So, like I said, I'm dedicating this show to people who are finding love at a later stage in their life, or even the second, or maybe even the third time around.
Sorry, my cousin got married 2 weeks ago at 65.
Wow.
Second marriage in America.
Is it better? Second marriages?
Oh, she called me. She was sounding like a 16-year-old, all giggly and in love and all that kind of stuff. That was like, ooh, wow. And when I saw her picture, she looked so different. It was amazing. It was amazing. 4 months ago, my very close older sister, sister, got married. She was 64. Just 3 months ago. She was a widow.
Wow.
Yeah.
And everybody tries to give this impression that after a particular age, your sell-by date is gone and there's no hope.
Those are the stories we tell ourselves, right? They're basically journals of hope and expectation.
Yes. So what do you say to someone who's struggling and thinking that life has passed them by after a particular age?
Well, tell them that is a story you're telling yourself. So change your story. Change your story. You got to change your story. You got to change the story you're telling yourself. When you're telling your stories of hopelessness and failure and defeat and despondency, you're telling stories based on your history. But you've got to tell stories based on your future, your imagination, your expectation, your desire.
So your first marriage was a blast, as you said, all the wrong reasons?
Yes.
How did you make it better? What changed the second? What did you learn from that one that you applied to this one?
The good thing was, first of all, I didn't get married in a rebound.
Okay.
Right, so there was some time between the separation. Separation was reserved for 6 years before the divorce. Then the divorce, another 6 years or so before I got married. So
now you're married to Ayami for
yes.
How many years now?
It's going to be 10 years. Next is 10th anniversary. The next one we're celebrating the 10th anniversary.
Wow.
Yes. So but between that period, there was a growing and a learning. I mean, I wrote so many different profiles of the kind of woman I wanted to marry. But I also understand that when you're writing a profile of the kind of woman you want to marry, you got to write a profile of the kind of man you need to be to qualify for that kind of woman. When you talk about the Proverbs 31, now remember Proverbs 31 woman, that virtuous woman that we preach about in church so often, and we use as a stick to beat up the women.
Yes.
It's not written to women.
Thank you.
I was reading to the man.
Please tell them.
But actually written, it was the queen telling her son, this is the picture of a woman. But then the fundamental question was, what kind of man do you have to be to qualify for this kind of woman?
Bam. Tell them.
Because the first 10 verses were addressed to the prince himself, telling him what a king should not do, what a king should not be. He must be a man of courage, a man of virtue, a man of wisdom, all that kind of stuff. Then they now went to describe this woman. So the question was, what kind of man do you have to be to marry this paragon of excellence?
Imagine.
Right? So when I was writing my profiles, and I went over some years, I wrote this kind of woman I wanted to be, and then now wrote the kind of man I needed to be to qualify for the kind of woman. An exercise I didn't do first time around.
Okay.
Because remember, talk about where you
so
live.
Is it age and maturity?
Age and maturity.
Okay. But I want to find out, lightly, because I still want you to read the eponymous title.
Yes.
How did you chase her? What did you tell her? How was the chasing?
Well, I met her on the plane.
Okay.
We got talking. And she told me she was a widow.
Oh.
And we just talked and talked. I didn't tell her much about myself. Just asking her those questions. And we were talking. Then I then said something like, so I said to her, so are you thinking of getting married again? She said, oh no. She's not thinking of getting married again. I mean, she had a very happy life. Her husband was a very good man. She doesn't really want to start bothering, thinking, how is she going to be that kind of person again?
Yeah.
So I then said something like, you must always live with possibility. The possibility that you might get married again. As I remembered my question, I said to her, what's a beautiful woman like you doing, not remaining single? You're young, you're beautiful, what are you doing? That's what I said to her, and then we left. Then 6 months later, I didn't say again for another 6 months. That was at the cemetery.
Wow.
Well, we've been talking. Yes.
That's really...
6 months after that meeting in the cemetery, 5 days after that meeting in the cemetery, we got engaged.
Sharp. Sharp shooter.
It's clear.
So, okay, before we round up, there's no way we're going to end this program without actually hearing the poem that is the title of this book.
Yes.
Once again, I'm borrowing you new. Give it back.
Thank you. I'll give it back to you. For the love of Ayami. For the love of Ayami, my wife, Olukumi, my beloved confidant, I cut up onion slices, not minding the programmatic agitation of my tear ducts. I discovered my hidden domesticity, hidden not under the shadow of the Almighty, but in my story and history. Love certainly does things, apart from making the world go round, that is. For the love of Ayami, I have become my best self, even winning paternal commendation and approbation for the choice I made, and all the extent consequences intended or not. For the love of Ayami and for her sake, I obtained additional favor. She's a good thing that like a dynamo keeps on giving, keeps on generating. Iyaomi, who in short order has come to the engine room of my life. Unlike John Galt, she will not collude with others to take out my running motors. For the love of her husband, the answer to the prayer she never knew she prayed, she will not. For her sake, and by her grace, I take my seat in the magic circle, and with the elders at the gate, I live a charmed and charming life by the graced favor of my connection with Ayami. Ayami, my wife, Olukami, my confidant, my beloved.
Oh my God, a round of applause for you.
That's all myself.
That's so beautiful.
Yes.
Yes, and you know, even taking time out to write this, you know, with her in mind.
And 10 years later, it's still as true as I ever said. It's more true now, actually.
Yeah, and it shall be.
Amen.
For years and decades to come.
Amen.
God bless you, and God bless the beautiful Mrs. Fumilola Eyoyibo.
Yes.
God bless your family.
Thank you.
As always. And God bless every single person who's out there looking for love. It's never too late. Delay is not denial.
No.
There is someone out there for you. But in the meantime, show that love to yourself, because you, more than any other person, deserve your love.
Yes.
Thank you for sharing your time and beautiful poetry with us. Your story gives us hope that love is out there, and it knows the right address to visit. Like I said before, delay is not denial. Never lose hope. But while you're waiting, make sure you're ready for love when it finds you. Prepare yourself well. The Literal Bar is always open, and love is served right here. Thank you for watching. Do follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. You can watch us on DSTV channel 408 and YouTube. Make your life a great love story. My name is Chineda, and happy Valentine's Day.
Different faces, different head shapes, different personalities, different prices, and a lot more certainly inspires the various haircuts people settle for when they are at the barber's shop. One profound thing I noticed was how skeptical they are about who cuts their hair for fear of getting their preferred hairstyles wrong.
Barbing is all about who knows it, how experienced is the person, and how he can give you the haircut you want.
Over time, haircut styles have evolved from what was obtainable in the 80s and 90s. Very popular, however, was the Afro style. Now, we have style variations like short hair with cropped fringe, curly hair, dreadlocks, and a host of others. Some decide to color their hair as well. Obinna, a barber who resides in Lagos, transits from Ikorodu to VI, a 40.9 kilometers journey by bus daily, to give his customers their preferred haircut.
When I came back from school, I would go to our shop. She'll be teaching me how to barb skin or low cut or afro. So very soon when I pick up, I came to Lagos. It took more than 50,000 naira to start a business, but I started buying creeper. When I bought creeper, I buy gen, I buy glass and some instruments. Then I started from road. The amount I charge depends on the style of the head. When I want to barb skin, I will collect 300 naira. If I want to barb afro, I will collect 400 naira. Then punk, the same thing is 400 naira. From the barbing, I pay my rent house. From the barbing, I send my children to school. From there, I even give my wife to cook to buy some cook item on it.
He spoke of the challenges he faces. One in particular was the extreme public disclosure of his outlet.
My customers, they don't like to where someone will be seeing them, but they'll be passing through. They like someone will be hiding, like a block shop. So they don't like any environment.
I also caught up with Kufre Nna, a barber in Lagos who operates on a much larger scale. He has been in the business for over 2 decades and has a staff strength of over 40 men and ladies.
I would say that it was my father who introduced me to the business, but he's not a barber. He wasn't a barber. He was just looking at a way he can make me to be a better person I'm always saying this whenever I'm interviewed that a lot of barbers, they don't see themselves, they don't see barbing as something that it's like a profession. They don't see it like a profession. They can see it like something that can take them to the next level. They're always seeing it like something that, oh, let me just manage it, just like a step-up stone for me. When it gets to there, maybe probably let me just be barbing for now, while still looking for either to travel out to do something else. So, but to me, I'm always seeing, okay, from day one that this is what I want to do, or this is what I'm seeing myself, and I want to do this, I want to make it bigger, I want to make it different, I want to do it in such a way that no other person has done it before. I always believe that the work is not about the place, it's not about the beauty of the place. No matter how you set up a barber shop, no matter how you set up a salon, bring equipment from anywhere, if you don't have good workers, it's a mess. That's to me, that's my belief. I do not attend any business school, but you know, if you have a good business and that is growing well, you must seek for advice from people. So I'm not just doing a lot of things myself, because I attend to a lot of top people and people that are business owners. So I'm always seeking advice from them. Some things I don't know, I used to discuss with them, so they'll put me through. Then I now know the best people to work with. Then I now to choose them. My challenge, you know, it's not easy working with guys. So as number one, that's the first thing I will first of all say. It's not easy working with guys. And if you look at my line of business, it involves working with a lot of guys, not just guys from different locations, different areas, different states. So they are bringing all the different attitude, behavior. So I would say that's one of my biggest challenge. I would say to the aspiring barber and whosoever want to get to where I am or even beyond, that first of all, always believe in yourself. Always take everything you are doing very serious. Don't look down on anything in this life. There's no handwork. There's nothing in this life that cannot take you to beyond your limits.
Same line of business, same services rendered, however, different outcomes. Obviously, a lot needs to be done to empower small-scale business owners like Obinna, who someday hopes to expand to an even larger scale like Kufri. Irene Ubani, Plus TV Africa.
Now, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has announced that customers will not be charged for using automated teller machines, ATMs, or banks other than their own.